faces, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you I'm flying. When I'm with you I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side, yeah, yeah. When I say it I'm not lying. And every time we touch it feels like.
Every time we touch, it feels right. Every time we touch, it feels right. Every time we touch, it feels right. Every time we touch, it feels right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It feels right.
Oh, it feels like home.
Every time we touch, it feels right.
Oh, yeah.
Every time it feels right.
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got Love got you. Love Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy,
It's gonna be all night.
energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow. I won't wake up from the dream I had since I was just a kid. 'Cause when I'm older, I won't look back at what I lost. Just what I got, just what I got. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying
can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Is that will be the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Side ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And they get the touch. Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take over the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. I'm Ash, joined here by Jaws and Moxie, and it's pretty insane that we're now in the final day of the regular season. These 3 weeks have flown by so quickly, guys.
Yeah, a little bit too quick in my opinion, but we got some of the best games today. This weekend has actually been stacked. Like North America had some sick games, and then today we get the undefeateds facing off. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, one of them is finally going to lose a series, and potentially Twisted Minds finally going to lose a map. Is it going to happen today? We'll have to see.
We are going to have to see, but let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday in case you guys at home missed out on those matches. Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro, they maintained their dominance, but the big storyline here is anyone's Legends, Jack. They still maintain this opportunity to qualify into playoffs.
Yeah, they actually did it. A map and then transitioning into that series. Oh, buddy. They actually went and done it. And honestly, it has got to be a big relief for them in a way, because you're in the last week and you've not even won a single map. Like, I can't imagine how the kind of comms are feeling there and like going into this week, but I can imagine like even a sense of relief for the team. They do face GK though, and that game literally determines who is in the top 4 and who goes to playoffs. So it's not only being kind of a unfortunate downward slope for anyone's Legend, but also now you have to clutch up in the last match of the stage.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
I mean, against a team as well that pulled a map against Virtus.pro.
It is absolutely wild. I think that When we're talking to AMDP, he was also saying, mental's not a problem for the team. Seemed pretty cool, calm, and collected. But taking a look at these standings here, Moxie, Twisted Minds, Virtus.pro confirmed to be the top 2 seeds battling it out to obviously see who's going to take that number 1 spot. Katsia also confirmed here for playoffs. When you're thinking back to, I think, expectations before this season even started, now 3 weeks deep, is this where you expected us to be?
Yeah, I think everyone expected, right? Twisted Minds World Champions to be number 1, and then Virtus.pro the next best team. It's really a case of who's going to be the middle of the pack. Everyone expected Katsia. They looked really, really good. They were keeping it competitive with TM in some of those maps yesterday. Now it's just a case of determining who is going to be that 4th one. Will it be the upset of anyone's legend, or will it be the expected GK?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to put some channel points on it, I would, and not trying to influence the vote, I would be probably putting a lot towards GK this series, seriously. I think realistically, with anyone's Legends track record, I just have to give it to GK guys who do also have a ton more experience across the board. So yeah, we'll see. I'm excited for the game, but I've got a feeling it's going to go GK's way.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit until we actually find out, because taking a look at today's schedule, we're kicking things off with that matchup between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro, seeing who is going to take that top seed, and then that fight for playoffs is going to be so exciting to see between GK and anyone's legend. That last spot determining that here, Moxie. What do you think it's really going to come down to?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because, like, as Jack just said, anyone's legend do have the worst track record, but at the same time, they've also vastly changed the compositions that they've played this week in comparison to their previous. Like, they've moved away from playing the Winston. They've been playing more of the meta in terms of things like that Mauga. So I feel like it's going to be a GK win, but I think it's going to be closer than a lot of people believe it could be if you're just looking at scorelines alone.
I think it's going to be interesting. I feel like it's also going to come down to, that back line there, Jack. You were talking about the difference in experience here. I think that when it comes down to the support face-off between Crispy and Canale versus Finn and Haku, I feel like Crispy and Canale, they have a lot of work that they've got to be doing and putting into the server to be able to go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, I'm always shouting out my boy Finn, man. Like, that guy's a beast. I'm super excited to see him even back playing, honestly. I think with Finn coming into the lineup, yeah, it's a lot of experience, but also the guy is just kind of nutty as well. I think he is in the server, he is the best support player there. Will GK just kind of roll over anyone's legend? I don't think so. I'd probably give it a 3-1, stretch it a 3-2 towards GK, but I still think even Ziad as well, an absolute freak in the server, it's going to be tough. And anyone's legend, I think their DPS need to show up, because it is such a DPS centric meta right now.
Very fair. Great points, and something that we'll get to take a look at later on today in EMEA. But before we get into our anticipated match between the top 2 seeds, I want to remind you guys that after playoffs, we're heading into Champions Clash Japan. And you guys can support our teams at OWCS by purchasing this Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. I love the celestial looks. We saw a little bit of that Rhine being played earlier this week. And, it looked kind of risky. So if you guys want to snag some of these skins, make sure that you can support our teams by doing so. But we also want to give you guys an opportunity to win these dazzling new looks as well. So ensure that you guys enter our Elysian Keeper giveaway by scanning the QR code that is on your screens right now. Don't miss out on your chance. But what else we don't want to miss out on is going to be this first matchup. Virtus.pro versus Twisted Minds. This is a match, Moxie, where everyone has been expecting this to be the grand finals of the playoffs here for EMEA. It's going to be the most exciting match here for the regular season, on the last day on top of that, to figure out who is going to be that top seed. And when you're thinking about VP heading into this match, in particular, Psycho and Jaewoo, they swap spots on these teams, right? Psycho having to go up against his team that he previously won World Finals with. I can't imagine how he must be feeling.
Yeah, and I mean, for Jaewoo too, like, Yubi from Twisted Minds literally said that he wanted to pick up Jaewoo off of his performance with Virtus.pro last year. So a little bit of personal stuff on the line as well. But I mean, for Virtus.pro too, they've been trying to make this Mauga meta work. Twisted Minds played a little bit of the Mauga, but nowhere near as much as Virtus.pro, so I think this is the true litmus test, right? For if Mauga is top dog in terms of tanks, or if it literally is going to be something like the Diva or the Zarya with that Vendetta Emery.
They've only dropped 2 maps all season here, Jack, and I think that this matchup is also going to answer a question of how big the tier break really is between Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds. Do you feel like they're ready to take this series the distance from what we've seen so far?
Yeah, it feels like a 3-2 type beat. Like, I don't think I'd even feel confident in a 3-1 for Twisted Minds. At the end of the day, I think Psycho stepping in is a really big boon for VP. I would say Jaewoo, the better player on paper, and you could see by his results last year, like, he's insane. Psycho as well, kind of coaching Twisted Minds too last year, if you remember. They didn't really have like a true coach. It was like Psycho, but he was also playing sometimes as well. So like him stepping back into the fold, I was kind of excited about this because he's always been a really good player too. Also winning a world championship. So he's going to bring not only kind of help in the actual game itself, but I'm sure he's helping Smash out a little bit too behind the scenes. It's going to be tough. I would definitely be siding towards Twisted Minds here. But, oh man, just give us a good series. If this is 3-0, I'm going to scream. Like, seriously, I'm gonna freak out. It should be a good one.
We want some Dallas Fuel Space Station Gaming energy in this matchup from yesterday. Like, that's what we want to be seeing in the server today from these two teams. But you were talking about how it's going to be a really tall task nonetheless, up against the Twisted Minds, who are our previous World Final champions. This is the team that we've been saying for the past couple of months are the best in the world. But we also saw them have like a closer game, Moxie, up against Katsuya yesterday than we were expecting. Do you feel like there are any cracks in the armor here that VP could be taking advantage of?
I mean, yeah, they dropped a round of control to just like backcap some one-sided Kitsune rushes coming on through from Katsuya yesterday. And then when we headed to Havana, we actually saw the closest that they've been in dropping a map in the whole season, managing to come on through with a clutch simple here, as you can see with that Captive Sun being able to prevent the TP shenanigans of losing TVNT's mech a little bit too early towards the overtime. So there's definitely going to be back and forth between these two teams, especially in terms of things like the ban draft. We know that Twisted Minds like playing things like the Farah, but as we saw from yesterday, Kevster, he's still got the Cass on him.
Yeah, dude, the Kevster Cassidy was destroying yesterday. I was like, well, you know, Emre's kind of insane. New hero moment where they're just insane. Vendetta also ridiculous still, and so Sojin. And then he pulls out Cassidy and just does stuff like that. It's like vintage Kevster. I think I mentioned it actually on the broadcast as well. But Jaewoo and Quartz, my goodness. Even the Korean superstar DPS were afraid of Quartz going into Worlds last year. Even Prop was saying Quartz is a bit of a god. Not in English and not like that, but you know, you get my drift. And then Jaewoo too, the best DPS I think coming into EMEA and the region as a whole. Even I would argue the best rookie who wasn't like in Overwatch League. And then Funny Astro has been on like a million Overwatch League teams, has been around for such a long time. I used to cast him back in Contenders in 2018 or British Hurricane. He's been around the block. And then Simple too, kind of a compared to Astro, a young up and coming support, can play basically everything. Bro's a flex god, so.
Yeah, considering Astro's experience, his wealth of experience at that, he has not been slowing down. Like, the heals have been going crazy, the support that he's been able to provide for his team. And then, like you were saying, also, Jaewoo's been such a menace on the Flex DPS, especially in the backlines, trying to play that disruption. I think now this takes us into our predictions, right? Constant conversation here is about what that tier break really looks like in EMEA. I had to still go with Twisted Minds on this one, though. I think that we do see that gap is still there, slowly closing, but with how quick and intense the regular season has been, I just don't feel like it's been enough time for a lot of these teams to do that catch-up, Jack.
Yeah. I also went with Twisted Minds. I'm a Twisted Minds girly today. I think what's really beneficial for this region, for VP especially here, is that if they take this close, they know they can take it close against a world championship team. And that is such a massive benefit and like a mental game as well. Going into a LAN where, you know, Astro called North America, well, he said they suck. So like having that closer practice and having that close official games too for VP is going to be super good. But we need those close games. Still going with TM here, but open for a 3-2.
Yeah, I'm also going with Twisted Minds. Surprise, surprise, all of us going with the world champions. Kill surprise. But no, I think honestly it would have been a 3-1, which I would have predicted before yesterday. And then with how close Katya really did bring it, I would bump that up to a 3-2. Especially since we know Virtus.pro, they've been cooking up some metas. I really want to see how Twisted Minds are going to be able to interact, especially into that Maga composition, because they played a little bit of it themselves, so we might get the dreaded Maga mirror, but they also played the Diva against it too, and that was working out surprisingly well.
Well, it's going to be really exciting to find out who really is going to be that top dog, if Twisted Minds will continue to defend that kind of title, or if Virtus.pro might be able to give them a run for their money in this matchup. This Grand Finals, anticipated Grand Finals preview, is going to be one for the books, that's for certain. I'm so excited to get straight into this game.
Yeah, I think she could have stopped to send it sooner. This Grand Finals, yeah, it's going to be. Come on. It feels like that way anyway. Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro finally facing off. It is week 3, day 2, match number 1, and we're here 4-0 for TM, 4-0 for VP. The only differentiating factor, Moxie, is Virtus.pro have dropped only 2 maps this entire stage. Someone is going to lose here today, and we're starting out on Elysian Tower.
Okay, if we're going Elysian Tower, I really want to see what the ban draft line is going to be. Like, are we going to have the handshake agreement of we still get to play the Zarya, Vendetta, Emre, or are we going to be seeing someone remove one of those crucial pieces? Maybe you go for the Zarya, maybe you take out the Vendetta, especially if we're going to be seeing places like Control Center and Night Market. Oh, okay, Virtus.pro target out JWoo's Pharah with the first ban, and then Twisted Minds actually remove the Brigida, which is just still gonna mean Kiriko Lucio, to be entirely honest.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, Brig's gone. Oh, that's such a shame. We have to play Kiri Lucio. Sorry, guys. I mean, Astro's going to be very happy with that one. Not a problem.
Yeah, what I'm surprised about, though,
just a moment,
is that they use the Brig ban now. Because that means that they can't use the Brig ban later on down the line. Like, if you wanted your second ban, it's not like you're even using it to take the support slot away and protect it before Virtus.pro can go after it. So it's very interesting that they remove the Brig in this map instead of saving it for one afterwards.
I actually don't mind it because there's less flexibility on control, where like, okay, I would say the only 2 kind of backlines you can have is the Lucio or the Brig here, but on things like Midtown or like any kind of hybrid map, it's like, okay, actually we can play Astro on Juno, simple on Alari, simple on something else. You can play like this more double flex. So I actually don't mind it as much, but pulling that lever early, even going onto a flashpoint, yeah, I 100% agree. Like, it might be a little tough having going against the Brig because you have to go kind of quick. I do want to see as well who's going to end up ripping this Pharah, because we know James going to mean Pharah too.
Yeah, but so does Psycho. Like,
sure.
Potentially we get to see the Pharah 1 versus 1 going on through. On Li Shangtao, we're not going to see it at all because it has been banned, and I think like that's going to be a smart play because, yeah, Pharah Gardens and Night Market.
Don't forget as well, you can score some nice little drops if you haven't done already. Make sure you connect your Battle.net account to Twitch. I've said this so many times, guys. If you can't predict what I'm going to say next, then, well, welcome to the stream. You're new here, brand new, first time Gar. And 28th to the April 9th. So that's, what, a week away. Playoffs is when it's going to end. So yeah, make sure you link your Battle.net account. Links on screen, and it should be down below as well. And in the chat is probably being spammed too. So yeah, there's the rewards on there for you. All right, let's get into the first map. Elysian Tower. Pharah ban for VP. It was Twisted Minds choosing this map as well, but VP get this first ban. And then Brigitte being banned from TM. The Pharah, we know how good Pharah is on this stage as well. It's super oppressive, especially on the Garden stage where you can just hang around the central column. Not so much in Control Center, but very, very good. I want to see how they end up adapting the DPS, but it's probably just going to be the classic at this point. It's going to be Sojourn. It's going to be Emre.
Yeah, Sojourn or Emre, and then likely going to be Tracer or Vendetta. Map dependent, like Vendetta for sure on Control Center. Potentially you go for the Tracer on Night Market or on Gardens, but like the retake potential for the Vendetta with the Zarya bubble, we almost get to use her as an off-tank, right? The fact that we're seeing teams retaking on Elysian Gardens on Bridge.
Yeah, we're just in a brief pause. One of the players hit the pause key real quick just to sort something out. So yeah, we'll be able to get into this one in just a moment. Maybe Psycho's saying, hey, I'm not on the TM side, which is kind of weird. And maybe a miscom in the lobby there. But yeah, we'll get into this in just a moment. And when I say just a moment, maybe in a couple of seconds. All good.
I mean, what are we really like expecting? Do we think Virtus.pro are going to go for the Mauga right out of the gates? Or do we think that it's going to just be that mirror matchup coming on through? Because yesterday when we saw Virtus.pro, Psycho's Vendetta was looking clean, especially hitting that backline, being able to take out the Lucio so early on in these matches. But I feel like Twisted Minds, they're not going to really allow Virtus.pro to get those early openings the way that some of these other teams already have.
We're just waiting on one more player here. We were in the lobby and even in the map, but yeah, we're just waiting for a player to maybe just return to their seat and we should be good to go. So not too much longer. And in fact, we're getting back into the game right now. Look at that. Whoa, the transition goes crazy. I learned for the very best, Zoe. All right, Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds. First map of this series. Hoping for a close one. I want to see those chat predictions as well. I'll be able to relay that to the rest of the stream in just a moment. But here we are. Kevster, Emre, no shock. I wonder if the Cassidy even gets pulled out today as well, Moxie.
I mean, potentially, but with the Pharah ban, I don't imagine you would be pulling out the Cassidy here unless we're likely going to see it somewhere on Suravasa with that Pharah still open. But at the moment, it looks like it's just going to be a Zarya coming on through from the side of Virtus.pro. We'll have to see if Ice decides to actually commit onto, or rather onto this Zarya for, yeah, it is going to be Virtus.pro, as I do believe we have to have the team names switched.
Yeah, a little swap here. All good. We'll get that sorted in just a moment. Yeah, so complete mirror. I think Ice has some heavy lifting to do here compared to TVNT, who I've mentioned before, but this is such an instrumental part of Twisted Minds for so long. And also been a rising star over the last few years. He's definitely up there in terms of world-class off-tanks at this moment in time. Main tank players crying at the moment of the Zarya being played. Twisted Minds, the easy first fight win. Jwoo scoring a couple, and there's the first cap.
Yeah, Twisted Minds really like this rotation, going coastal side, putting Quartz up on that high ground, and using his position to be able to put pressure on so many players of Virtus.pro if they try to close the distance and suppress that Emre. Out comes the Pistol Blaster with that 80% lifesteal, as TM will be able to open up with the cap and now lead the distance. So Quartz has the better of the Emre 1 versus 1, and it falls to Psycho yet again to open up the space as the team rotate from server.
Yeah, we've seen this setup before as well. Just this high ground for Quartz, hanging around the Akiri. Everybody else kind of chilling around that mega health pack. Nice little dash in, but a dash out for Jwoo. This is so easy to hold this position. Psycho has so much ground to actually cover. And then when he inevitably has to fall down to the point because the bubble's gone, TVNT just sits there and left clicks it. Nice triple for TVNT. Speaking of which, as the cap from Landon, it's not going to go through.
I mean, he's pulling attention, at least. Virtus.pro learning from what happened against Katsia yesterday on the side of Twisted Minds, where they pushed super far forward, almost all the way, actually literally into Katsia's own spawn with a one-sided Graviton. So trying to get a little bit of presence away from that choke by threatening the back cap before falling back to the rest of the team. We're going to have Rush versus Rush into this mirror, and so far, none of these teams having a soundbite to back it up.
Early push here as well. Simple rips that Rush. There you go. We'll return one, but the Graviton surge is just enormous. TVNT not only caught Ice there, but Psycho was off to the left-hand side, or right-hand side, got sucked on in, and Twisted Minds going to hold close. I love this. Just playing super aggro, knowing that Virtus.pro are expecting you to hold this high ground.
They don't have Sandbar as well. Living weapon from Quartz. Virtus.pro have to just sit in spawn, which means no damage and no closer to the Sandbar that Funny Astro can match.
So no damage. And then Jaewu in the door. Someone has to touch. It's going to be Psycho, but now it's a 4v5 in the choke. Sound barriers from both sides. A nice grab, but a Suzu will help them sustain. Fixer jumps in, ends Quartz's life pretty quick, sharp, but Twisted Mind still have TVNT alive with 100 energy, no less. Ice, though, lucky to run him down with a nice little Suzu to back him up and keep him alive. Virtus.pro claim control, but Twisted Mind still sitting at 99.
Yeah, I mean, they can just bank up ultimates, right? Virtus.pro, they have to win these fights cheaply. One ultimate at a time. They can't commit to too many of them because TM have so much point percentage to be able to play with. Ideally, you just win the fight with early picks to dissuade TM from committing to it entirely. So keep your eye on Psycho and Kev, so they could be the difference maker.
Yeah, they gotta find at least one or two with these ults, like, surely. Okay, well, here we go. Back to the setup with the Emre. It's very much the default at this point. Having around with your Lucio to give you some extra speed, also boot people away. Notably the enemy Vendetta, of course. Okay, we look to go in. It's like we're watching the same five fighter. Oh, there's the ult. At Kevster. Still land at least a decent shot on Jaewu there, but it's actually fixed that false burst. These bubbles are so good from TVNT right now. Kevster's lucky to get one, but Psycho evens the score. Ice and TVNT down as Psycho dashes to that mini, but a quick chase onto the Emre. Not quite, though. He will actually manage to get away for now, but Quartz, dagger in the back. Looks more like a pistol to me, but Quartz just ending this fight as Twisted Minds end up getting the cap and securing first.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they sent Psycho all the way around for that back cap when TM pushed super aggressively up with that Emre ultimate. So they got the back cap, they got the flip, they managed to milk 65% of the point away from it. But, like, Twisted Minds, they had so much time. The fact that they just ripped the court with the rush as well, even in the face of the override protocol coming on through from VP, and even with Landon using his own Kitsune Rush, that was one-sided Kiriko ult. TM had nothing to be able to match it. It's literally just mechanics that those players are able to find the kills for the Kiriko ultimate, crucially onto the Kiriko as well, so it's only the Lucio healing, which means Quartz full confident to full send override protocol, and they get the map win.
Nice. Astro sitting at 0 deaths as well. You love to see that. Yeah, really tough getting that close. Like, okay, 60%. Maybe you can eke out a couple of fights, and then Quartz just kind of outplays Psycho in a way, just jumps back, hits the nade at his feet too. Just like how he was playing Halo. Just nade straight at the feet and then back and all the way up. And then Psycho's like, well, I've got one movement tool. I have to touch now because they're already capping. And then, yeah, Quartz just kind of hanging back, playing it a little bit more patient, right? Because you kind of have to against the Vendetta. That Vendetta, as soon as she attaches to you, as soon as she starts swinging at you, it's over. That movement speed is not to be trifled with. We're jumping back into the game, though. Sorry about, again, the brief pause. It was Kevster, I think, that got up from his seat last time, but so maybe it was him again getting back up. I'm not sure. Maybe adjusting the seat height. But yeah, round 2, here we go. We're going on to Gardens.
Yeah, not expecting any changes coming through here as well. Farah being banned out, that would be the potential swap coming on through from the side of Jaewu or Psycho. Maybe, well, no, we're not going to see the Juno stick around. This is literally just for the speed ring to be able to get out of spawn a little bit faster and try and set your position up a little bit easier. As we can see that Jaewu's actually on the sim for the TP, so they're going to combine both of them and wait. TM, they're committing to this. It's not Kiriko Lucio. It's Alari Juno. A lot of poke and a lot of burst healing onto TVNT.
Yeah, whoa, when it comes to go. Well, that's unfortunate. Both DPS dead already. VP. Astro. Surely he didn't get booped. It's like no one really to boop him unless Ice Name landed him.
No one got the credit as well. Yeah, if it was a boop, it would have the falling person icon.
I think Psycho, because Psycho dove in, I think there's a nice verified Overwatch League player spray Astro. I think Psycho jumped in, Astro just got jump scared a little bit. Not sure what happened, but it's all good, he's back.
I mean, TM winning that first fight as well, gonna have the distance to be able to play around with. Psycho has to open up the space, and TM just avoid it. I say that, not simple, loses the outburst and still gets chased down.
You cannot let that happen, man. You need Astro to heal you there. That pylon was very far forward too, so no chance to even heal Simple. Just the AFK healing. Ice dying in the front line is not a good look. He's now to need to heal up TVNT, and then you should be good to secure this fight. Psycho lands another kill. Nades are flying inbound from Kevster, but yeah, he has no longevity in this fight, so has to back off.
TVNT is just raid boss at the moment in this lobby with the amount of healing that Astro and Simple are giving him right now. So Kevster, the damage is good, but it's also consistent, not burst heavy unless he lands the nade or uses the ultimate, which means that TVNT just gets healed through the full clip of the rifle instead.
Oh, from Simple coming up. Captive Sun securing a kill on the bridge. Just wait for one bubble and then you should be good to go. Even better if you just wait for that Suzu to come out from Landon. Pulse bomb for Jwoo as well. Might be able to even force that one out by throwing a pulse in. A lot of ways to combo here for Twisted Minds, but finding the right one is normally quite tough. Pulse bomb goes out. Captive Sun as well connects, but unfortunately for Simple, the fight is just about done. Jwoo and TVNT dying early. Simple cannot land a shot on Kevster. Movement in the air too clean, and Virtus.pro win the fight.
Yeah, but they can't hold close, and they also can't allow TM to have first hit of ult because Astro is just going to send the team forward with the orbital ray, or potentially Quartz pops open the override protocol, and Twisted Minds just get full map space to be able to walk.
Like white room, little poke coming through, but yeah, it's going to be a main walkover. Easy place with the pylon as well on the corner, and orbital ray perfectly called there. Moxie. TVNT now can just walk on the point with basic immunity as they run on in. Sound Barrier comes in to try and save Ice, but there's too many players looking at him. A perfectly timed bubble as well to help heal. TVNT just doing so much heavy lifting right now on this Zarya. Quartz takes down Psycho in the end, as TVNT will get the assist on that, I would imagine, and the point gets flipped again. Twisted Mind. These fights so decisive and not exactly expensive. 2 ults used, but Quartz has got his ready to rip.
And I mean, he'll just go first, right? If they let Virtus.pro walk around bridge or through side room, Ice gets into a position, uses grab, Psycho gets to use Sundering Blade, and TM have no defense against it.
TP from Landon already. Grabs on Surge, comes out, but everybody's so vulnerable in this front line, they cannot collapse on this grab, Monty, because Quartz is high in the sky, just raining death from above like an AC-130. Twisted Minds at 90%. A pulse bomb on the ground now as Ice Gnome body fell over, and he was dead before the explosion even went off.
Kevster's
There's
on
one
the
player
Widow.
maybe to get back in time, maybe Fixer gets there, but there's no chance anymore. Can't even get across the bridge as Twisted Minds close out Elysian with a 2-0.
TM are a team that likes to determine the tempo of the aggression in the lobby, and they always dial it up to just 1,000 when they understand that they have the read of the ultimate economy. Like, knowing that Ice has the Graviton, but also that they did not have support ultimates, understanding if you let Virtus.pro commit past bridge, use the Graviton, there would be follow-up, and you would lose crucial players or potentially the point itself. So just ripping Quartz's living weapon with that Emre ultimate, mowing down the players, the Grav comes through because Ice like has no chance. You've got no choice. You know that's going to be your last good final fight for a regroup. You have to full send it and hope that you can find the clutch play, but there's just no follow-up. No one is close. Everyone's having to scatter away from that Emre ultimate, and Psycho tries to come through with the Sundering, but it's just not enough.
It's really not. It's such a tough spot. Like you said, someone has to almost be the hero in a way. They have to clutch up and go for a play, go for a pick, go for a kill. But it's like, how long can you survive against Quartz, who's popping the override, right? Almost 0% chance, because you're completely out in the open, and the only place to retreat to was the house, and you saw what happened. They get destroyed. As TVNT's like, I'm in the grab, guys, and then he just walks away, and he's got Bubble on him. It's like, okay, cool, man. Like,
He's got
we couldn't kill
Bubble,
him.
he's got Juno, and he has Ilari as well, and like that was one of the main problems that they ran into. Right? Because like for Virtus.pro, when you look at that backline and you go, okay, we have one-sided Kiriko, you should be winning one-sided Kitsune rushes. Problem for them is that the fights were so determined and happened so quickly, they didn't get to build up the rush to have the one-sided play of walking onto the point and forcing the flip. In that last fight, you're sitting at 71% to the rush, which would have been the main opening tool, but they had no opportunity to heal because everyone just died so quickly.
Twisted Minds up and map. It's looking good. It's looking confident, I think, from the entire team, and their, confidence in the fact that they can choose other things like this backline that you're not gonna have practice against the Ilari Juno. At least not that much. Runa Sapi is the next pick here. So we did already see that Brigitte ban. So I'm curious if we see VP pulling that one out.
Yeah, maybe VP wanted to ban the Juno.
Sure.
I could see, like, yeah, they do like playing the Juno, especially alongside the Mago. We saw it yesterday. But you can play Kiriko Lucio as your backline if you're worried that TM is going to pull that one out yet again. Because, like, as we saw, if it is the Zarya mirror and one team runs Kiriko Lucio and the other one has Juno, that's just so much healing consistently going on to TVNT that you're never going to be able to burn the Zarya down, which means that you're always running around with full Zarya charge. And they do actually go for the backline hit of the Kiriko Lucio, but they take out the Lucio as TM. Well, they'll remove the Mauga. We knew it was coming at some point in the series. Virtus.pro have been very open about how much they've been scrimming the Mauga and how much success they've had, forcing a lot of teams to have to pick up the tank very quickly. But this time, they won't have access to it. And with the Lucio removed, I feel like yet again, it's going to be either Juno Kiriko or Brig Juno.
Yeah, it's not exactly that. Well, it's a little bit of an open backline pool at the moment, but yeah, it's like, oh, you don't play Lucio? Okay, we play Brig. You know, it's a bit of a map. It's also a map where you can kind of flex on them a little bit. You could even run the Juno Alari again. I mean, the long straights for the Ari are really nice. Like, it is possible. I think Juno required, obviously, you need speed boost. In the year of 2026, someone, support, needs to have some sort of speed boost. A speed ring, amp it. It's not Overwatch unless it's going 200% speed. You know, you're 4X on YouTube, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to disengage, right? Things like the Vendetta just crashing into your whole team. Things like the Emre ultimate as well, Override Protocol. If you don't have Lucio to be able to amp out of that one, someone's getting caught before you can safely kite out.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah, we need another speed hero. We need another speed support, I think. we got to round out with a trio of supports. But here we go. We are going into Runasapi. Virtus.pro's pick, they choose to ban Lucio. Twisted Minds, they choose to ban the Mauga, which, as you rightly pointed out, we kind of expected. At some point, VP are going to pull it. However, another very good game type for the Mauga is actually the Flashpoint.
Yeah.
So if we ever end up going there, I'd imagine Virtus.pro are going to end up picking it up. We'll see what Twisted Minds want to do with their backline. Is Astro and Simple not afraid to mix things up?
Yeah, is it going to be the return of that Alari? It works so well, especially if you're going into like a Zarya mirror, or if you're worried about maybe Virtus.pro going the way of the Diva, being able to just have that chunk amount of burst heal. It is a risk, though, I will say, since Captive Sun does not hold the same power level as something like a Kitsune Rush, especially if you're going into the Kiriko mirror. Having Rush to be able to go toe-to-toe with the other team is very much important. Even if it's like not the Rush mirror in that fight, one-sided Rush to be able to guarantee that you find the flip fight. As it looks like we're seeing two different schools of thought. It's going to be Landon and Astro on that Juno, but Simple is going for the Kiriko, and Fixer has opted for the break. Both teams, though, running the Tracer. Psycho's going to have a little bit of an easier time hitting the backline. Joey's going to have to navigate around Fixer's peel.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly VP take these fights too. Tragically, if TBNT is going to be high charge, then Iso's not really going to stand a chance. You kind of have to ignore the Zarya, jump to the backline, which is exactly what he tried to do, but TBNT also kind of not going too aggressive to start off with, healing back slightly, making sure Astro and Simple are chilling.
I mean, the problem for Virtus.pro, though, is that its first fight, someone has to make a play for the bot, which eventually will force the Diva into having to contest the Zarya at max charge.
Simple's in trouble, and Simple just, okay, ends up just falling over. They end up trading for Kevster here, but at least Astro is on a high heal output support as well, so it's not the biggest loss in the world if Simple goes down here. Astro's just got a lot more weights to put on the barbell here.
I mean, Astro might actually be able to stay alive. Landon might not, as Joe is trying to take that Juno out of the play, but he's got control of the Mega Health pack. He's got the peel from the Diva as well, and he gets to stay alive.
Someone on my court right now. Okay, all good. Ends up forcing the recall there from Psycho. TBNT a decent amount of energy too. Very easy to kind of burn through the Brigitte, as both teams have just not managed to secure like an opening kill that results in much bot push at all. TVNT, you know, he's charging up his energy. He's getting there. He's about 50%. He's even got the grab. This is probably the... Actually, I'm going to be honest, one of the longest fights we've seen on Main of Rusabi in forever. Like, this is insane that no one's won this fight. I mean, eventually, Ice Gnome's going to have to go in there. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out in the end, but quickly, Jwoo deals with Psycho, taking to the skies as Quartz, but sniped by Ice Gnome. But TVNT again comes up with the goods. Ice being alive, though, is going to be a big thorn on the side. Twisted Minds taking out the Zebras, no mean feat. And he has got the self-destruct too. Decides not to opt for it, though, as the man advantage is firmly in Twisted Minds' favor as he goes for a reset.
Yeah, I mean, Simple will have the rush as well. Like, Landon tries to use the Juno ultimate to swing the fight there for Virtus.pro in the face of Quartz with the Emeries, but TVNT fully high charge just melts so many people so quickly, and with TM having both support ultimates up for this next fight, you have to feel like they'll have an advantage unless Virtus.pro can find an early pickoff, but they don't have something like Pulse Bomb to be able to secure it.
Slowly. By Psycho. Gonna let out that orbital ray. Keps having to play safer than he wanted to ideally here. He ends up launching a couple of right clicks in, but it's Quartz that picks up the kill onto Landon. Good rally from Fix for those sustaining the fight, but Brigitte rally with Inspire. That's a lot of healing, but you need a little bit more than that. Good stick from Jwoo, who's gonna almost instantly demech Ice again after that self-destruct. And Jwoo is just solo carrying on this point. Twisted Minds saved by their Tracer player.
Yeah, I mean, this is likely going to be first checkpoint picked up as well for side of TM. They're going to be able to get those closer respawns. Psycho close to a Pulse Bomb, but you're going to have to navigate both the Zarya bubbles as well as the Kiriko Suzu. And there we go. TM gets the checkpoint. Now that guarantees, even if they lose the next fight, they'll be able to respawn and take a second before they have to worry about fighting on those open straights.
He's so good. Jwoo is a beast. He's going to try and check Psycho here. On the side. Quartz on, like, it's like a head glitch angle. My god, I can't imagine you seeing too much of him there as he rains fire upon you. Psycho forced to recall already, and once again, Quartz opens up a kill onto Landon. Virtus.pro lose back. This is all falling apart quicker than Virtus.pro can put it back together.
Yeah, I mean, TM don't even fight on corner. They don't want to fight on corner. They want to fight on those longer angles so that Quartz is able to just whammy the damage in with that rifle and set up for these early eliminations, which means that they're winning these fights cheaply. Like, it's not coming at the cost of ultimates. Virtus.pro as well not being able to build ultimates up to try to swing the next one. Like, Override Protocol is going to be up for Quartz, and this time, Landon doesn't have Juno ultimate to stop it.
Quartz is going to carry on that tempo. You mentioned it in map number 1. They know when they have the tempo. Well, they got it right now, and they're going to push BP to the limit. Almost 100 meters, by the way.
Yeah.
Avril Theorem coming up in about 8 of them. 2.9 to, yeah, over 100. This is Avril Theorem locked in.
I mean, this is Twisted Minds potentially locked in for a full push too. Grab, Pulse Bomb, Big Bang combo. Virtus.pro, they've swapped Ice up with the Diva. No defense matrix to stop it.
Psycho just cannot stick to this backline either. Being forced to recall super early, has Pulse Bomb in enemy territory. Jwoo, on the other hand, still ready to test them. Ice is going pretty low. Rush, Ray. What more could you really need to win this fight? Graviton Surge on top as well. Ice is going dangerously low. Oh, Landon just jumps in with Ice, trying to hug him as he perishes. Kevster at least kills 2, but Jwoo Simple make it hurt. It's Quartz and Jwoo pushing the bot. They got 129 meters. They're going to get a couple extra maybe, but Virtus.pro are in dire straits right now. 4 minutes left, but over 116 meters to carry.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've got the opener for this next fight advantage, right? They might be able to catch Simple hit. No, he's just able to scrape away from going down, but Fixer can start things off with the rally, then you'll have the Graviton for the later fight.
Jwoo's got another kill. He just runs in. Oh, don't mind me. Just one, clip in one of the very best to ever do it. Quartz gets another. There's a rally going on from Fixer, sure, but it's all good. Landon, oh, see you later, son. This is Twisted Minds full capping, right? I mean,
yeah.
Chat, you with me? They're full capping.
This has to be. Quartz is going to open up with Emery ultimate, and Fixer just burned the rally. Like, at this point, Ice is just going to solo grab him. That's the only play that you have.
Trying to make a desperate play out of this window to find a semblance of something on this point. They're going to be able to reset on checkpoint here, Moxie, but actually pushing it to the mid is going to be tough.
Okay, there's the Emery ultimate. Now, does Ice commit the grab, or do VP just try to run and survive? Looks like the call is there to kite, but that Zarya bubble is gone.
No bubbles. Quartz is calling that. Ice got no bubbles. Still with the grab. Pistol comes out. He gets healed up. And now Landon. Yeah, buddy. No chance. Absolutely none. This is over. 3 minutes to go as Twisted Minds just run it down. I said I was going to crash out if this is a 3-0, and I might be crashing out live on stream.
I mean,
Virtus.pro still have a chance, though. They've got a grab. They've got a pulse. They've got the bigger bang combo.
Double support ult, though. And even if they land the grab, like, Simple just Suzu's the stick of the pulse.
Here we go. Joey's got a pulse bomb. Bubble forced already. Even Ketchta going dangerously low. Pulse bomb still. Joey's not got a recall, by the way. He's just running in. Nice little Suzu there. Ends up just saving him from that pulse bomb. Quartz finds another. That Graviton Surge VP, that looks great. We got a Rush and a Suzu and everything else. And we've even got, guess what? A Ray to come out from the spawn. It's a full cap from Twisted Minds. Virtus.pro with 2.9 meters in the bank. That's all you can muster here for the number 2 seed in EMEA. 2.9 meters. Your world champions TM schooling VP on Runasapi.
EMEA is a top-heavy region. Oh my goodness. I mean, it feels like TM just read VP perfectly. Taking out the Mauga after the Lucio, getting to play the tempo of the Juno Kiriko. Like, they tried. VP tried to go with the Brigitte to be able to peel the Tracer and, like, the D.Va as well. But the D.Va just got popped out of mech so frequently. You didn't even get to use Defense Matrix to have advantage against the Emery ultimates. And VP just lost out on the tempo. Like, the fights that they should have been able to sit in, farm ultimates, and move forward with, they lost because they just lost someone so early to JWoo and Quartz coming through with an elimination out of nowhere. We were spectating, we were like, okay, it's gonna be a rally. Fix's rally was sounding off on a different part of the map, and the kill feed was just lighting up with JWoo and Quartz's eliminations. Like, what?
JWoo only dying one time there. I think it was a 20-1. Not leading the server in damage, of course, but that's not Tracer's role. It's not to lead in damage. It's to get some one clips, get some nice sticks as well. Like, they look really good. They look like they've not... Like, feels like yesterday that they stepped off the stage from a grand finals win, and they just played this one. It's like, okay, a little warm-up game for us. This gap that I talked about yesterday with Virtus.pro and TM, or well, TM and then VP, and then the tier break. That tier break, Moxie, I think it's going between them if this continues here. VP now need a complete reverse sweep.
Suravasa. I think it's Suravasa time. Like, TM, they used that Mauga ban already on Runasapi, so now take us a flashpoint, now go Suravasa, and go for the Mauga composition. But what? Gibraltar?
I like this.
I mean, there's no way you're playing the Mauga on Gibraltar, right? This is dive. This is just going to be a dive mirror.
Dive, dive, dive. Yep. A lot more D.Va, a lot less Zarya too. All right. What a VP ban here, though, Moxie, for a dive map?
That is the question, because, like, they've wanted to keep going for the Brigitte. They've really preferred the Brigitte, and if, like, D.Va is going to be in the lobby, then Brig finds a lot more value. So if you get initial ban, maybe you go for a support just to be able to protect that one.
I like it.
Although TM, no, TM used that break ban. They used it on Control.
Oh, VP. Okay, so they banned D.Va on the dive map.
Are we going Winston?
You want to play some main tank? TM end up banning this Kiriko. Now, Moxie, I do want to throw this into the void, or throw this out there. TM can play sim. They can play a sim comp where you just kind of ignore the entire topology of the map and just TP around everywhere and just break the flow of the game. So that is also very possible, where you can use sim here to break high ground. We'll see how they respond, but yeah, initially it's kind of like, okay, are we playing a little? Are we bringing it back? Like, are we bringing some old school main tank vibes?
We're going like
kind of
Winston, Brig, Anna? Because if Kiriko's banned, that means you can't play Kiriko Lucio dive. So if you want to play main tank dive, then you would play Anna Brig.
They might just be cooking. Wait a second, you might just be cooking with this one. Anna Brig, Winston, Tracer, Genji. Nah, it's probably not going to be
No,
Genji.
it
But
would probably be
yeah,
like Emre, right? So that you
Emre,
just
right.
have your Emre steered all the way back. You play for those long line of sights. Your dive goes in. Your Winston goes in, takes as much damage as possible, creates the space for your Emre to work, gets out, funnels his broken health bar over to the Ana to build Nano, and then you win your Nano boost fight.
Right. All right.
This is like literally the old school dive variant.
I like it. I like it. We've had some flavors on this map. Let's just say that. And a little Doomfist, little ball. Virtus.pro. And I'd say, like, you know, what is Smash cooking behind the scenes here for VP?
They kept
Smash
this hidden
taking
too.
his
Wait,
earrings?
no, has it?
This makes a little... Okay, yeah. I mean, if you want pseudo dive, not pure, then Hazard makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say Hazard has more stability in this current meta than Winston as well, because he can actually keep up with the pace of the movement. TM going to be starting off on that.
I was hopeful. I was daydreaming slightly there that we'd see an Ana Winston map on Gibraltar, but yeah,
Well,
I agree.
We
I
still
think
have the Ana, but it's going to be with the Juno variant instead of the break, so that you have the speedering to be able to get your Ana out from the original dive hit.
sometimes life is but a dream.
Fleeting, potentially like this
Winston?
series.
One day they'll buff Winston to enormous proportions, and we'll see a permanent Winston meta one day. One day.
Just give him permanent primal.
Oh my. Huge wave returns, just primal blading everybody. Let's go. Returns to be more into the very best. Although, I'm going to say he's still one of the very best. Little Hazard gameplay though. Can't say no to this. Ana on the high ground too. Very hard to assail here as well if you're ice. And realistically, Twisted Minds, they're not even going to let them go through car wash. They want Simple to get maximum value here on this Ana. Just raining nades down from above.
No Kiriko too, which means no Suzu for the nade. If Simple lands it, that anti will be able to stick, as Virtus.pro slowly trying to push the car through car wash, and we have a little bit of a pause. As it's an interesting one. That like VP, they kept this very, very quiet. I do appreciate that they hid the strategy, right? They've shown so many different compositions, they have not shown the Hazard so far. So they're trying to catch Twisted Minds a little bit by surprise, and now we get to see how fast a TM able to adapt.
Okay. Well, yeah, unfortunately, we just jump into a brief pause. I'll get you a reason in just a moment. But yeah, we should be back into the game in a moment. Last pause wasn't too long, so, you know, I'm assuming this one's not going to be that long either. Yeah, the Hazard, extremely good at kind of bullying, kind of like a Winston kind of comp. So it makes a lot of sense why both teams are mirroring. Curious how this Ana is going to play out here. Ideally, you don't let them kind of exit the car wash, and you just have the Ana permanently on blue box or permanently on this high ground. All right, we're back in. Fixer was actually, ironically, fixing something on his setup. So yeah, we are back. Should be all good to go. No more pauses. Few nades landing in blue box though, and that is a beautiful wall. And this is the danger of diving this Ana comp. As soon as you get in with the Hazard, sleep, nade, wall, like yeah, everything thrown here.
No chance to get out as well. Like that wall perfectly blocked line of sight. The nade meant even if there was a gap, you're not going to be able to get any healing done. And the moment you lose the tank, you're going to be able to lose that fight. Psycho could go for a play of just winning the Tracer 1 versus 1 below, since you have the break to be able to aid. But it looks at the moment like they're still just trying to push up this high ground.
End up missing the sleep there on Ice Gnome, who's flying through the skies. Nade though connecting with Fixer. He's got shields for an added layer of defense for him, but now Simple just rotates the high ground. All good, not a problem. And you're sitting up here with Quartz as well. Although, saying that, Kevster with some nasty shots, actually. He's going to force Quartz and Simple back. Basically 2v1ing from across map here.
I mean, there's less cover, right? So when Simple peaks, he is going to be out in the open against Kevster, so it falls to TVNT to occupy him.
Run, my boy. Well, there's the ultimate game ripped by Kevster already. Blue box control, but Quartz from lower. Oh, and the Nano is just dead. Disgusting work. This rifle here coming through from Quartz, not standing up to this test though. This orbital ray with Ice just standing in front of him. A double kill for the Hazard. Make that a triple as Jay Woot pinned to the wall like a little pin in the pincushion. Unfortunately, for Twisted Minds, because Simple died so late, the chance of a recontest here is going to be rather dicey. Astro's going to come around the corner here, but they got to get through this wall, and it looks like they're not going to be able to touch.
Oh, nope. That is checkpoint picked up. I mean, Simple at least trade Psycho, but for TM, Virtus.pro will be able to get that checkpoint, and now it becomes a case of disengaging. But that means that they give up high ground control too to the attacking team, so Virtus.pro now have snowball positions.
Yeah, really value trade coming up big time for VP. But quick enough though, Twisted Minds are back in spaceship already. Wall's going to be kind of annoying, but here comes the override. Downpour. Oh, it's going to connect, and Kevster is actually going to be the first to fall. Another fantastic nade from Simple. I was watching the health bars there real quick as Psycho got lit up and then just shot in the body. High ground control is going to be super nice for Quartz. He's got a little bit of a firing line and can just kind of jump away as they try and get to this high ground.
I mean, I like the attempt coming on through from Ice using the downpour against Quartz mid-ult so that he can't just use the verticality of the Emery mid-fly, but unfortunately for VP, no one else is within line of sight to be able to contribute damage, and he wins the 1 versus 1 with the lifesteal from the pistol. And now, yet again, VP, they're forced to just trying to go for the objective, forcing TM into the brawl, but TM more than happy to keep pace with that because they have Juno ult advantage.
Nano's getting built real quick as well. Should be a Nano off of just healing TVNT almost. Oh, well. Just jumped over the nade. Just Nano things, I suppose. All right, Jaywu sends out a pulse. No connection there. Not even a lick of damage, but TVNT still controlling this high ground. Slowly but surely, VP are moving here, Moxie, but it has been a slugfest so far. Astro, Orbital Ray, straight into the Mega Room, and Ice has been isolated.
Yeah, he got slapped and naded in the center of Astro's ult. There's no way that you're keeping your house up. VP, they're still committing to the fight. Kevster uses ult, like it forces Simple out of line of sight of a nano target at least, and VP are getting pushed, but like you lose the fight afterwards.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at all. Kevster also died. Saw an opening maybe where Simple was in that Mega Room kind of, you know, fleeting around. So it was Quartz, but you can't
How do you break this next fight? Like, you don't have the Emerald to force TM to have to respect your capabilities and kill potential. Like, look at how close TM are now holding.
Really love to see it. You can hold this close too with almost immunity. You got a Nano. Simple can just throw it out onto TVNT. You can just one-shot somebody, and Landon gets antied, and Landon goes down to Jaywu. Perfect synergy from Simple and Jaywu right now. The nades land, and Jaywu is hot on them.
This is as well where Virtus.pro banning that D.Va is working against them. If you wanted to run dive, but you ran into this Ana, defense matrix against the nades and the sleep dots, but VP themselves removed it.
Well, downpour's available from TVNT. Still got that Nano. They're chilling with it.
It's just gonna go on Quartz, right?
Yeah.
No, onto TVNT.
Yeah, Landon goes down. Simple at least traded, but the Nano's already been used. So, hey, Simple, your job's done, my friend. Well, there's a little spike guard action there real quick as Kevster's found himself on the wrong side of the map right now, but should have enough damage to actually sustain them through. But, oh, Fixer goes down. Jaywu with a pulse onto the rallying brig and then kills Kevster too. Virtus.pro, they're going to have to rally the crewmates here, steady the ship, right the sails, because Twisted Minds, they're just walking this one. There's 20 seconds to go as Virtus.pro. They got one ult to their name, and Jaywu is still killing.
Yeah, I mean, they might have one ult, but they might not have the Juno alive to use it if Jaywu has anything to say about it. Like, Landon's going to have to use the ult on the objective in overtime, but TM downpour, override protocol combo.
Oh, the downpour's so good as well. Kev's to hit like an absolute truck. 3 people descend on top of him, and that is all over. Virtus.pro get hit with a downpour like it was a crashing wave in a storm.
It was a piano.
Overtime ticks through, and that is it. There was no chance for Kevster to stay alive in that fight, and Twisted Minds are going to hold them on second. Moxie, this might actually be a 3-0 here.
Yeah.
Gibraltar, very defendable on first. But the idea is that Twisted Mind came into this with the Ana and TVNT as well, looking very solid on the hazard. Something that has not been played too much this meta is just so good for them. Numbers going up.
I mean,
one
my
death on
question,
Jaywu, by the way. Just put that out there. 13
my question, if we get to interview them, for sure, is did you plan the Ana? Or is that something that you decided to put into play when you saw VP ban the D.Va? Because, like, the Ana versus the Hazard is such an easier matchup for the Ana to be able to get the value. Like, Hazard is just a hitbox, and he has nothing to be able to mitigate the sleep dot connection. So, like, the sleep hits, the anti-nade hits, and boom, you're looking at a dead tank. And Simple and Jwoo, they're doing such a good job of Jwoo just closing up the distance the moment Simple gets an accuracy check on a nade. Jwoo is off to the races, tracking down who it is.
Love the honor on this map. And you're not going to change it here either, right?
No.
Especially on the defense where especially on the offense where the defensive team has to overextend to try and punish the Ana. Now it's simple as like, I sit back with my sniper and shoot with my rifle. Like, that is it, right? I mean, there's not really much else Simple has to worry about.
Yeah, and they have so much more sustain.
Unfortunately.
As well, right, is the thing when you weigh up how long their dive can sustain in comparison to the Juno Brig. Juno Brig, great for speed, great for peel with things like the Brig Whip Bash. But the Ana with that sustain and the engagement option, like we've all been there, it was a classic of dive for a reason because it paired so well with Winston. Ana would go for the nade engagement, Winston would jump on top of the person who was purple, and boom, you would be down someone even if you tried to peel. They're literally just applying what was meta previously with different heroes to the new meta with the latest heroes.
Yeah, nothing has changed. The gameplay loop there has not changed. Just the little characters have changed. That is really about it. Yeah, another brief pause. Should get into it. It's all good. We're at the start of the round, so there's no like action going on. Okay, just getting word. VP had a chair issue of all things. Bro just had it too low or something. I'm not sure. Like, you gotta ride it? I'm not sure. VP, get your chairs together. Come on.
Okay, here we go. Wow, that was petty. Coming on through from ice. Just jagged wall on the opening upper spawn door so that TM lose a little bit of opportunity to try and take that high ground mirror match.
Wow, that didn't hit ice. Got geometried, I guess. Unlucky. I like it. Almost hit the hazard.
So if you're TM though, like you're happy just waiting for Virtus.pro to have to come to you because as we already discussed, the Ana can sustain these fights far longer and Ice already got hit by a sleep dart.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, right? Because like Fixer needs to hit whip shots, needs to like hit somebody to trigger the Inspire where like Simple's like, I can heal, but then I'm also kind of shooting people on blue box as well from range.
Yeah, and then if the Brig's having to peel the dive, the Brig's not on point, which means that it's already almost past car wash.
Yep, and Simple just moves up. There's blue box, ready to nade too. If TVNT hits a wall there on ice, that's an easy nade. Looks like he's gonna now just move next to Quartz and just continue to pressure the point.
They're moving into server room, so they have a little bit of a bunker against this dive, a little bit harder for TVNT to find that opening. But like, if it's Twisted Minds, you know that you win the nano engagement, so you've got a win condition no matter what.
Yep, Simple looking for another nade. It's a good one too. Kev and Landon glowing a bright purple right now. No follow-up though. TVNT preoccupied with the ice on the point. They're going to force server though as Kevster falls. That spike guard ripping through him like a hot knife through butter. Funny Astro, downpoured, is going to die, you'd think. Yep, as Ice kills two. Funny Astro and Simple soloed by Ice. Jwoo got one, sure. Hit the recall. Surely doesn't get the Brig. No, Ice comes up with 3 or 4 kills in that fight there as VP luckily landed team kill.
Yeah, it's a big downpour from Ice, and then Landon actually is able to use the Juno's blasters as well as her range to be able to find the elimination onto Simple, and then afterwards Astro goes down as well. But like, if you're Twisted Minds, you're one fight away from being able to pick up this checkpoint, and you have the ultimates to be able to do it, but that's a huge play from Psycho. Simple removed from the fight, TM not going to commit to this. Now for VP, it's by getting staggers.
Not sure they're going to be able to get any. Twisted Minds sitting on 5 ults right now. It was just like a classic nano TVNT in. Or, hear me out, we just nano Quartz and he one-shots people.
I mean, you could just nano Jwoo as well, to be entirely
he will
honest
also
with what he's been
people.
doing.
Yep. Facts. She might be spit. Hang on, we'll see what happens. Well, there's the ult. Override Protocol popped from Quartz. She's going to slowly tease out the ultimates of Virtus.pro here. Pull those threads, see if they can grab anything from VP. Another Override Protocol coming in, but Fixer had no idea who's behind him. And Quartz just runs down Kev's to middle. Pop the nano on Quartz. Guy is immortal. A demon. An absolute demon. Orbital Ray from Landon. And guess who's still there? Quartz. Whips out the pistol. Hits the nade, actually, on Psycho. Psycho eventually healed up by the Orbital Ray. But the rest of his teammates are in smithereens. Plastered all over the floor. 3 minutes to go now for Twisted Minds to complete this checkpoint.
Yeah, TVNT just takes all of the momentum of Landon's ult with the downpour, which means that TM can shoot the stock players, and Orbital Ray has no chance of swinging that fight. Funny Astro will have Orbital Ray himself, as well as we can see VP trying to take that high ground approach. Sleep that does whip, so Simple could potentially be vulnerable here, something that Virtus.pro know.
How is he alive up here? Oh, I have no idea. Funny Astro ends up popping the raid to help kind of pressure in VP. VP do respond with a rally, a nice little stun there, trying to clear off this high ground. Payload does eventually stop moving, but Ice got absolutely destroyed. Might as well have taken his hand off the keyboard there because he couldn't do anything. Sleep, nade, pulse bomb, Jwoo clipping him in the head. Luckily, though, on the other side of things, Psycho finds Simple with a pulse. TVNT is going to be able to hold some space here up on this high ground, but without Simple, this longevity here from TVNT is going to get cut in half.
Oh no, the point though, Jwoo wins the Tracer 1 versus 1, which means that that payload is going to be much more vulnerable for Virtus.pro to have to hold.
They're chilling. Moxie, they're straight chilling right now. Simple's got this nano boost in at 25%. They're pushing the point. You gotta touch. Jwoo finds yet another kill. I don't care what you say. Give this boy MVP already off the stage. Quartz goes down to Kev's to shore, but the fight on the point is what's important. And they don't even touch. Virtus.pro get off for a brief moment, and no one is there to get a retouch to contest. Twisted Minds in a shutout. Just slaughter VP. They've not dropped a single series, and they've not dropped a single map this entire stage. A golden stage for them as playoffs rears its head around the corner, but the chat was probably right about it. The predictions were going their way, and they probably still will. An unbelievable show of dominance from TM.
I mean, Jwoo was just the star of the hour, right? So many opportunities that Tracer was able to create. The Ana as well, like I said, I really want to ask TM how much planning they'd put into having that Ana, or if it was a spur-of-the-moment realization of what both the Kiriko and the Diva being out of the way meant, that those nades would always be able to find a target, would always give you a win in one of these fights to look for those trades and sustain your dive far better than your opponent. Because, like, Simple went down in that last fight, but the moment Jwoo was able to find the trade against Psycho, Virtus.pro, one of their players other than the Tracer, has to be on the point to be able to contest it, and that leaves the rest of the team vulnerable.
I can't believe it was 3-0. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be a 3-1, 3-2 type vibe. This was TM rolling over VP. And don't forget, if that action were kind of took over your brain there for a second on watch point, they full capped Runa Sapi.
Yeah.
Like, that is insane against Europe's number 2 seed in VP. Ash, I said I was going to freak. I'm going to hold it in. There is going to be a break, and I'll do it during that.
You can freak on camera. We're totally cool with it. We back you up here. But
Content.
I think that it is content. Unfortunately, we didn't get as much content as we were hoping to get in this Twisted Minds versus Virtus.pro matchup. I think we were hoping that it was going to be a lot closer, but like you guys were just saying, Twisted Minds really asserting their dominance here. It was kind of crazy to think that Jwoo only died 5 times throughout this entire series, and Moxie,
that's crazy.
It's wild. And Moxie, I'm kind of curious to think, like, you guys are talking a little bit about like the differences in the support choices that we just saw on Gibraltar. Do you feel like Virtus.pro were maybe thinking too much about, you know, Jwoo being on that flank and being a menace to the backline, going for that brig instead of the Ana that would have given them a bit more engage opportunity?
I mean, like, yeah, a lot of the times if you have a Tracer on the other side who's doing really, really well, like, the instant heal turn is just going to be playing that Brigida, trying to make the Tracer have a little bit of pause, being able to go for the Juno. But as we saw from Jwoo, he is more than happy of just changing his position and the opponent that he looks to jump onto, because a lot of the time, especially on that last map for Gibraltar, he wasn't going for the Juno. He was going for whoever got hit by the anti, or he was trying to take the Tracer 1 versus 1 against Psycho, so that when the fight was happening on the high ground away from the objective itself, TM, even if they lost players, would still make objective space and could just play for one ult fight win to clear those checkpoints.
Ooh, man, Jack, I just...
Yep.
One,
Ask me what you
great
want,
breakdown from Moxie there, but two, I think I'm still stun-locked at how fast this series passed us by. I think that, how are you thinking when it comes down to that tier break now? Because it's Twisted Minds, they made a statement. How big is the gap looking?
Yeah, I mean, big, which is crazy. I think what's crazier is that Alcad was a closer game. That series being closer, and we're like, wow, they were kind of taking it to him. Okay, hang on a second here. There's a chance Alcad actually end up pulling out a win. Still, the feeling was TM were going to win that series, but this is not a VP I was expecting today. I'm curious how the playoffs is going to play out for them. Smash is going to be doing a whole lot of overview, and that's for sure, in this series, because TM didn't really show any weaknesses, in my opinion. There was very little chance that they gave VP to actually come into the game, and Moxie pointed out in map 1, they got tempo real quick, which is great in Overwatch. Maintaining the tempo is a very different thing, and they were able to do that and then extend that. They were like 2x in, and then they were 2.5x in, then 3x in, and then they were just zipping through it like an audiobook you don't want to listen to. Like, it was ridiculous.
It is crazy. Like, the tempo control there for Twisted Minds is absolutely wild. I think heading into playoffs now, Moxie, what do you feel like these teams in EMEA need to figure out to wrestle that tempo control away and out of Twisted Minds' hands?
Ban line. I think, like, honestly, looking at just the overall performance for a lot of the EMEA teams and also from all of the other international teams as well, bans really are impactful, because, like, we saw from TM, the Ana had all of that value and 0 counterplay. The only way you would be able to stop those anti-nades was if it connected onto something like a break shield, and that's not going to happen as frequently as you would want it. Like, TM, they read VP perfectly. The Mauga ban on Rona Sapi, and then the Kiriko ban after the Diva initial ban coming on through from Virtus.pro side. Still don't really know why Virtus.pro decided to move away from somewhere like Suravasa as well, because, like, they would have had the Mauga open. That was what we were sort of thinking about. That's where they've looked the strongest with their composition. So yeah, definitely look at the ban draft.
Well, big tips here, everybody listening in, to keep in mind here for playoffs, and I think that it will definitely be really important. Taking a look at our standings now, Jack, Twisted Minds, they've solidified themselves top dogs. They get their pick of the litter when it comes to who they're going to be facing up against in playoffs, who they want to be playing up against, and then we also still have our matches later today as well to determine whether it will be DK or anyone's legend taking that last spot. Overall, though, now hearing a little bit about, like, what Moxie had said, I'm also curious to get your thoughts, Jaws, on what, I guess, what you want to see, like, Virtus.pro really working on heading into the playoff stage.
It's hard because I think from that series, I kind of mentioned it already, like, you know, Smash, the guys kind of VOD reviewing, but it's hard to VOD review those games where it's like, we kind of just got run over. It's tough. I think VP is definitely still solidly second place right now for EMEA, which, to be fair, it's not the worst place to be. If you're like third, fourth, you're like, okay, we're kind of struggling here. We need to at least make it to a LAN. I think with Virtus.pro's kind of look into the future, there is going to be a brand new patch coming up as well in a few weeks. Like, maybe that kind of tips the scales, but at the same time, you're facing off against the world champs now. Like, you can't walk away from this being like too upset, maybe a little bit, but to the point where, you know, kind of raging out, probably not. It was always going to be a tough game. It was just a lot less close than we expected.
Yeah, I think, like, for Virtus.pro, the biggest takeaway is probably going back to Runosapi and just working out how you've lost so many people so early on. Like, the fact that Jwoo and Quartz were able to do as much as they did, that means that the Tracer was obviously not being marked as much as they should be, right? So then you have to go back, you have to go look at your comms, you have to look at your positioning. Maybe you were wanting to go for a really aggressive play, but the Tracer slipped through the cracks and punishes you for being too overextended.
Nonetheless, though, Virtus.pro, despite the results of this matchup, are still our second seed here within EMEA Twisted Minds. I can't wait to see what they're going to pull out in playoffs because, again, it just seems like their ceiling is never ending at times. Now, before we head into our next matchup between GK and Anyone's Legend to determine who will be taking this final playoff spot here for EMEA, we want to remind you guys how exciting competitive Overwatch is. And with the OWCS qualifiers, they're powered through and through by our Faceit Leagues. Both Anyone's Legends and Geeky that we're about to see coming in next grinded all the way up from the Faceit Open qualifiers, and now one of them will be making it to that playoff spot. Maybe one day you guys can make it too. Moxie, again, I think that these Faceit League opportunities are so important, not just for teams trying to grind up and get into OWCS through promo relegation, but it's also a really big training ground for these players and an opportunity for new talents to be discovered.
Yeah, we're always looking for fresh talent, right? Especially when we see new metas come through, when new heroes get released, you can potentially be one of the best at picking something up that's entirely new to the game and therefore getting to change the whole meta.
Definitely exciting. So if you guys are looking to prove yourselves with competitive experience, you guys definitely want to join the Faceit League Season 9. Registration is open at fce.gg/Faceit League. You guys definitely want to check that out during your break and sign up before registration closes. So coming up next, Geeky versus Anyone's Legend. Who's going to take that last spot? Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Project Log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut I klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cut are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. We've got our last EMEA matchup taking place now for the final spot of playoffs. I think it's going to be an intense one between Anyone's Legend and GK Esports. Overall, Jack, what are your initial impressions on Anyone's Legend? Things have been changing for them week for week. We've got a Maimon who's playing against his former org in GK here as well. They've got a lot riding on this, and talking to AMDP yesterday, they still seem cool, calm, and collected despite the stakes.
Yeah, they need to win here today, and they need to continue that mindset into today's game. It's been interesting to see this team kind of evolve. We've seen Tama play a lot during the stage, and on the Winston. Winston's just not a good hero right now, and they've just not found success at all because they didn't take a map till yesterday, and then they took a series, which perfect. It was a map 5. It was close versus Peps. I think in general, what they did really well was just have Kai on Sojourn. He absolutely destroyed. It was very scary. Got to bring that same level of energy today. Just whack him on the Soj. They can only be banned at once. So yeah, that is your key to success here if you're Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, he was definitely an absolute menace in yesterday's matchup. I know Moxie was crashing out at the lack of Sojourn fan that came out yesterday as well. But aside from Kai here, Jaws, I want to get your take on what else you want to see from Anyone's Legend and how close you think this matchup really is going to be up against GK.
Man, it's tough. I think I would kind of stick with my prediction from before. Like, I do think GK is going to take them in this series. I think if Kai just has kind of a life game, AMDP also needs to kind of stand up here too. Hasn't had a ton of time with the team in terms of like officials because Thomas has been playing most, so yeah.
They've got a tough opponent that they're going up against, though, within GK Esports. Moxie, their season has been a little bit of a roller coaster ride overall. They need to lock in today to secure this last spot. Do you feel like there have been any crazy surprises that this team has been bringing to the stage? I also think that this backline within Finn and Haku is a hard backline to be going up against for Anyone's Legend too.
Yeah, I mean, Finn definitely has been a major standout. Haku, when he gets to play that Lucio as well, has been looking really, really good. Alfie, always great to get to see him on the Pharah, as well as Labda getting to play the Sojourn. So potentially we have the Labda versus Kai in terms of the Sojourn off. But I think, like, honestly, where this team has been able to come together and look at its strongest is in those moments of just stress and pressure. Like yesterday, the fact that they were able to pull the map against Virtus.pro when we saw the full hold into the fuller hold is like absolutely insane. And this moment here, I said on the broadcast, I theorized that we would see Ziad's health bar at below 50. I was correct. It was free. It was free HP. One of the lowest amounts of health that we've got to see was 125 when he gets out of the Graviton. Goes down to 19. He gets to self-bubble. He gets a little bit of healing. It tanks to free. He hides behind the car for the extra layer of cover. Sidesteps Psycho's overhead strike on the Vendetta. And then his Kiriko swift steps in front of him to body blocks so that he's able to survive longer. Those moments, those like pixel perfect plays where the team is just fully united in being able to pull that one off, that's where this team come alive, which means that in the pressure, like the stress and pressure of this situation that they're finding themselves in, I think they're going to do really well. I don't think they're going to crumble.
The synergy is insane in those moments, that's for certain. Let's talk about these predictions for this final playoff spot matchup. Though I had to go with GK on this. I feel like this roster has looked a lot more consistent. And although I do believe in the swaps coming in for AMDP as opposed to Tama being able to be a bit more flexible and comfortable on the Zarya and the Mauga picks for Anyone's Legend, you got Labda on the side of GK Esports. Like, this is another Sojourn player, Emery player that's going to be able to melt that tank, Jaws.
It's Finn, baby. Finn all the way. We're going GK 100%. I think, yeah, I've harped on it enough. They're going to win here. I think they're the top 4 team. Yeah, for sure. That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm GK too. I think, like, personally, Kai Sojourn might find value, but at the same time, it also relies on GK fielding the Mauga. So if they stay away from that one, the Sojourn has a little bit less bite to her bark.
Well, I'm so excited to find out who's going to be taking this final playoff spot here for EMEA, Anyone's Legend versus GK Esports.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. Of course, you can't forget my favorite Lucio player as well, Alpha Yi, for those who know. Let's have a look where we're going first. It's going to be a Brig ban and a Diva ban. Brig ban for GK, Diva ban for Anyone's Legend. What are you making of this, Moxie?
I mean, Brig being the first ban kind of feels like we're just protecting the Kiriko Lucio so that it can't get targeted out, and then we're going to see that Diva ban come through, which is going to force potentially, well, likely the Zarya. Maybe we get a little bit of the Mauga, but into places like Control Center, the Zarya is just such a staple to go and pair with the Vendetta that both of these teams have been playing with. So we're likely going to be getting Emery versus Emery and Vendetta versus Vendetta, although Pharah up in the air for both of these teams as an option as well.
Yeah, it was banned out in the previous series, so yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see my moan on it. Very proficient. How much Mauga actually do you think we're going to see in this series here? Seems a lot more prevalent compared to the previous one.
It comes at running it with a risk, right? You'll be able to steamroll over the Zarya since the Diva can't be there in play, so no defense matrixing things like the Fire, but also the self-sustain from the Mauga. Back when Mauga was the OG meta, it was Orisa actually that a lot of teams turned to because she could just stop the critical hits coming on through, and Diva is very, very similar in that vein of play. So we're actually seeing Anyone's Legend roll AMDP out on the Mauga, which means that Ziad's Bubble's going to have a lot less value.
Wow, straight to the point for Anyone's Legend, by the way. Oh, Alfie booped Kai. Well, straight to the point is great, but yeah, environmentals, they're going to happen. Alpha Yi taking care of one already, and my Moan in a little bit of trouble too. Alpha Yi, by the way, is definitely going to have a little bit more like comfortability on this pick too. Being able to be bubbled in the sky is going to be quite nice, and also bubbled during the ult. TK walko for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and I mean, now does the Mauga even get the opportunity to get close enough to be able to engage him with the overrun, right? Because you're playing up against a Pharah and an Emery, who are not going to be good targets for the Mauga to get on top of. If you try to run onto the back line, Finn's just going to Suzu or Swift Step out of it.
Let's have a look at their approach. Looks like a bit of high ground here. Ideally, Kai puts Alfie in a position where he has to back off, and then they go for the drop, but it looks like just an honorable Pharah duel on the point. You can't say no to this. Alfie actually loses it as my Moan pressures. Anyone's Legend now, 4 players rushing a main down of all things as the charge comes in from AMDP to now fight on the point.
I mean, you have to, if you're the Mauga, right? You can't run onto someone on GK. You have to go onto point to force them to ball instead.
Got to deal with this flank though. Look at this. Labda on a good off-angle position, and wow, Kai peeks out. Thought he got healed, popped in the head. Labda's going to win that one as well. Nice little 2v1 from Labda there.
You can see how much damage AMDP is actually getting to do on this Mauga. It's been 2 fights. He's 50% to first ult. Granted, Ziad's also in a similar state of play because, like, he's just giving bubbles and beaming when Anyone's Legend gets close enough, but GK are in control of the point itself and are currently in control of all the tempo. They've got one-sided rush, so Anyone's Legend can't even use something like an override protocol to try and break the space. It's just a reliance on the flank.
My Moan. Ooh, swing and a miss on that second one. Unfortunate. Nice little boop there from Alfie. Uses the concussive blast to get a bit of distance between himself and my Moan. Override protocol from Labda. Straight into main. And the barrage is going to come out. Oh, they tag each other, but Labda picking up 2 already. Alfie returns the favor. Rocket barrage. A smack on Canale's head. Moxie, that is going to be round 1.
Yeah, I mean, Crispy is going to try and get onto point, but, like, there's nothing else that's going to be able to try and touch. Ziad's literally going to grab them in spawn.
He's going to get grabbed.
So that no one can get out.
That is so sad. And then they even had beat as well. Man, come on.
Yeah. Well, no point in saving your ults, because you don't get access to them in this next round. It's all reset. But yeah,
surely not a quick day.
This could be a quick day. But I mean,
with 1 death. Damn.
It's going to change up now, right? We go to Control Center. We're going to see the Vendetta come for, at least on the side of GK. Anyone's Legend, like, they might actually keep Maymon on the Pharah here, since you can play the distance against the Vendetta. It's risky, because GK's engagement is much, much more prevalent, but Anyone's Legend, with the amount of poke pressure that they can output, might be able to find the first pick before the Vendetta can be the difference maker.
Here we go. Basic setup. Labda on high ground with the Lucio. Dealing with the Pharah is going to be fairly easy from this range, though.
They took
Pharah's going to be able to
Coast.
chunk you, sure. And how's the Pharah going to actually get into this fight?
Yeah, I mean, GK took coast side, which means that Memo can't play on the outsides of the point. He has to play in the actual hallways with a ceiling.
Kai is going to try and find an angle onto that high ground coast side. Is there coast down there? I think it's just a city, but, you know, close enough. Close enough. There's probably a river down there or something. Well, AMDP fell over. Alfie does end up getting traded, though. And the DPS from Anyone's Legend are just going to back up. It's an overwhelming amount of force coming through from Labda right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have so little space as well coming on through, like, Memo and Kai. They're not finding openings to be able to put pressure onto GK, who are just going to be able to hold close and then back off, kiting up to point. Kai has to be the difference maker on that Sojourn. Just snipe someone out of these fights early, but he's getting so little charge.
Gotta heal your Kiriko. Kanale. I heard that Suzu go off as well. That was Kanale, so he's in trouble. Labda ends up going down. Finally, coast side take it. Kanale dead, though. Alfie found the Kiriko in the end, and now Kai in trouble. Alfie can just blink in this one, no problem. Dodges out of the way. The railgun shot. Finn kills Kai. Alpha Yi chasing staggers. I mean, this is not looking pretty, to put it in nice terms here for Anyone's Legend.
Here comes one-sided rush as well. Like, GK are just going to get aggressive when Anyone's Legend try to commit forward. They've got one-sided Kiriko ult.
Gonna try and bait him in first, I think. Yes, come forward to the point, perhaps. We'll give you a little bit of space, of course.
I mean, Kanel got rush up in time, so they're actually confident to commit a mirror.
There it is. Well, there it is. Rush for rush. Graviton Surge is giant, though. Around the corner, so Crispy's going to be the main focus of fire. Nice little sound barrier coming through from Crispy. Haku, a little bit too late, actually earning the sound barrier there. Partly because they've been winning the fight so handily, they've not actually needed to heal a ton. So Haku, late beat, wasn't able to use it in that fight. Means GK give over the point.
Yeah, but I mean, for how long are Anyone's Legend going to be able to hold it? Because, like, yeah, you've got Overclock, but GK have Override Protocol, as well as Sound Barrier. And, oh, what's Alfie up to? Is he going to try and pulse the bar? He's going to try
Not quite, man. Okay, mad respect. You can't blame a guy for trying. Now I'm just going to use that Override Protocol. Yes, he has in trouble, but a good beast. They had him in his fight. Cajuns are coming through. Focus fires on AMDP, but my moan decimating. Barrage in the cage. You can't get much more deadly than that.
Big ult fight as well for both of these teams. GK committed literally everything that they had available. And when Finn gets Kitsune Rush, because AL used both support ultimates in that rush fight, they'll have Sound Barrier up far sooner than Haku, as GK is actually going to swap. Like, Alpha E is going to go over to the Pharah, so we're going to get the duel, pound for pound, of the Flyers. Oh, concussive blast. Ziad's off the map.
Where was he? Was he in main? Like the choke? Oh, Alpha Yi dominating my moan.
Oh, that's a Suzu.
Wow. Well, they lost Ziad, but Ziad will be back in just a moment. I've got to get a replay of that moment. I mean, that was a little insane that he's spamming through the choke and gets a boot kill and things. But, hey-oh, there we go. Rush ends up getting used. AMDP is in, by the way. My word, very deep into Malga. Requires a Suzu to actually disengage as a later rush comes through from Finn. Alpha E extremely low, ducks behind cover as this sound barrier is going to put Anyone's Legend in a winning fight position and even a winning round position too. 90% on the board. Desperation touch for GK required.
I mean, they're
hunting too.
Yeah, they're hunting to see anyone from GK who would be able to touch and activate overtime. And they got him. Alfie was the closest. Alfie gets removed. And we go to Gardens.
I see you in chat as well. 90% prediction on GK.
Wow.
That is a big one, I will say.
I mean, AL turned it around, though, on Control Center. Like, GK were in full control from that first fight, and then Anyone's Legend, the turn is when they battery up both the rush, but also beat. Because that means that they can literally take every rush fight with Sound Barrier after the rush is just about to end to have the edge in terms of sustain.
1 to 9.84 return, though, on Anyone's Legend. Good value prediction, as Johnny would say. Good value. Teleports out here from Alpha Yi, straight back to the Pharah.
Any boops? Any early
I'm waiting
environmentals?
for them. Yeah. Surely there's one. Not quite. Everybody makes it over the bridge safe and sound. AMTV, though, a little less so. Kai slides straight back on the map. That was almost a boot for Alfie. And this fight, as quick as it started, as quick as it was over. Oh, another boot.
Oh, almost, but no. That will give GK first opening cap, and that also now means that Alfie can continue to pepper all of these rockets in every time anyone's legend tries to walk anywhere. If they go gardens, risk of concussive. If they go to wrap around point, all of the damage funneled into one small choke. The supports have to work overtime.
Yeah, not the best place to be in. I just want to do damage, man. I don't want to be healing. I'm going to be honest. All right, Mimone, what you got for us on the flank? Lab's already taken a little rocket there. He's going to sit in the window for a little bit, but being on the point is not exactly where you want to be right now. Alfie pushes himself forward with the conk and then just gets a triple. Wow, that was a quick team kill.
Yeah. Very quick fight, and unfortunately for anyone's legend as well, like, Kinill's having to do the majority of the healing with the Afuda. The damage is coming in so thick and fast, Crispy just cannot, with the healing aura, heal anyone through, so they're far away from sound barrier. Which means that when anyone's legend rotate onto point yet again to try to put the smoker into a position, GK1 will open up with barrage and then win out the fight with rush and beat combo.
Yeah, 10% for Canale. Finn, also 10%. Still looking for boops, by the way. So those rockets fly towards Labda. Barely an inconvenience at this point as the rush comes out. Oh, the charge from AMTB straight into the rocket barrage. Man, Alpha Yi read that situation like a book. Like the hungry caterpillar. It wasn't even that hard to read. AMTB just kind of got flattened there. I mean, initially it's a good stomp though, right? You want to be able to get Ziad to pop a bubble or something, but...
Oh no, the close hold.
Real rough.
They're just gonna go close. Like, Alfie is just playing behind them, looking for the Fire 1 versus 1.
You gotta win this if you're Alfie, if you're at Mimone right now. Everybody's going super low, but merely a distraction technique. MTV with some nice movement there. Used the charge to actually get over the ravine towards the point to go for the touch. But it is all GK all day. 100-0 on this stage. And that is a 2-1 finish for GK on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, we were looking at the Far 1v1. Everyone else on GK, grab override protocol combo. Oh boy, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing. Like, the fights were finished so quickly, the Lucio heal was not able to keep tempo, ironically, with the amount of damage that was coming on through from both the Emery and the Farah. In that one small choke, Sound Barrier was nowhere near enough to be able to sound off and save the team. And GK just had full read of the tempo.
Felt really good there. Very tough. I think AMTP showed a lot of prowess in the game previous against Peps. That 5-map series. Just unfortunately, this time around, just couldn't find the space.
Yeah.
That was the opening kill, by the way. That kind of set the tone for this round at the very least. I think it was going to be a fun matchup. Ziad, more experienced than AMDP, at least on the OWCS stage. And I think with how this Mauga worked out for them, anyone's legend last series, you know, wow, okay, MTP's got something to prove here in EMEA. Just unfortunately couldn't make it stick. This was one of the big plays from the Mauga with the barrage, but yeah, the next round wasn't nearly as close.
Yeah, I think something that we talked about as well before this match properly started was the fact that you were likely going to be splitting time in scrims. With Tama for week 1 and week 2, and then AMDP having to come through for the team, and likely full scrim time in week 3. But that's still only really giving you 5 double scrim blocks, like, at the most each day. And I think we saw, like, what exactly that lack of practice resulted in terms of the way that they rotated into those fights, on Gardens especially, right? Because it was a case of, okay, we're really struggling into the fire, we can't go bridge because of concussives, we have to wrap around the side of point. Oh, we're taking so much damage, we're going to have to wait, we're going to try and battery up a Kitsune Rush. They've got Kitsune Rush to be able to match. They've also got the Farah just playing behind the point, untouchable, managing to melt us down. They've got later sound barrier cast. Like, how exactly do we crack this code? And it was the same thing over and over and over again, with very little, like, actually change, so it became very predictable in their pathing.
Well, let's see how this Mauga is really going to affect this series, because it's definitely going to get banned out at one point. I would stretch to say a Flashpoint game mode, it probably gets banned. We are going to go to a push. Oh, we're going to Esperanza. Okay, a little change up. Love to see it. I've seen a lot of Runasapi recently, so it's nice to change the scenery.
It's high ground. It's gonna be like a battle for the high ground for both of the Emeries or potentially the Sojourn. Maybe the Mauga makes an appearance, likely gonna be the D.Va, potentially that Zarya, but again, it could be impacted by what exactly the ban draft is gonna be. Pharah is also like good on Esperanza too. There's a lot of good cover for her to be able to play around, especially that giant clock tower in the middle of the map, around which you rotate first fight through. But we'll see, because for anyone's legend, like, I want to see an adjustment made. But again, the risk is if they've only been scrimming with AMDP for 1 week and they've been focusing on Mauga compositions, if you just lost to them, like, in your Mauga composition, you can't just throw that out entirely and say, okay, we're going to go with this instead, because you won't have had practice on it.
Yeah, it's always the tough situation where, especially in this stage, where there aren't that many games. It's round robin, right? 3 weeks of play. You've been, I wouldn't say like predicting the meta, but finding a comfort in your own way, and then it comes to officials, you're like, damn, it's really not working out for us. We need a change. And, you know, thankfully for anyone's legend, AMDP is able to play something like the Mauga.
Yeah.
They will end up banning the Zarya, though, as their ban. Wait, I will confirm this, but I assume anyone's legend, it was a first ban Zarya, not a second ban, unless they did forfeit the ban. Oh, they did. Okay, I'm getting word in. They actually deferred the ban. So anyone's legend, they lost the first maps, so they picked second and banned first, but they deferred the ban this time over to GK, who banned Juno. They banned the Zarya second. It's been happening every now and then, deferring the ban. Seen, I think Christopher's done it a couple of times, so yeah.
I mean, if you go for first ban, it becomes sort of easier to read what composition you want to play, and then that allows the team with second ban to counter ban. So I could see like why you would potentially go for the defer over getting that first pick slot, as now it's likely that we're just gonna have the D.Va mirror.
Yep, D.Va it is. Yeah, really good on the D.Va too, to be fair. And Alfie, like you mentioned, I mean, I think we're just going to see this throughout the whole series. He was just disgusting on the Pharah. The directs are so nice. It's good to see Alfie kind of back in prime form.
That's going to be hard for Maymon to have to deal with. Like, Maymon has the advantage against Ziad in terms of the D.Va because you can't matrix the Vendetta, but the Pharah has the Vendetta pipped to the post when it comes to the distance poke that you can do.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, who's challenging Alfie here? It's going to be Kai, and it's going to be AMTP. But AMTP needs to be able to just contest frontline too. Luckily, though, Kai shuts him down. Crispy does also, sadly, surrender his own life. But this is a good first engagement for anyone's legend. And this map especially, very first fight snowballing, Moxie.
Yeah, and I mean, Alfie is off of the Pharah because there's no way you can get the Pharah into a position on retake. You don't have any of the cover. You go directly into Kai's line of sight. But anyone's legend with that early Vendetta over the Pharah won the fight. They managed to pop Ziad out of the mech so quickly. And the rest of the team fell apart when they didn't have defense matrix. Now AL get high ground to be able to place Kai into a position and pick off Lapta before the fight starts.
Both DPS just die off rip. I mean, that is checkpoint, I would imagine. And then Vin dies as well. Kineo with 2 incredible kills.
That's checkpoint. Like, that's checkpoint for sure. Maybe at a reach, if it was just Labda, GK would be able to regroup, but they lost so many players so late. That's checkpoint.
I can't believe that. They just fell apart. That's not even a chance to build ults either.
No, which means that Kineo can use Rush. Like, AL might not even want to fight around corner, though, because they just hold high ground right now.
Classic Esperanza. Do like it, though. Tempo play with a Rush coming in. GK are going to be able to get out. If Ziad loses his mech, though, that's bad news bears. Suzu ends up hitting him. And he is extremely low. And then there is the D-Mech. At that point, I think you just run to spawn if you're Ziad. Run to spawn, change character, go back to D.Va. Yeah, he's going to do it. You just have to. There's just no chance. It's a snowball out of control.
Kai has protocol. Like, Kai has Emery. Oh, wait.
Quick!
Ziad?
Quick!
Ziad, quick, to the Doomfist. It's too late.
Okay.
Emery's ulted. They don't have Matrix.
Oh my goodness. And Lambda dies. Yeah. Well, Ziad disconnected the keyboard or something. Not sure. That's 100 meters to 0, by the way. Anyone's Legend just walking this one in.
They've got both support ults, at least, so they should win this fight, right? Sound Barrier, Rush, Emery ultimate. Just don't burn all of them in one go, because anyone's Legend have so much lead and distance.
Oh, well, yeah, you got to be so cheap. Again, Avril Theorem, right? 125 to 0. I mean, it might be Jova. It might be.
The overhead strike to interrupt the Diva boosters so you can't hit the backline.
There's Rush, and they back off. Oh, nice move, actually. Really nice movement. MDP will end up using that self-destruct, but not going to cause any casualties.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're anyone's Legend, you kite to high ground. That's all you have to do. You kite to high ground, and then GK have to use Emery ult to engage on you.
Oh my goodness. Gotta get out of the way. There's the blade. No hit markers or anything there. Maybe one small tag, but that was about it. Sound barrier from both sides too. Still trying to retreat to this high ground. They're doing a decent amount of damage here. It's Alpha E on the point contesting AMDP.
But they haven't won the fight yet. Kai's going to have ult, Kanail too. Like, they need a kill from Alpha E right now, or AL, battery up an ultimate and go with Rush. Oh.
Oh, Kai. What was that?
Unchecked on the high ground.
Kai just slaughtered 3 of them, just like...
No ult, just rifle.
Yeah, we're jumping into a pause. Did someone DC or something so Kai got a triple?
Something must have happened, right? Because, like, at the moment, anyone's Legend, it's kind of done with how far they've been able to get the push of the bot with the ultimate economy that they have too. Like, even if Kai doesn't come through there with free eliminations, you just go with Rush. Getting those free elims means that you get to save the Rush, and you win the fight after that, and then you have all of your ultimates to just beat them before they can respawn outside their own spawn point. This map, unless we see a miracle play, is over.
Hey, it's just what the theorem dictates, okay? It's just what the papers have been saying. The scientific literature on the push game mode, it's just what it says. You know, it's the science. GK, yeah, they're just pausing now. I'm not sure the reason. I'll give you it in a moment, but yeah, we should be getting back into the game in just a hot minute here. But yeah, I mean, 125 to 0, and then also you're fighting an upwards hill battle, quite literally trying to take this high ground, but then like a lot of ults were burned there to try and keep it for anyone's Legend, to try and keep it even, but for GK's side, to try and actually push them towards that midpoint. Yeah. All right, let's get back into game. We're ready to go now. We're ready to go.
I mean, this fight's just clean up at this point, though. Like, yeah, for GK, it's don't let them get more eliminations, but unfortunately, you're still going to lose the whole team. And yeah, Kanail will have Rush. They'll be able to open up with that. It falls to Alpha E to land the Sundering Blade and prevent them from finding the eliminations and momentum, but... like, even if that happens, Kai with the Emerald afterwards. Haku doesn't have beat.
Oh, yes. And Kai is going to get checked by Ziad in the air. He's going to get some healing, but now Ziad's in a horrible spot. Still has self-destruct. Blade connects with the ground, but doesn't connect with anybody after that. Crispy very low. Gets his head torn off. Alpha E with a double. Both supports dead for anyone's Legend, but you still need to come up with summon. As unfortunately, Kai has found yet another kill. And everybody is super low, by the way. And they're still pushing. 135 meters. There's a D-Mac. All good for anyone's Legend. We reset back to mid.
Yeah, back to high ground. And then you win the fight off high ground. If you start losing it, then surprise, you kite to second high ground. Like, that's the thing about Esperanza, being able to get that forward checkpoint. Like, they're just going to be able to go high ground. GK at least have already rotated to that position to try and cut it off, but they get cleared out by AMDP, and Kai gets a high ground position yet again.
Yeah, not quite the same level of high ground. I mean, realistically, GK could jump on him, but at this point, I'd be too scared to. If he's hitting shots like this, we wanted to see him on the Soj, but it looks like just in 24 hours, his M-Ray has improved by a considerable margin, especially if this map is anything to go by.
Yeah, but GK's chances have improved considerably as well. Like, they'll have Kitsune Rush to be able to continue this fight. Anyone's Legend don't really want to commit to it, since all they have right now is self-destruct.
giving them a lot of space here. Anyone's Legend backing up to
It's for the
corner.
boot.
They'll
They'll go when Crispy has boot.
Has got it. Speaking of beats, Crispy can't use his. They just ran down the Lucio. Kind of knowing that Crispy has it, right? So it doesn't give him a chance to actually use it. He does, he probably Ajaxes. But a one ult fight for GK. So, very cheap in the grand scheme of things.
True, but double support ultimate for anyone's Legend in the next one.
Did I just hit a sextuple kill from on Ziad's POV there? That's what?
I mean, that would be Diva Mech
Maybe I'm
plus
hearing
Baby
things.
Diva. Would be the way that it would go.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. That's a rare one.
Well, here comes anyone's Legend. They have to clear the high ground first, which means the AMDP is going to boost up though with full Matrix already burned, and they've stolen the bot.
Oh, indeed. Labs are pretty low. Finn's going to heal up. He's got the rush, but now they need to use it. By the way, they won that fight, and the bot barely moved. All good, though. They can rush and hopefully win this next one, but anyone's Legend, they've got answers, and they got 5 of them. Oh, Kai's probably going to use his first, I'd imagine. It's actually going to be a double rush to start us off, and Crispy yet again ends up going down. Didn't Ajax, though, still has the sound barrier, but they still need to win the fight. AMTP is going to get eliminated from that mech. Self-destruct pops, but AMTP cannot get remech. Oh, this is going from bad to worse. Anyone's Legend used 3 ults in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking much better for GK. They have been on top of being able to take Crispy out of this fight early. Like, twice now. He's been the target of focus. They know that he has beat. They knew that AL had double support ultimate advantage. If the fight went long, Crispy's beat would be able to get AL past the finish line. Now, yet again, they can just come on through with Hakus, potentially.
He's 90%. Crispy about to walk the plank with this one. If he doesn't manage to get this one off, it's going to be a disaster. Override protocol from Kai over the rooftops. Hello, Alfie. Just appearing from the skies.
We're taking a page out of Genji's book, apparently.
Yeah, for real. Sound barrier connects, and so does Haku's. Crispy eventually gets it off here, so no flank walk for you. Kai is going to have to do some mean damage here from this high ground position. My mode is split currently behind the team, hopefully trying to find a way in. Dash is straight up, and there's the kill from Kai. Labda goes down to a nade lob as My Moan gets out of the fight.
Kai's on the distance angle too, as well, so GK is going to have to look to just full disengage this. They don't have ultimates. Finn's so close to that rush. Yeah.
He adds out, okay.
He's good. He's giving all of that health as well to Finn to be able to battery up, but Alfie is the one coming under pressure now.
I mean, Finn is so close to this rush. Alfie under pressure, free heals, free ult charge. We'll take that any day of the week. There's going to be a mid-fight here. Spawn point's not flipped, by the way. Both rushes used. Haku ends up going down. Ziad now tanking in the front line, trying to dissuade Kai from making any aggressive push. Self-destruct used, but AMTP swoops in and gets the kill on the Baby Diva. Heroics from Diva player from anyone's Legend. Alfie still with a kill on Canale is good, and the bot is going to get pushed on GK's side of the map. However, they just need to end this fight, and they need to end this fight clean, and AMDP is going to make sure of that.
Crispy's going to have sound barrier. I mean, if you're anyone's Legend, like, honestly, you go first and you go fast. If you spot out that GK are waiting for Haku to have this ultimate up, just rip Kai's ult early on. You've got the sound barrier. You can afford to go first.
We have 40 seconds to go. And there is a large meter bank in anyone's Legend's favor, and they have the high ground. Again, feeling pretty impossible here. Oh, Alfie E tagged instantly. Wow, tried to kill Kai in the sky. Tried to even tag up with Ziad to get that kill, but they can't. There is the D-suit, and that should just be about it. There's 19 seconds left in the bank. They can even get off the bot here if they really want to as well. Anyone's Legend, they've got 3 ults, unlosable in anyone's book, and they even might full cap here as well.
I mean, AMDP is just going to try and stop them from walking. Sound barrier from Crispy. Haku's got match,
They got
though.
2 beats. Yep, My Moan using the blade. Looking around for someone to kill. Doesn't end up getting any hit markers there. Everybody's scurrying for cover, but overtime's in session. GK needs to be perfect. No deaths. However, Alfie first to fall at 99 towards his ult. And Labda, all his right-click shots getting eaten. Tags My Moan in the sky, but still getting chased by IMDP. 20 kill streak as well for the Diva. OT ticking down. GK got good spawns. But this is a tall task if I ever did see one.
Yeah, I mean, if they use ults first, anyone's Legend just hold theirs and win the overtime with all of them complete. They're just going high ground. yet again to get Kai into a position to potentially find the first elimination before GK even want to take the fight.
Yeah, and now how do you dislodge Kai? Just such an insane angle for the Emre. It's good damage from this range too.
Yeah, it's
Here comes the
OT2.
rush initially. Finn is going to push the team forward under the bridge, but again, they just need to kite. Anyone's engine just gets out, no one dies. Or in fact, get a kill. Sure, why not? Okay, let's just do that instead. They're going to rid their own rush. They're going to run over him. Alpha Yi is already dead, and AMDP once again just pushing away the enemy DPS. Haku at least gets one kill, sure, but there's no damage players left for GK to win this fight as Kai pulls the ult, shoots the bot, self-destruct as well on top. What a turnaround here from Anyone's Legend. 135-0 meterage lead off rip. What a W. Unbelievable signs and keeps them in the series.
Yeah, I mean, they just had such a lead in terms of that distance. And when we hit the overtime, when we're looking at Kai's POV, the D.Va can't go and dislodge the Emre as freely as you could in the normal time because the D.Va mech has to be there to shield the players with defense matrix and also have that tank health bar absorbing all of the damages so that if a squishy goes down, the overtime bar doesn't instantly evaporate. So Emre is able to take full advantage of that situation, and like they kite the rush, they come back instantly with their own. As we talked about, they had such a lead in terms of the distance. They knew, like, in those situations you can afford to wait and play for second turn.
Amazing confidence booster, not only yesterday but today as well. Anyone's Legend with a phenomenal win, deferring the ban too, mind you. They didn't get their first choice of ban. They said, you know what, you take it and we will counter ban you.
I like it as well. Like the fact that they came through and honestly started off the map with the better composition. Like them winning that first fight by rolling out on the Vendetta as opposed to rolling out on the Pharah, losing the first fight, having to swap. That already gave them so much momentum. Esperanza is such a momentum-based map too, because if you win the first fight, you get high ground control. Ideally, you get to then use that high ground control one-sidedly to bully the other team when they're having to recontest to getting you checkpoint. And then once you get the checkpoint, you don't have to actually fight around the corner. You just get to hold on the high ground, wait until you have an ultimate, which can allow you to brute force that corner fight and overwhelm your opponent.
I think the training weights have been taken off of as well for this D.Va, this AMDP. Like, look, may have not had the most crimp time because they were sharing it with Tama maybe throughout the stage, you know, but very much found his footing now, and this looks like almost a brand new team, if I'm honest with you, just after this one map. It's 1-1, of course, so we are going to a minimum of 4 maps. With Anyone's Legend, now they're going to have to face the wrath, unfortunately, of GK's map pick.
I mean, if you're GK, where exactly do you want to take us as well? Because both of these teams are very similar in their playstyles in terms of like what compositions they want to play. Both of them like to run the Pharah. Both of them really like running the Emre. The Sojourn is always going to be a constant worry if you want to try and run something like that Mauga. And we've already seen a lot of like really pivotal heroes being removed in terms of the ban draft as well.
Wait, D.Va wasn't banned map 1, right?
She was she was banned map 2 just then. Oh no, she wasn't because she wasn't playing. It was Zarya was the ban just then. Banned.
So there's definitely going to be a D.Va ban at some point then. Heading their way. Suravasa, the map pick for GK.
Ooh. Okay, now we're definitely going to be looking at Kai Sojourn, right? Now we're definitely going to be looking at what Kai can do on the Sojourn on Suravasa with the amount of angles. And there's the Mauga. So yeah, D.Va was banned second on Lijiang, and then we had Zarya banned second on Esperanza, and now we get Mauga banned first, which is now going to follow up into a Vendetta ban. Since, yeah, if you're running the Zarya, she would enable the Vendetta. And also, if you wanted to run the D.Va, well, the Vendetta would pop you out of that mech super quick. So, not surprised, honestly.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend, they want to go D.Va. They want to go D.Va. Bad by the looks of things. I was thinking in my head, like, well, maybe they banned the Emre away from Kai. They kind of did some heavy lifting on that last map as well, but it just makes a lot more sense for their game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising, I will say, given that the Vendetta advantage for them on that round of Esperanza was the thing that allowed them to, like, really open up the fight. But no, if they want to run Diva, Vendetta has to go. Like, absolutely Vendetta has to go. So that means that we're likely going to be seeing Emre Tracer. As if you're playing Diva, Emre's more consistent damage is able to far more consistently pop the Diva mech in comparison to something like the Sojourn.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a whole bunch of sense. I think Tracer as well is going to work out well for both teams. Now Soro Vasa, no Mauga, kind of sad, right? I mean, Mauga is so good on this map, but GK have done their homework, man. They know that Mauga has been cropping up a little bit more, and teams like Anyone's Legend, they're very willing to pull that one out and to just have a hyper-sustained tank that can just lock down fights and instant win with the cage.
Yeah, and I mean, Kiriko Lucio as well, likely going to be the outlook for both of the backlines, right? Everything was still left open, but if Tracer is going to be the thing that you play, you don't want to go Juno, and if you're worrying about a Juno, then you would probably have to feel the break, which means that you get hard out-tempoed by both one-sided beat as well as one-sided Kitsune rush. So Kiriko Lucio locks for both of these teams, I'm predicting.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I'm like, man, when is the Curie Lucio backline ever going to go away? And the answer is probably never at this point. Even with Kiriko getting nerfed via the perks and stuff, I'm like, man, the hero is still just too good. Just too good without perks. Like, it's crazy. We're going to see that look for a very long time. Hey, all I'm saying, just need another speed support. Maybe Lucio will be dethroned at some point as well. But for now, it will be, like you mentioned, Kiriko Lucio backline predicting as GK send us here for map number 3 after they got dominated in Esperanza.
Yeah, is it going to be a Diva mirror, or are we going to see a slight hiccup? Because if one goes Diva, but the other goes Zarya, the Zarya does manage to beam the Diva down. But as we've already seen, the Vendetta has been banned out, so you lose those engagement bubbles, being able to give the Zarya all that freedom of charge.
I think with GK kind of expecting this Diva, they don't need to do too much thinking for Ziad too, right? It's just going to be the Zarya. Alfie, Tracer, like you mentioned. My Moan, however, is going to be rocking Farah.
Oh, there's no hit scan. Well, outside of Labda on the Emre. And I mean, it was Emre that shut the Farah down earlier, although the teams were swapped, and it's Kai again who finds the first pick onto Haku. Oh, that's horrible news for GK. No Lucio, no way of getting Zarya in and out of position to put the pressure on AMDP. Yeah, that's the first cap. Done.
Haku. Busted, what did he get hit by? It must have been like a rocket and then obviously the nade.
And then nade.
Yeah. Ouch.
Oh.
Well, yeah, like you said, first cap. Oh, I mean, Crispy dies to Alfie.
Yeah.
So it's a Lucio, so.
But I mean, also Anyone's Legend, even without the Lucio, all of them have mobility.
Alfie, please, I need heals, team. Please, heal. All good, got healed. Speaking of heals, though, MDP. Okay, there we go.
The trade, the fact that Alfie got Crispy down is actually really, really good because it means that Haku isn't massively diffed in terms of sound barrier charge, right? So Anyone's Legend won't be closer to a double support ultimate fight to confirm that win. But Ziad's just getting absolutely melted on the Zarya.
Speaking of melting, though, MDP's mech not looking too healthy. Rockets coming in from my Moans. Tries to find an off angle. Man, Lucio player's not having a good day so far. Crispy falls. It's a 4v4 though, but the point from GK, they did end up flipping here. Kai just needs some help and they can push this back in. I mean, realistically, GK have to make a move now. Kai's going to rip that ult as soon as he gets it, and there it is. There's no chance for you to just funnel in through this choke without a support ult, and they're going to give this point over for free.
Yeah, I mean, Labda can make a play to do the same thing for GK, but AMDP is on Diva with Defense Matrix. So even lacking Soundbar, it's still a defensive against the Emre.
Oh, what a pickup. Alfie, he is everywhere all at once. Kai ends up getting double shot there by Labda and picked up by the Tracer. Nice D-Mech too as MDB tried to kind of make a play in the choke, thinking maybe they were desperate to find something. 99% now for Anyone's Legend. However,
oh,
GK
the
get
stagger.
flipped.
Oh, wait, AMDP!
Haku!
There is no way.
Oh, Haku, no. It's Lucio. It's okay. He's going to be back in just a moment. Plus, AMDP died last, so it's chill.
Yeah, also, he's closer to beat. He's way closer to beat than Crispy. And yeah, like you said, he's already back in the fight before AL can make a play.
Fine. It's fine. It was just stat padding there. It's all good. Well, I guess not. It's stat padding the opposite direction when Haku's getting more deaths, but still, like you said, he has got sound barrier. Oh, what a stick though from Alfie. My mode's already down, and Lambda pulls the ult and absolutely dissolves everybody. Basically, everybody is DNA now. There's no bodies left on the point. That's GK with first.
Yeah, I mean, GK can go fast into this next point too, because Crispy still does not have sound barrier. Even if Maimon tries to make a play with the barrage, Haku has the beat, so GK should be able to sustain through it.
Very fast rotations. My moan, you know, you can pop this ult here. The only defense you're going to have is going to be this defense matrix.
Suzu potentially as well. Slightly.
And maybe Suzu, yeah.
But like, the Pharah likely is going down, which is just sort of the tradition for Pharah players. Although, do AL actually commit to this fight, or do they wait for Crispy to have beat to match Haku?
Oh, there's the barrage. Nice. As soon as you see the Zarya there, pull one bubble, you're like, okay, it's go time. Because you can burst that real easy with that barrage. Good. Well, I was going to say good. It's not the best. It's an okay trade at the very most. My moan does fall, but point goes for anyone's legend.
I mean, you got the Zarya out, you got the Grav out as well, which is big for AL. Also means that AMDP can hold his position a little bit more aggressively on the point as an anchor, but Ziad is back, and out comes the beam as well as that grab potentially.
Yep. MDP, knowing that he's not really welcome on the point right now, not with a decently charged Zarya. Graviton Surge, still going to D-Mech though. There it is. Easiest grab of your life, but there's a response. There's a sound barrier, postal on top, and oh, the Suzu from Kanail was perfect. Ends up saving everybody from that bigger bang combo, but a latest sound barrier from Haku saves the day.
Yeah. I mean, GK have to get what they can out of this though, because I mean, anyone's legend disengaged, they're coming back with Kai's ult. Unless Alfie can shut this down, and he doesn't have a pulse bomb to be able to do it, Haku's not going to have sound barrier up to be able to keep the team alive through Kai's ultimate.
Alfie hit the recall really early. They know he's not going to be too much of a threat, at least not for about 10 seconds or so. Here comes the override protocol. 50% for GK in building as anyone's legend put pressure on the point. Ziad there using a bubble to try and get another touch, but again, just getting kind of destroyed. Luckily though, that ultimate from the Emre is going to charge up those Zarya beams a little bit quicker as GK end up responding with their own. And that is going to be yet another point. I don't think anyone's legend is going to be able to even get in. I mean, Crispy is last to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, GK do such a good job of being able to absorb Kai's ultimate. Since they're used separately, it's not Emre plus Kiriko. It's Emre then Kiriko's, as opposed to GK, who get both the Kiriko and the Emres to line up and melt through AL. Who, yeah, they just have to give up that point. They're already trying to posture up for the next one so they can get into position to prevent GK and have Maimon set up as well to be able to spam down those chokes and put that last bit of barrage.
I like this from GK. This is an aggressive wrap onto the high ground. Yeah, Kai caught slack in there a little bit, unfortunately. Not expecting GK to be so quick on this rotation.
Alfie's got a pulse bomb too.
He's so good. He's so good. Look at him go.
Oh, that's the Suzu.
Like nothing can stop him. Suzu TP. He's got pulse. Where you going, Kanail? Where you going? There's another TP. He's away, but he's gone 6 feet under. As Alpha Yi just ripped him. It's ripping him to shreds.
He's so clean with it on the tracer track. And like, it's actually insane. AMDP's gone.
Goodbye.
Alfie literally just one-man army right now. Wow, I really thought he was actually going to go for it. It's like, does he just go with the Ziad bubble? No, he's just waiting in bookcase for someone to go past and then hit the pulse bomb to force Suzu.
It's like tossing a wall jumper into a hurricane. There's not going to be much of it left. He's straight in again with a bubble. Ends up getting the blink smack. It gets out as well. There is going to be a pulse bomb in his hands, but again, very scared. Almost a boogeyman on the sidelines now in Alpha Yi. Pulse bomb, graviton surge, bigger bang combo locked in, ready to go for GK. Mymone looking for this high ground first before he unleashes this barrage. Doesn't want to get shot by Labd out of the skies when he actually eventually gets hit off.
I mean, Crispy's going to have Soundbar to be able to match Haku's. We get the grab. There's the beat to save everyone through it.
Awkward graviton surge, though, on that high ground. Everybody was kind of behind that pillar there, Moxie. There's the bubble. There's the barrage. Mimo with 2 already. GK lose their backline, but at 99%, you're still smiling.
It's going to be Rush, Emre ult combo between both of these teams in this next fight. And which Emre comes out on top is the one that determines who wins the fight.
I mean, Labs, if there's anything to go by, he's just going to get a minimum of 2 in this fight.
If he gets the opportunity, like Alfie might just blow it wide open with a pulse bomb. He's taking the Tracer 1v1 against Maymon right now. If he wins it, he's got free passage to hit the backline.
Oh, there's the override protocol. And yeah, Mymone's already been kind of forced out. Both override protocols actually popped that high ground, looking rather deadly. Juicy if you're in Labs' POV right now. Canel down, Alfie still with a pulse, and Moxie, it's just about over.
Yeah.
With but a whimper, anyone's legend go down here. 3-0 on Suravasa as GK find match points.
They find the kill they needed. Like, it's a gamble there on this side of anyone's legend. They, instead of using both the Kiriko and the Emre ultimate at the same time because they understand GK might be able to disengage it, they try to cycle through them. They try to use Override Protocol into Override Protocol and then come through with Kitsune Rush to cement the fight win afterwards. But they lose the Kiriko before Knil can ult. And that's got to be painful.
18-0 for Labda. 21-1 for Alpha Yi. Need I say more? Maybe that last map was a bit of a blip, and at this point it does feel like it. This was as dominant as anyone's legends were on that push on Esperanza. They're going to their map pick again, but if this is anything to go by, they're really hoping it's going to be another clean sweep. Do we really have to show the Harper getting squished in this one? We're really going to do it to him like that?
I feel like it's just in contract, right? For replay ops, if anyone dies via remake, then
Ajax's...
then you must be shown in the highlights of the match.
There you go. Behind the scenes knowledge, there's a priority list. Boops, off of map, Ajax's, anyone getting remake killed. Those are the highlight obs.
Oh, you know, Alfie's Tracer gameplay as well, because oh my goodness, what a highlight. Like, you can literally just attach the camera to Alfie permanently through that round, and he's a highlight reel in of himself.
Yeah, he looks really good. Nothing has changed for Mr. Alpha Yi as we head on to our 4th map. To be honest, it is a bit of a strange one, right? Where we've had 2 maps now that have been so one-sided, but in either direction. So in theory, it's kind of hard to call that. Recency bias says, well, you know, 3-0 on Suravasa looked pretty good. Alpha Yi looked on fire. Maybe it was a small slip up. How are you feeling about this next one? And what maps are left too? We done push, we done flashpoint, we done control. So we're looking at escort and hybrid as our game modes to choose.
Oh, okay. I mean, if we're wanting to go for the Diva, then we would probably go somewhere that's going to be able to dive. If we want to play the Zarya, then you're looking for someone that's going to be a little bit more flat ground based. So Numbani and Blizzard World potentially could fit both teams, to be honest, as we're actually going to get, Blizzard World. Okay, so like, yeah, there's options here. Like, you can Mauger it and just decide to press W on the attack and bully the defense out. You can Zarya and do the exact same thing, but then, like, obviously when you move into second, having the Diva mech being able to play for the verticality, as well as just, like, help for forcing some of those fights on the objective itself, can go a very long distance, but we haven't seen the Mauger so far. Anyone's Legend did play it yesterday against Peps. Maybe they break it out here.
Do you think it's going to be a deferred ban again? Doesn't feel like the vibe.
No, I don't think so. I think, like, here you want to take initial ban. Even if it's not, like, targeting one specific composition, you can just use it as an umbrella for a protect slot, right?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Realistically, protecting something at this stage in the series as well is very important to kind of think about. We've already had a D.Va ban, had like a Mauga ban, there's Valkyrie. Like, there's not a lot to ban, but Lucio is still on the table.
Hey,
so
that's the Tracer.
Slow the pace down a little bit, and GK end up banning the Tracer.
Yeah, not surprised to see that the Tracer actually ends up getting banned here on Blizzard World, because so often you have two fights happening at once, right? Tracer does such a good job on Blizzard World, especially being able to split the attention away, allowing the attacking team, when she moves all the way around Griffin Ride, gets into the back, forces the defense to have to give up that high ground, kite into Snax Rammus. It can be really hard for a team to be able to hold their space, and then when the fight opens up and you move into second and third, the Tracer is just going to be pushing that point, even if she's not putting pressure onto your back line. So you're going to be losing distance on the payload itself, even if you're winning the fight.
No more Alpha U Trace though, which is kind of sad, but all good, understandable. Wanted to just remove that and maybe, you know, flex on something else. I mean, you can still play Farah, to be honest, although Farah's not the best in this map. Very high skyboxes, you can get shot out of the skies pretty easy by Emre, but you know, it can still happen. I've been liking seeing Blizzard World a little bit more. It's been a fun map because point 2 is a pain. Everybody knows point 2, very hard to assail, especially if you don't win that initial fight on Archway and then take high ground. It can be very tough to actually finish, but I think the way you attack can be taken so many different angles. A lot of teams, especially if they're playing Rush, they want to just flip map on you, which works out very well for like Mauga teams, for example.
And I mean, we're going to be seeing Rush, right? Because that Lucio initial ban, that means Juno is going to be on the field.
For sure.
Juno Kiriko, Juno Brig, which again adds more context into why we're seeing the Tracer ban. If Juno is on the field, Tracer is one of her best counters. So get her right out of the get-go. Like, I'm really wanting to see what the tank lines are going to look like too. Because like D.Va's still in play, Mauga's still in play, Zarya's still in play. All of them have potential here. And all of them are going to play into that rock, paper, scissors. Mauga flattens Zarya. And then D.Va can potentially keep up with the Mauga with the defense matrix and also just having the mobility. Even if she gets caught by the cage, you have self-destruct, which we're seeing a lot of teams being perfectly fine with. Letting that D.Va get caged to bait the cage's position so it doesn't catch the rest of the team. Then you lose your mech, boom, you go into your remech after self-destruct, and you can pick up the fight like Mauga didn't ult in the first place.
Let's have a look at this defense from GK. Finn on the Ana. That is a vintage look. As though we see Labdit and Alpha E on the, no surprise really, Emre, Vendetta as the Tracer is banned.
Yeah, this Lifeweaver, that's not going to stay. Kenil will be going back onto the Kiriko post-haste. This is for Kai to go through, find a headshot, and then get life gripped away.
You say that, find a headshot. When was the last time we saw that?
It happens. It just didn't get a kill.
Really? Come on. One day, someone will pull a Violet again and jump up randomly and get his head taken off. But
Kenil on the Kiriko means that Finn won't have the same success level as TM on their Watchpoint Gibraltar. The nades will get Suzu'd.
We are actually seeing a Farah, by the way. I'm a little shocked. Having the high ground here is just so... And instantly dead. Okay, and the nade's good too. All right. Well, unfortunately, they still lose Alpha E. But AMTP is dead. Is my man going to switch, or are you staying?
It was the spike.
2 solid hit scans.
Alpha E spiked him. He hit the far of the overhead strike, and then Labda finished it up. I mean, we're seeing the Farah remain, but AMDP, wow, okay, goes on to the D.Va.
Okay.
Which, into Bubble Vendetta? I mean, you'll be able to defense matrix the nades more frequently, as well as the Vendetta's ranged attack, so less onslaught stacks, but in the brawl, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, real tough. Yeah, the priority here is definitely eating those unanades, right? Currently, Finn just sitting in the choke, a little bit further back now, knowing the Deacon gets the high ground very easily. No fear, though, for Labda. No fear in his eyes. They do end up getting chunked out quite severely. less pressure on my Moan, or although I say that, each charge on the Zarya peeks Z over the side, and the Zarya's, the Pharah is just instantly killed. Nice bubble on Alfie initially as Kai ends up getting back to that mega health pack, but Kaneo, well, they're going to join each other in spawn. Good double from Alfie as well.
Yeah, I mean, really good play too to use the Vendetta movement to take the health pack so Kai can't jump to it and get the health reset to be able to win the 1v1. Nice little micro play. And for GK, like, all of the space that AMDP takes on this D.Va, it's just temporary, right? Finn's okay with backing up, giving the high ground, because you've got both the Juno and the Ana ultimate to re-engage back onto the fight and get Ziad into a position to pop AMDP.
You want to make this a cheap fight for GK. You win, cheap fight, then you have answers to respond to this ult from these ults from anyone's legend. I mean, the Nano in the room with the Vendetta, yeah, it's pretty good. Alpha Yi with a quad kill. Give him the 5k, give him the ace. They're going to stagger the D.Va. A better play, definitely. But my goodness, Alpha Yi with Nano, that is gross.
Yeah, it allows him to hit Vendetta.
That's a 5k.
Ult
It's secretly a 5k.
for this next fight too, and like you said, GK, they win it cheaply. Only a nano boost, as Alfie has the Sundering Blade ready to go. Anyone's legend, like, they're probably going to have to open up space with Kai's ultimate just to be able to walk through choke, but a minute left, and GK can cycle their ults, because they can just play for the retake too, right, Jaws? They haven't given up a single tick.
Right. Yeah, 100%. The retake might be in the game plan here. Oh, Lad just snipes Kai out of the air. The Rocket Barrage is going to come down here, but Alfie brings him back down to earth. And this is a full hold by the looks of things. This is not looking pretty whatsoever. My Moan eventually swapping off that Pharah. He's going Vendetta. There's 30 seconds to go, man.
They're just going to get grabbed. Like, unless AMDP manages to get the Matrix, he's just going to grab
get the
them.
E, right?
Surely.
Touch as well.
They have to get past, but if this goes long, Finn gets Nano Burst as well.
Oh, they're going to use Casino Rush to try and put themselves on the point. The Graviton Surge can get to come out at any moment here for Ziad. But already Alfie in the mag causing an absolute ruckus. Oh, the grab on the other side of the wall is always juicy. A Nano Boost on to Zarya. Although a big nade does connect with the backline, they are losing members thick and fast here. Kai goes pretty low. Nano Boost runs out in the end. Ziad a passing gift onto Kai. Despite, actually, that looked like a very clean fight initially there from GK. They end up losing out on this point.
I mean, GK even tried to go for the Sim TP to come back into it, but no, they lose that fight. We go second, not a full hold. And anyone's legend, they might be able to catch GK here before they can fully regroup. Ziad's going to be vulnerable.
How far can they push this payload? Only 2 minutes as they capped in OT. It's going to be a much better look for anybody's legend, though, with this Vendetta rather than the Pharah, especially on this point, too.
AMDP can be a little bit more aggressive as well, face-checking Ziad with the self-destruct. That's giving Kai a lot more space to be able to work with, trying to build up this Emery ultimate so that they can get past doors.
Oh, Kai has already found a kill onto Haku. Good play and good pickup on Alfie. Tried to find an off angle sitting on the mega health pack. Okay, anyone's legend. A bit of wind in their sails now as they manage to get high ground.
The Zarya is just too static in comparison to what AMDP can do. Like, Kai has so much more freedom of space. And if they can win the fights with these early picks from the Emery, they don't have to worry about Alpha Yi coming in and putting pressure onto AMDP.
That's very early use of the protocol. They should be able to get out. It buys them valuable space, though. And they need it with the time back that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Labdido potentially grabs all of that back for GK, but they lose Finn. And now if you're GK, you have to fight your ground, otherwise checkpoint's gone.
What? Yeah, what is happening right now? They're just losing people just randomly, it feels like. Orbital Ray's going to come in. The reinforcements arrive in just moments, but Ziad needs help with his front line. Graviton Surge is absolutely massive, though. A nicely timed Suzu, and they might be able to sustain. Kanel teleports out, but now the Zarya. Nano boosted, 100 energy. Mech doesn't stand a chance, but AMDP is still shooting. He's still getting the headshots as AMDP gets 4 kills in the fight and wins the point single-handedly.
The grab is good, but Maimon gets the defense reduction of Maimon's warding stance. Kanel with the Suzu as well keeps the rest of the team alive. AMDP? Are we swapping the D.Va?
Kessler swapping the Diva to a Zarya.
Mauga! Oh, yeah, you're gonna just melt through the Zarya bubbles.
Oh, if he got someone with that bomb as well, that would have been awesome. But another OT push here. Anyone's Legend really making their time work for them. There's the blade, goes wide. Still don't mind moan. Gives chase to Alpha Yeet. Gonna be the 1v1, but
too.
decides to get out. Yes, he does.
It's like Alfie doesn't get the engagement option that GK were looking for. Anyone's Legend gets more space. Finn has to use the rally to be able to walk, but it's against Amalga. There's no way you get the kill.
Really nice stun. My moan ends up going down. Although, yeah, you're not going to be able to get the kill there, but you at least force the Amalga out.
So Kai just comes back into the re-engage. You don't have rally now. Override protocol, GK Esports, like, it's up to LP or Labda. Someone has to come on through with an elimination onto Kai mid-ultimate. Otherwise, anyone's Legend snowball. That's Finn's actually coming back on the Ana, of all things. Likely using those antinades, finding the connection onto the Mauga to deny the self-sustain.
So crispy with these shots, too. Kai might just fire one straight at him, to be honest with you. Those right clicks are connecting. It's a whole heap of damage. Finn extremely low. Oh, gets tagged. Heavy shot, light shot, heavy shot. But a return ult here from Labda. Override protocol, overriding Kai. He eliminates him. This Labda all alone. Pistol for some movement, little sustain. Can't get out. Canale shuts him down. As anyone's Legend make their final push here around this corner.
They have to be wary about the grab and that Vendetta ultimate, but they've got both support ults available, so they can survive through. AMDP so close to a cage as well. If he gets one of those online, that's full push.
Oh, grab it on Surge. Oh, and it's straight on top of that blade too. Alfie traded. Both Vendettas are down. Orbital Ray used on the point. Kai stepping up to the plate, trying to make use of that damage boost. Labda tries to go for the 1v1, but apparently it's all Crispy doing the work here. He's already got two. And there's the supportal combat. Anyone's Legend almost held on first. Managed to get a full completion.
Yeah, I mean, everything that was working against them on first, they're able to use the strengths of that composition finally on second. They use so many, like, good ultimates to just open up the space, so that playing second, really, they only take one full fight. Override protocol to take one of them, gets them the high ground, then they deny GK Esports the opportunity to go through with the orbital ray, and we get that last-minute contest on second checkpoint, but by then, you've been able to just grab all of the time bank that you lacked.
Labda standing head and shoulders above anyone's Legend in terms of damage there, but all that really matters at the end of the day is that you got the payload to blast. Blizzard World, notoriously hard to actually complete with time, so you're going to take an OT. Best you can hope for at this point, especially with how awful it was on the offense for them.
Look at
their
the
defense.
tankiness of the defensive composition too, Jules. Like, AMDP on the Mauga. Finn, with this Ana, is really going to be in charge trying to shut him down, right? With those antinades so he doesn't get the health sustain. Because Canale and Crispy, they're just going to be keeping the Mauga up. Like, anyone's Legend, it might not be a full hold, but the amount of time that they will deplete from GK Esports' side so they don't get the opportunity to full push.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Jetpack cat.
attackers incoming.
No Widow, though. Wait.
Some scouts.
It's just going to be the scout to see the composition so that you don't lose a fight, give up more time, and give up ult charge, and then, yeah, there we go. Scouted at the Mauga, so Finn's going to be sticking on the Ana. Ziad's going to move to the Diva as well to have the verticality mobility to play around what the Mauga can do. Labda, though, sticking with the Emre instead of the Sojourn.
Like Finn on this. Canale's going to have to basically save the Suzu for these anti-net. They just walked up to him. Just straight up walk up to him. Okay, there's the Suzu. My word, I thought he wasn't actually going to get it then. Oh, my moan uses the little swirl there to get away. Just kills Alpha E. Sure, why not? Just Vendetta things, I suppose. Oh, and a pause. No, come on, man. We had so many pauses today. What's going on, huh?
Ziad on that Diva as well, just like shadows the approach onto that Mauga, sits permanently with Defense Matrix too, so that there is no opportunity, even before the antinade hits, for any healing to be able to come through, and that Mauga just gets absolutely deleted. And like, that's what we expected, right? When the Jetpack Cat came out with the Scout, and they saw, okay, it's Mauga strategy, Anna actually gets to lock and play, because normally she can't keep up with the tempo of things like the D.Va, Defense Matrix eating both the nades and the Sleep Dart. But when it's Mauga or when it's Hazard, and those tanks are a little bit easier walking hitboxes for the Anna to be able to hit, like, yeah, she's got a place.
Okay, we're just getting a word in. If anyone's legend, they are pausing. Someone's headset died. So, yeah, wireless headset. Moment, I guess. That was all about the wire, do you know what I'm saying? Never have to
Yeah,
charge this
please.
bad boy.
If you're a pro player, charge your headset.
Yeah, also charge your mice too.
Yes!
Just charge your peripherals before the game starts. So yeah, they should be plugging it in. It shouldn't be too much longer. Imagine the cables on the desk. Should be chilling. But yeah, decent first attack. No, sorry, a decent first defense, I should say, from anyone's legend, with Maimo picking up a couple with the Vendetta.
I mean, that Vendetta is going to be a big problem too, because you're going for the D.Va. We've already talked about the fact that Defense Matrix just does not get value against that Vendetta. It is so brutal. That, and the fact as well that, like, you're not going for the Kiriko means you have to go for the Juno to be able to give, like, the speed to your Anna. You don't have Suzu to be able to stop the Vendetta's engagement.
We found the cable, everybody. It's all good. Plugged in, ready to rock and roll. Wide headset's not that bad. Come on. Although wireless, the freedom to walk around your room when you need to is pretty good, I'd say. But all good. Back in the action. Back on the Mauga.
Yeah, does Labda stick with this Emery? Because, I mean, it's a defensive position, Mauga as well, so AMDP is not going to be all that out in the open, allowing the Sojourn to farm rail off of it. So it looks like he's going to be sticking on that Emery, trying to just overcome the distances. Oh, no. Finn got hit by a nade from Kai into a kunai headshot from Kaneo.
I mean, that's just unlucky. Come on. You can't blame a guy for that.
That's like just falling over a brick that someone left on the road, essentially.
I mean, maybe, yeah. It's just so much high damage spam at this point in the game's life cycle. Like, the nade from Emery does so much, and then classically kunai headshots just randomly picking up kills.
So Lapta will be able to come in for the Emery ultimate, one-sided. Anyone's legend going to try and kite it.
A lot of damage on the front line here. Good nade. Better Suzu. Kanel saves MVP's life, but look at that. Straight over the top. They will be able to at least get a check here. However, anyone's legend, they ended up backing up, so they're able to re-engage super quick.
Double
it's going to be an awful raid for both sides as AMTP just falls over. Maimone takes down Finn, sure, but there's going to be a rush. A nano boost on for Ziad as he tries to turn the tides, but Maimone again coming up with some crucial kills in this fight. Alfie and Haku gets soloed out. As now 1 minute and 20 remains here for GK's attack.
Yeah, it's double support ults, but it's Nano who only benefits the D.Va, and Juno, Kiriko, who benefits the whole team. Maimon will have ult too. That could be a horrific combo with AMDP's cage for GK Esports to have to look at. Like, ideally, Ziad is the only one who goes into the Mega Cage since you have self-destruct to be able to get the mech back. But, like, 1 minute remaining, you're going to be forced into walking to that Mega Roll in overtime pretty soon.
Now a nice little off angle. Especially even better as well if you manage to land a stomp kill. And there's Finn going down again, unfortunately first. Maimone is a demon right now on this pick. Lavda though, cleaning up the support. So anyone's legend, 0 heals coming through. They got a cardiac overdrive, sure, but it's not going to last long. A good cage is going to turn the tides here with that D.Va doing absolutely nothing in this. Self-destruct dodged by 3 players of anyone's legend, and they're still fighting at this point. MDP, cardiac overdrive, all of those shots matrix, but Maimone still chasing players at GK, solo carrying this game right now. Blade's going to come through. It's going to get dodged, but hot on the heels of Haku as he gets half by just 1 overhead slash, and he's still punching his ticket here to this next map. Shut down by Finn, sure, but at what cost?
I mean, Finn's so close to Nano Boost. If he can get it online, that could be the top he's down.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a full hold from anyone's legend, surely. Crispy Kai, Kanel, they've only gone and done it. A full hold from anyone's legend as we go to a map 5.
Oh, what a play from them as well to go for the wraparound. Like, being fine with letting GK have one person, the D.Va, posturing up on that point, slowly taking up the percentage, because that means the D.Va's not in position to kill the Ana. And, like, you can deal with the D.Va mech, right? The rest of your team is much more worried about the Ana. Finn is the thing that shuts down your Mauga. If you lose your Mauga, you lose your front line and you lose the last little bit of tick, stopping this from being a full hold. Really good heads-up target focusing coming through from the team.
I just can't believe you're able to survive without support. I guess, again, that's kind of a Mauga moment when he pops Cardiac Overdrive, but the hero of this map has been Mimone. Didn't look good, honestly, when he rocked out the gate on the Pharah. Didn't look clean with it. As soon as he switched over to the Vendetta, everything shifted.
He was able to get so much pressure too, like being able to hit both the Juno and the Ana, even putting the pressure onto Labda on the Emre as well, so that he didn't just get to find those opening picks onto squishies and blow the fight wide open, force anyone's legend into having to back up, give point space, waiting for the absence of players to regroup. Really big stuff coming through from him.
It's worth reiterating too, this is a do or die game for both teams. A win here locks yourselves into the playoffs. So anyone's legend, by battling back after 2 weeks of not even taking a single map to maybe seeing themselves in playoffs is quite the story, is quite the feat on top of it. So GK probably coming into today's game like, yeah, this is going to be a pretty easy one, I think. Like, you know, we're just gonna rock up, play our own game, and then, you know, see themselves in playoffs. Like, even like Astro was saying on the call the other day, like, hey, it's probably just going to be GK. Can't imagine anyone's legend winning here. That's going to be the top 4, but this is anything but right now, with it going all the way to 5 maps, quite literally back and forth as well. Look at that, taking 1 each all the way up until this escort, which is coming up next.
I mean, you've won your map pick, right? That goes to show that map pick might be more important than a ban, since it allows you to determine which composition you're actually going to be able to play. And first ban, as we've said, it's an eye-opener for a lot of these teams into being like, okay, they're going for this, they're probably going to want to run this composition, so you can actually use that second ban much more effectively to thwart the plans. Like, especially if it's a backline that's still left available, doesn't matter what tank makes it through, if you don't have the correct support to make that tank work, you're not able to commit to playing it.
Havana turning into quite the classic over the last for this weekend. Quite the feat that they pulled off yesterday too versus Peps, that being anyone's legend.
I mean, both teams have had good performances on Havana. GK had that insane performance yesterday where they were able to just stay alive for so long. I would expect, is this where we see the Mauga ban come through? Like, one side's already done it, but both of these teams have already played that Mauga. Do you really want to go for the mirror matchup? But no, GK are actually going to be taking the Alari out, and then, anyone's legend, removing the Cassidy.
Were we scared of the Cass? I wonder, removing the Cass here kind of signals to me that they probably want to do Pharah. I mean, it's going to get the Vendetta as well.
Vendetta, yeah, with the flashbang, with the hinder, right? So that if she gets hit by it, she can't use those movements. And then, as we've already said, Pharah can be really, really good and strong, both oppressive on first, but much more felt her presence of all the way on third. I do like removing the Alari though, because that also means that you can't just play like for the pick poke comp of your backline, which looked really, really good, especially on defense. Alari being able to put that pylon in spots which are just entirely unreachable for the attack unless they full commit way too far forward and land in a punishing position. Like, you don't want to trade one of your player lives for a pylon.
All right, here we go. 5th and final map locked in. We're going to Havana. Winner takes all pretty much here. Is with GK or anyone's legend winning. They lock themselves a spot in the playoffs. It'll be a hard road to reach that finals as well, with the level of competition rising year after year, stage after stage. But it starts here with a pick from GK, banning Alari first, and then a Cassidy ban from anyone's legend.
Yeah, no more just like burst healing Alari Juno or Alari Kiriko onto something like the Mauga, and it is. Is it a surprise that it came down to this Mauga mirror coming on for Not really.
Yes. Time is a flat circle. I don't know, whatever the expression is. Yeah. This is one way to take it back.
See, now, is there going to be a scout, though, from GK and then swap Lapter onto the Sojourn? Now that you know that AMDP will be on the Mauga and will have to play in more positions where you can actually gain the damage onto it, because Alpha E is going to be starting on the Pharah. I don't know if it's going to be sticking, though, as a Kai on that Emre will be problematic for him to have to deal with.
Wouldn't blame him. After seeing if he kind of makes the decision to swap. No, looks like happy with the Emre.
Happy with the Zarya too is interesting. Because, like, who's the Bubbles going to go on to?
Oh, no, they're backing up.
Yeah, okay, there's no way.
I think. Yep, there you go. Okay, Ziad switches.
Yeah, Ziad goes to the Diva, which means that you're going to be able to Defense Matrix, Mimone, Kai's damage, as well as AMDP's self-heal. Alpha Evo might decide to just stick on the Pharah and be oppressive from a distance around corner.
Like the off angle from Kaneo here. Haku's got to be careful. One headshot with a kunai and you're dead. You got to chill for a little bit. Doing as much damage, poke damage as the Pharah at this moment in time.
Yeah, but RP is being very oppressive for anyone's Legend to not be able to take those off angles and put pressure on the backline.
Right, slowly but surely they're taking this high ground. That is some nice shots from Kai. Wow, Alfie lasered down.
Yeah, that was my worry about the Pharah, right? As soon as you cross around the corner into the open space, you don't have the Zarya, no bubbles. So Pharah moves away to the Tracer, potentially to the Widow for just 2 seconds because of how far up the Kai has found himself. And Alfie finds himself Kai. Swaps back to the Tracer. GK get to take this fight. 4 versus 5.
Yes, sir. More Widowmaker, please. Nice shot from Alpha. Yeah, you take that. Kitsune rush as well to push them forward here. I love that using it this early, too. You guarantee a fight win. You guarantee the point. A tough one to actually get a cap in. Kaneo dies. No touches.
Yeah, Kaneo will have Override Protocol, but like you said... Oh, wait, no! Vendetta with the whirlwind dash! They're able to touch!
1.17 meters. MTP's already dead, though. Surely not. Kai, a lot of heavy rockets being thrown at Ziad, but it's going to be a remake. Nade in the small room. Remake's going to come in, and there's the cap. All good. No one panic. I definitely didn't. As GK, they lock the first point in.
Do you want the Override Protocol back? Because, like, now GK Esports, they're going to go with Override Protocol. That's potentially going to force anyone's Legend to have to use the support ultimate out of time, with both of them sounding off at the same time. And then GK Esports don't even have to commit. They'll also be getting more payload distance as well, all the way through. There's Lapter's ult. Anyone's Legend. Oh, double support ult to deal with it.
They gotta get out of here. Whoa, KE.
Whiffed.
Uh-oh.
It got no one.
K-Jack.
This is horrible
no K-Jack,
for anyone's Legend. They have no ults. Haku's got Sound Barrier.
Ooh, where's the loose? Yep. Alfie tries to go for a pulse bomb there by the looks of things, and we're getting chased down.
They just have to control the lanes right now. They can't allow GK Esports to regroup and walk with one-sided Sound Barrier. Like, it's up to Kai or Maimon to find a pick right now, while Finn is trying to battery up Kitsune Rush.
I feel like they're going to nerf these grenades that Emre can throw out at some point. They do so much damage to these supports and the chokes when they're trying to walk through. I don't know. I just got a sneaking feeling. 2 HP on Mimone. Someone heal him. Oh my word. Almost lost a pick that early just through spam.
Double support ults. GK Esports good to go. That's the Q sign, right? Come through with Kitsune Rush and then win with Sound Barrier afterwards.
They've been moving this payload undisturbed right now, so they might be good for it. Oh, an AMGP. We had a perfect POV there, actually, of Kaneo, who was trying to heal Kai as best as possible, who went really low. Couldn't provide the support necessary for MGP to stay alive on point. Ash GK winning that fight with just a lowly rush.
Haku gets picked by Memo, but Kai goes down late by Ziad, so no chance of touching and contesting, and no chance of using Override Protocol when Sound Barrier was out of the fight. For AL, they just have to use that ultimate economy to try to flip a fight on third. Then they can strangle GK Esports momentum by just boxing them into their own spawn.
Another pause, unfortunately. Don't worry, we'll get back into it in just a moment. It's all good. Yeah, sorry about that. GK off to a good start, though, on Havana, of all places. Making second look like a breeze there, Moxie.
Yeah, but this is also Havana, so buckle in potentially for 3 minutes plus on seeing the inside of attacker spawn on Havana third, because it's just one fight win, right? It's just one fight win that the defense needs, and they have the tools to be able to do it. They've got the Emre ult. Yes, Haku has beat on the other side, but we've already seen Sound Barrier does not stand up to the amount of damage that that Emre ult can do. It's very similar to OC. If you use beat against it, you have to kill the DPS ulting, because they will just kill you first if not.
Well, we'll get a reason for the pause as well in just a moment. But yeah, the actually finishing Havana will be a tall order. However, if that snowball, you do win that fight, that first fight on that corner, it is very doable. And realistically, the Vendetta as well, there's a lot of places you can go for engagements too. It's a little more risky when you don't have the Zarya to kind of bubble you, but you can take a very aggressive space like under the bridge. But Anyone's Legend kind of... Okay, I thought they may be trying to hold forward here, but it doesn't look like they're going to choose to.
I mean, Alfie's already gotten past them with Pulse Bomb, so that's a worry for Canale.
Oh, there you go. Override Protocol has been ripped already. Sound Barrier from Haku. In fact, a lot of ults from GK. They know how important this fight is to actually win, as Labda scores 2. Okay, now they're going to get this onto the bridge. And Anyone's Legend should have a fairly easy time on the defense, as Crispy does have the Ray.
Yeah, it's going to be Ray recontest. AMDP as well has that cage, so Ziad's going to be saving the self-destruct in case he gets caught by it. But what's Ziad currently up to right now? He's not with a team! They spotted out Kai!
Yeah, and pick that just can't happen. Orbital Ray's going to get used though, as the team has been split in half. AMDP trying his hardest to kill Labda. Basically unloaded a full clip into him. He was on fire too. Eventually they're going to get it. And that Orbital Ray securing, despite losing one player that early on.
Finn's going to have Rush though. And Anyone's Legend, because they had to use Ray in that last fight, they don't have anything to counterplay it. Alfie's actually going to go into the Echo to start farming damage off of this Mauga. Getting those sticks, building up the copy.
Yeah, it's going to be such a quick copy. And then you can copy the Mauga, right? And then you just get a free cage, pop card Echo Overdrive and run it down. Kutsuni rush to push them forward. Already AMTP had to get out. Cage available for the team, of course, but Kai's been isolated. There's the cage. Pop is coming up soon, but might not need it. A nicely timed Suzu there is going to save everybody apart from Alpha E, but it doesn't matter. Rally's going to get popped from Canale to try and push them forward. However, his health bar is waning. A couple of swings with the flail. He gets the DMEG, but this payload is moving at light speed right now. AMTP is going to be able to come back, but they're running into us. Just a whole host of ults. The Mauga's got no sustaining. It gets blown to smithereens. Haku with the beat on the ground, and there's the cap. GK going to sink this one in. And Moxie, this is time to spare. 1 minute and 22 seconds in the bank for GK to finish this map is honestly, at this point in time, unheard of.
Yeah.
You normally finish this in OT. Anyone's Legend now. They are on the brink of defeat and need to sink their teeth in here to see themselves in playoffs.
I mean, GK Esports, they had the macro, right? They used all of their ultimates. They were able to pick up as well Kai isolated to force Crispy to invest the Ray, which then meant that GK Esports could just swap to the Echo, build up Kitsune Rush, be able to push forward, force the cage, deal with the Mauga, and have all of the ultimates like Sound Barrier to keep that fight going without having to worry about Anyone's Legend regrouping with the closer respawns. You know it gets to those desperation hours when Canale swaps to Kiriko in their own spawn just to try to TP onto the person currently contesting the payload.
All right, GK. Defense looking pretty stock standard. Without any casties, no Alaris here, so nothing to kind of slow things down a little bit. Now, this is where I was curious if My Moan was actually going to come out on Pharah for their offense. Looks like right now just hovering the Vendetta. Ziad changing over to the Zarya too. No chance to quick swap. AMDP probably just going to stick on the Mauger at this point. I don't see any chance of him changing.
No, I mean, Crispy as well on that Juno to be able to give the speed ring so that AMDP can very quickly close up the distances. Like, Alpha Yi is going to be the main tool of engagement and disruption coming on through from the side of GK. Ziad's on the Zarya to be able to give the bubbles over to that Vendetta. But the question is, can Labda manage to get something done when the Vendetta goes in and creates that space?
Giving him a little bit of space. Fighting on the corner, obviously optimal. Against the Mauger, it could be a little bit tough. Oh, what a prediction there from My Moan. Unfortunately, Suzu moment from Finn.
Yeah, but that's Swift Step and Suzu used. Both at the same time too, so anyone's legend can get a little bit more aggressive. They know that they have advantage.
Yeah, although they end up backing up. MTP, you saw that, right? You pops the cardiac overdrive and they all back off. So it's like, well, I can't stay around the fight, have to back away. My Moan, though, at least has high ground, or at least a portion of it.
He's got a good potential in onto that backline, but without the Zarya bubble, he's a lot more fragile.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of space here, squad. GK, they need to pull something out of here. Alpha E gets stomped on by my AMDP. This is not a defense I expected here from GK. They just kind of fell over. Nothing really happened.
Kai's just quietly amassing as well. Charge to that Emre ultimate, so even if GK go for a last minute contest, it's going to be into the Emre ult.
And there's the recall. 0.82 meters to go. Cardiac overdrive on the point. Diva knocked down. No chance for a remake. No ult. And that's point. That is very quick. That was a no-factor defense there for GK.
Oh, late kill onto Finn. Potentially catch Alpha Yi here as well. Like, GK, they'll have the Emre ultimate, because ideally you're not really going to use Kitsune Rush since it's a static position as opposed to the Emre who can actually move while the ult's still active. But anyone's legend with the Juno Ray might just be able to take Lapta down even through the ult.
Alright, there's a rush at least to kind of put themselves in a good spot.
Alfie is onto the Echo as well. There's the Emre to open things up, allow GK to move forward.
Yeah, but anyone's legend, they're in a position where they can just back up here.
Yeah, they're fine with that too, because like they've got both the Ray as well as the Rally. They can combine that with the Cage plus the Vendetta ultimate, which means that they don't really care about Haku's speed advantage.
And there we go. And DP now moving up. Kai taking a lot of damage though. Had to back up, get a pack. Just wait a minute. In fact, everybody from anyone's legend is very low. Alfie is actually the first to fall. A quick regroup, a quick topping up of the health bars now as My Moan tries to clear out people taking a flank angle. I wish he could get up there, but Kai takes down Finn. This defense crumbling for GK.
Yeah, and Maymon as well, just putting so much pressure onto both the backline, but also that Diva mech too. Without Finn, you can't commit to the fight because you're relying on Rush to open it up, but that just means that anyone's legend, they've amassed almost 5 ultimates to be able to hit this checkpoint.
And they got Cage too, probably the most important on this checkpoint here. Orbital Ray, oh, and Labda just dies instantly. Sound barrier from Haku ends up going down. I mean, this is just not close.
No.
This is anyone's legend. Just running at him, and they're just losing. GK, that being losing, of course, not the other way around. What's the time now? It's going to be like, what, almost 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, and GK Esports burned the whole ultimate economy.
Sheesh.
Outside of Echo, like, Finn's going to go onto the Ana to have those anti-nades again, like AMDP on that Maga will be very vulnerable. Haku off of the break, because Tracer has not been a problem for them to deal with. You need the Juno to be able to keep up with the burst heal, but also that speed rank to get out of the engagement, but they don't have an ult to deal with Kai's.
Alright, Finn, just trying for a little poke damage there on the Emre. Taking effect. He's going to die. Oh, 1 HP. Literally went to 1 HP. I was tracking my ult. That's a little bit close for comfort. But now they're going to round the corner. They got Cage the Diva. Diva's got self right there in a couple of seconds. And Finn dies to spam. Oh, my Chungus Ana player on the high ground dying to spam.
The nade bounce. Yeah, this is not good for GK Esports. Like,
Oh,
they've
I'm
got
just gonna die
Emerald,
too.
but
Mid-ult.
she's gonna
Oh.
die mid-ult. And
This-
anyone's legend, they're
Where
just
is
staggering. Like, GK, they're not getting a chance to regroup.
This is an insane... This feels like the push mode. Push game.
Yeah.
Like, what... They just push all the way with this time in the time bank. I was kind of bigging them up in a second, right? Sorry, a minute ago. Saying how impressive it is to finish in a minute and 20 remaining. Kaneo died. I think definitely died, but oh, Alpha E. Okay, it was a little scoreboard bug or a kill feed bug even. All right, Momo goes down. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Havana third.
Havana third. Okay, no one panic. Havana
Finn
third.
has Nano Burst, Haku has Ray, like Kai has Override Protocol. Anyone's legend will try to find the push win, but Alfie just gets Nano Boosted to be able to take the fight to the Emery with the stickies.
Okay, yeah, Siab was dead during that fight as well, so threw himself off the mat to get that remake. Haku ends up going down, but Alfie solo carrying in the back line. But how much more solo carrying can he do? There's a rally going off, body blocking coming through from MTP, so Alfie can't land full stickies onto my moan. Still ends up going down though regardless. Finn hits the respawn, and that should be enough to hold on to this point.
Yeah, you'll be able to get the Echo copy as well up if you need it. You don't really, as you've been able to find the fight when finally. Finn's going to have to be so cautious how he tries to peek up on Castle side though, because Kai's been lethal with the nade sticks.
Okay, AMDP overdue the Diva
Finn.
now. It's
He's
no
up there
more
again.
John Mauger. Look, he's fine, okay? Leave him be. Let him shoot people. Finn almost got the ult as well. Copy on the Vendetta. Probably the most useful copy, honestly. With the amount of mobility, it's kind of ridiculous. They're going to back all the way up as well. Yeah, too scared of Alfie on this pick.
They lose Maymon though in the disengage.
Look at the time. Look at the time, Moxie.
Yeah, it's Havana third. It well and truly is. AMDP off of the Mauga now into both the Echo as well as the Ana was just like getting absolutely melted. So instead he's going to go into the Diva, the Zarya rather, will be able to pop the Diva out of that mech and all of the incoming damage will just change to bubble charge.
You're hoping though, right? But we've got a minute to go. You're going to need to do some quick building if you're MDP. Of course, you're going to get a lot of charge here from the Vendetta, but the Zarya comps need a little bit of setup most of the time because you've got no speed. Apart from the ring. Yep. It's all good. There's ground there, luckily. That would have been horrible.
Bad. Kai,
His heart
though,
probably leapt as well.
he's just
Okay,
going to go
override
for
protocol.
with Emerald, try to find a connection
Has to
onto
do
Finn.
it. But my moon's already dead to Siad. And Lambda got hit with Nano. Nano Protocol. High in the sky he goes. Oh, those little light shots hitting his like for liking Kai. 20 seconds to go here.
Yeah.
Anyone's Legend final push to put themselves in playoffs.
I mean, JK gonna hold up as well, try to force Crispy into potting with Ray before they get onto the actual objective so that GK can just disengage it or get one more fight. As Maymon could be the difference maker, gets bubbled, goes in, sleep whips, has to use the whirlwind dash just to get back to the team.
Alpe has to survive here. Siad's very low. D-Mech self-destruct used. But oh, Kanel finds the kill on Siad. It's the final push here, and Finn dies to Kai. Long range damage is all crumbled here in the final few moments. OT is here, but anyone's Legend are happy with a payload completion on this third point. Kai kills Labda, and that'll be that. We're going to a third round, sorry. 1 minute in the time bank versus 2 minutes and 22 seconds. It was down to the wire.
Yeah.
They had 4 minutes going into that point, but like you said, Havana moment on third.
See,
Anyone's Legend get another chance.
I imagine they're going to be questioning if they'd been able to complete that full push faster if they'd swapped off the Mauga sooner. Because the Zarya coming through and being able to bubble Maimon on that Vendetta was the thing that just allowed them to claw all of the space back, despite being an attacking team having to play retake into Castle on Havana third.
Okay. The panic may be setting in. Anyone's Legend, it's worth noting, against Peps yesterday, also went to a map 5 and a much needed win. If they didn't win that Peps game, they were out. If they don't win this game, they are out. Same situation, different team in GK this time.
Different time bank too. 1 minute to 2:22. Like, if you're anyone's legend, you need to cap first. With how fast Emre ults build, or how quickly some of these eliminations can just come through from left field with those nades, you need a first point cap.
Here we go. Back on the Mauga. Now Finn on the Ana. I really like this backline that GK are running, especially on this point.
The Zarya
The ability to play super
too.
long range and the nades are going to stick. There's no Kiri for anyone's legend.
Maimon too is going to actually go off of the Vendetta. I was going to say, like, running Vendetta without the Zarya is dangerous. So instead, you're going to move onto that Tracer, try to go for a little bit more split pressure onto the Juno and the Ana.
They had to switch Kiri. They just had to. You get nades, you're dead.
Yeah.
Basically.
They have to hit this backline though, because at the moment, the Ana, the Juno, that's a full surviving Zarya into all of the incoming damage.
Oh, Alfie should be good to escape. Oh, good headshot. Canel hits the melee. Oh, he's actually just going to 1v1 Canel, like straight up, even past the recall. They're going to try and help Alfie now, who's still alive, by the way. They're going to push in. They're all dead. It's all disastrous for anyone's legend. Alfie soloing out the Kiriko even after he hit that recall and had Tracer back up. Alfie in a 2v1 comes out on top and the payload's going to get halted. GK defense looking strong. Anyone's legend now have to defend on this corner against 2 minutes 22. And that's at least, what, 3.5, 4 attacks maybe?
I mean, that's an Emre ult build right there.
Sure.
And
yeah, absolutely.
Anyone's legend, if they don't get that Emre ult online first, they can't kite it. They're going to have to fight into it. Which, that's going to be a tough task for sure. Like, Alfie, yet again, we talked about his Tracer on Reversa earlier. We have to talk about it now, because they were holding nade. Like, the moment that Alfie calls out Canel's down, Finn lobs in the anti, it hits AMDP, and the Mauga instantly falls once the purple connects. That's how it all snowballs from there.
Yeah, it was a smart play to kind of change Kiri, and now they are rocking with it first. They know the likelihood of Finn playing the Ana is close to 100%. And if, you know...
If you didn't run the Kiri, GK would just swap to the Ana because they have attacker advantage. So, like, you can even see Finn literally on Jetpack Cat, just the same on Blizzard World, scouting. They have 222. It's not like they have the minute where it's like, okay, go with the composition that you have. You get the opportunity to work out what the defense is running. You see the Mauga, you're like, okay, cool. Let's commit to the Ana.
Come here, will you?
Damn, look at that Techers. Flying in with the Jetpack Cat and life grip back. Perfect stuff. And, yep, straight to the Ana. Sure, you've got the Kiriko, but there's only one Suzu.
And I mean, there's only one Kiriko too. If Alfie is able to find the hit, then no, they're going to change. Ziad's going to go to the Diva. Defense Matrix and verticality as well to try and push anyone's legend out of those really crucial spaces.
Yeah, no Ana here either. Finn swapping over to the Kiriko. Good heads-up play, and this is the attacker advantage that we speak of a lot. Just being able to swap so readily. By the way, Ziad is on Mega. He just ran to the Mega health pack. Yeah, Kai's like, there are people behind us, by the way. We have to fight into them. We have to fight front to back. Nice little Suzu, but they're completely split. Ziad now just forcing his way into the backline, and Kai is in trouble. A nice little nade. Splash damage is good. ANTP traded, but it's all over already. That's it. That's done. That's a team kill.
Yeah, no one's touching.
From GK have just done it. No one's going to be able to touch. Everybody's dead. Anyone's legends time in the sun is nigh. GK have locked themselves into the playoffs.
Attacker advantage in overtime. Like, it genuinely is a thing. Finn able to scout up the composition. They all work. Okay, what's going to be able to be effective against this? Like, Mauga is going to be problematic, but what if we just take high ground? Mauga can't do anything to stop it. They take the angles, they split the team away from the objective too, so like even if you don't win the fights there, or even if you trade players, you've got the closer respawns. You're gonna be able to push the cart before the defense gets to regroup and mount together another defensive hold.
ridiculous finish from both teams, both finishing with, well, one with time, one without. 1 minute versus 2:22. That additional time to just quickly think and just say, hey, actually, no. Ana's not good here. Let's just go Diva. They're playing Mauga. And it's also the benefit of just having the cat, I suppose. It's like, yay, get some screen time for the cat. Spawn, peek, and back to a comp that we feel is going to win. And then we didn't really see it there because we were on the POV of like MDP and like everybody else kind of like rushing into the room. But Ziad and Alfie just sprinted to the Mega. They flanked them completely, and then the call from anyone's legend there was probably, well, we've got 2 people behind us, maybe 1.5, because Alfie is probably pretty close. We need to rush them now. We need to just go in. But by the time they made that decision, already Ziad was behind them. Micro missiles in the back, and it was all over.
Even if they did that, it would have been over.
It was just it was like a blitzkrieg of an attack. It was ridiculous. I mean, Ash, GK locked this one in. 3-2. They've made the playoffs. You know, Astro's prediction was correct, that being the top 4. But anyone's legend coming alive in the last weekend.
They really have, and I think that this is really good signs here for anyone's legend heading into the, you know, the second stage, heading into Promo Royal there as well. I think overall, though, when we're considering how this series kind of ended up panning out, Moxie, despite it going for, you know, all 5 maps, we had a couple maps here and there that were quite one-sided for either one of these teams. I'm kind of curious to get your take as to what kind of led it to be that way today.
I mean, honestly, it was just counter-picking. Like, a lot of the time it was counter-picking, especially on that last map on Havana, being able to come on with things like the Ana against the Mauga, and then like also the Mauga composition on Havana for just not being able to find an opening for a good 3 minutes before they swapped to the Zara to enable the Vendetta better. Then on Blizzard World as well, we got to see the whole shebang of Mauga, Ana, the matchup with the Kiriko having to come through with the Suzu. Yeah, it's a counter-pick meta, to be honest. It's just rock, paper, scissors Overwatch right now.
And I think that for GK Esports, they did a really good job with that scouting the last 2 maps on Blizzard World, on the map that we just saw here as well, being Havana. And overall, I feel like, Jack, this is also good signs still for anyone's legend. The fact that they were able to make the comeback over this past weekend, make the adjustments that were necessary. I think some really good focus points here for this team heading into the remaining stages of the OWCS season.
Yeah, we'll see if their team ends up sticking together, and I hope they do. I think they did show some bright spots, like you said. A quite literal glow-up after the first couple of weeks of gameplay where they didn't find a single map, and then they go to 2 map 5s. Like, that takes some gumption. It really does. And being in a mental spot where you can say, hey, we can still win this, guys. Like, we can get a map win, and we can get a series win, like they did versus Peps, and like they almost did here as well against GK. I mean, I want to shout out AMTP on the tank. Did a nice little interview, obviously, yesterday after their map win. Their game win versus Peps, and he said, yeah, we still feel confident. We still have hope that we can do it. And he did perform really well. Little faltering on control, but looked good on the Mauga, on the Diva. So I'm hoping we see more of them once more in stage 2. But for now, you know, it is all GK. Alpha Yi, oh my god. Boy can shoot on the Tracer and land sticks. He still got it. It's ridiculous.
He was looking insane in the server today, but now with GK's win, we have solidified the teams that we're going to be seeing here in playoffs. And don't forget, Twisted Minds, they still get to choose. And we don't know who it is yet, who they'll be playing up against first, and that'll also determine, you know, the other side of the bracket, what that other matchup is going to look like. Moxie, I think that when you're looking at the standings overall, we talked about it top of day. This is about what we expected at the start of the season, but how do you feel like now that everything's kind of done and settled going into playoffs? How's everyone matching up against each other?
I mean, Twisted Minds, they get to choose who they take on first now that they have the title of first seed, and honestly, would not be surprised if they go for Virtus.pro. With how quick today's series was. They said it in the interview, like maybe they actually do decide to commit to it because it did not look close.
Well, VP gets second pick, so they won't be able to do that. They will face each other in that bracket. So I imagine it's going to be Katsia. Out of the two that they can pick, I think Katsia, because it's just like, okay, of course the first seed picks the fourth seed, and then the second pick picks the third seed. It's like, it's going to happen. I'm not sure, though. Even after today's game, I think GK... you're not going to want to face Alfie on the Tracer. So out of the two, I think Katsia might be the play.
Ooh, okay. I like these takes from you guys for what we can maybe expect heading into playoffs. Overall, though, regular season all wrapped up here for EMEA. I want to give a big thank you to Jaws and Moxie for joining me today for the last day of our regular season, and want to talk a little bit about the next matchup that we're going to be having, because for NA, everything is still up in the air for those last two spots, guys.
Come on, man. This is why I don't do brackets. This is why I don't make them. This is why, thank goodness there's someone behind the scenes like plotting out all this. It's ridiculous.
It really is, Moxie. I think heading into NA as well, I know that we've already wrapped up our thoughts about EMEA, but I want to get a little bit of an idea of how you're feeling about the NA region.
I mean, yesterday's match is going to be insane. Well, absolutely impossible, I feel, to be able to touch. Like, to top. SSG, Dallas,
Yeah,
it went the
definitely.
distance. It's probably going to be the America match of the stage as a whole. Potentially a prelude as well to that grand final. As, like, Dallas versus Extinction, that's probably going to be a Dallas sweep. Space Station versus TL, that's likely going to be a sweep there as well. It's just going to be Disguised versus Linux. Who is going to be able to come out with that win? I really do not know who to call.
It's so hard, and the win is also going to really shake up who's going to have that opportunity to actually take that playoff spots, but I will actually get into that a little bit later. Again, thank you to you two for joining us here. We do have the Disguised Lunex matchup coming up next, but before we do go, while we are on break, I do want to remind you guys to make sure that you do look to check out the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. It's available now. You guys want to be able to support your favorite Champions Clash teams and ensure that you can get some really sick skins, cards, nameplates, buddies, all of that. But then on top of that, just helping out fund that prize pool. But also don't forget that we do have the Elysian Keeper giveaway for you guys as well. So if you want a chance to enter and win that, scan the QR code that is on your screens. We will be back after a quick break with Disguise versus Lunex.
start when you're ready. I've loaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... Connections? Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. What utter drivel! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. This speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing my victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hard-light manipulation. But what about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... What are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you shared your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishkar dynasty, keeper of the family fortune, inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishkar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are. Now that's perfection at work. The story continues in Overwatch.
just trust in my feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Does that will be the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice ball, nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Yesterday, Team Liquid got their second win of the season, leaving it open for them to have that potential into playoffs contention. I'm Ash, and I'm joined here by Mitch and Jake. Guys, it is so exciting that all three matches of the last day of regular season have the possibility of mattering so much right down to the very end for these last two playoff spots.
They could all matter. Or honestly, only the first one could matter as well. We really don't know. It so much really hinges on that first result, but the overarching narrative that came out of yesterday was that it really is anyone's game. We have some really quality teams here in this 6 NA contenders, so I have no idea how this is going to pan out. I guarantee the press are going to be all over the place.
Yeah, we got some very likely wild scenarios coming in with tie breaks, map differentials. We'll be sure to break all that down for you guys. But I think it's just been an incredible first regular season here in North America to see the teams have such parity. Even, you know, the top squads like Dallas and SSG, they look good. They look better than the rest. But I have a feeling that some of these, you know, teams in the bottom four right now could rise up to compete. Definitely don't envy anybody trying to fight for a spot in promotion relegation because it won't be easy.
It definitely won't be easy. Speaking of that giga banger of a matchup that we get to see yesterday between Dallas Fuel and Spatiation Gaming, taking a look at these standings here, Dallas Fuel, they secured that top seed. They'll have the opportunity after all is said and done to choose who they want to be facing up against in that first round of playoffs. However, for those last two spots, do not be fooled. Still completely wide open for the other 4 teams on the docket. When it comes down to those tiebreaker rules that Jake was just talking about, we're going to walk you through them a little bit here. It is not, we're not going past number 2 there. We are going to go between, you know, head-to-head map differential between tied teams. We are not going to go beyond that because of how this season has panned out thus far. But taking a look at today's schedule to give you guys a bit of a better breakdown, there's 4 possibilities on the table. The first one, if Lunex beats DSG, like Mitch was talking about in this first matchup, it's done and dusted. You know, you'll have the fact that Lunex and Liquid get to take those last 2 spots. However, on the flip side, if Disguise managed to win, it opens up the 3 other possibilities, which will trickle down into our last 2 matches of the day. If Dallas Fuel end up beating Extinction, Disguise and Team Liquid can qualify, but then if Extinction who wins, it'll be Extinction that qualify with Disguised, unless Liquid manages to beat Space Station Gaming in that last matchup of the day, then Liquid can join Extinction in the playoffs. Guys, I know that was a lot of yap, but Mitch, that makes sense, right?
Well done, Ash. I'm interjecting, like, that was great.
I mean, it makes sense. Basically, it means that in each of the 3 games, we have like a constraint that has to be met in order for us to have to consider the next one, right? So if certain things go right, we only have to look at the first one, and so on and so forth. So it's not guaranteed to be super complicated if results maybe pan out the way that you might expect. The problem is that this first game is a real toss-up. I really feel like either team could take it. I know I'm going to dive into that more in just a second, but that's kind of what has us up in the air, I think.
It really does. But speaking of what's up in the air, one of the teams that we're going to be seeing in this first match for Disguised, they managed to get their very first win last weekend up against Team Liquid. Let's take a little bit of a flashback and take a look at Disguised Toast's reaction to that DSGW just 1 week ago.
Wait, bomb them. Bomb them. Bomb them with the D.Va ult. I'm sorry, why is there a Bastion here? What? Oh my god, the Bastion swap! The Bastion swap!
Their first win of the stage against Team Liquid. It went to 4, but they only needed 3 wins. Oh my goodness.
We've been hiding the Bastion?
In a big way against one of the best teams coming into stage 1. And now
Oh my god. We won. We might be not the worst team. DSG bros are up.
Jake, I feel like that reaction from Disguised Toast was like so ecstatic at the Bastion swap. He was stunlocked, and then the anticlimactic end of, guys, we might not be the worst team. Like we still have a chance here.
I love that Disguise is like calling for like the going in with the D.Va bomb. He's like doesn't believe in the Bastion swap. So it's good to see the team making the right moves in that moment. I'm definitely getting curious to see how they perform today though, because this is a squad with a ton of pressure on their shoulders, but still with like some realistic scenarios to qualify if you get this win. I mean, both these teams, I guess Lunex has full control of their destiny. Disguise needs a little bit of luck, but honestly, for either one of them, the win gives them a great chance to go into playoffs and survive further.
It really does. Heading into Lunex, though, Mitch, I think that taking a look at the squad, we saw how good of a brawly team they are. Zeb's Orisa has been so impressive throughout this stage thus far, and they still kept a very close match up against Alice Fuel last weekend. What are you looking out for from them in today's match versus Disguise to keep their playoff dream alive?
I think like a huge part of this team's success is Sombra getting to be in a comfortable spot. I think the Tracer gameplay was really, really impressive. And I think that with Sombra and Zeb, I think these are the two that Jake highlighted yesterday. If those two are in positions where they can, actually, show that skill expression, be in a comfortable place, something that's familiar for them, this team looks really, really well. Their backline is extremely solid, and X10, she seems to really pop off as well. I'm kind of any of those hit scan picks. I'm a little bit fussed about the Gibraltar map from this Lunex team and about that Freya comp, but I'm willing to have a mind change.
Okay. It seems like such a coin flip heading into today's matchup for this potential for Lunex to, still secure their playoff spot, or for their dreams to be completely dashed if they lose to Disguise. When it comes down to our predictions, I had to go with Lunex for this. I do think it will be a close matchup regardless, though, Mitch.
I said DSG.
Okay.
I said DSG. I'm a big Rocket believer. I do think these guys are really good on the Xayah Vendetta. I'm not doing it this time. Last week, I regretted my pred instantly. This time, I actually feel okay about it. I think DSG have got what it takes. I also think that this is the old adage of peaking at the right time. They've really started to improve over the last couple of weeks. They're far from the worst team here, so that's my pick.
I think I went a little bit controversial with this one. I went with Lunex. I agree. I think on paper, you look at the names on DSG, they should be the stronger team. However, I think these Lunex players are peaking at the right moment in terms of their careers and like the longer arc of Overwatch history here. And I think they're going to be able to get the win today. It's going to take a solid performance though, because I agree, DSG are a very strong team now, and it's going to be a competitive one.
Well, let's see if Lunex are able to secure their playoff spot alongside Team Liquids, or if Disguise can win and open up 3 different timelines.
I mean, for simplicity's sake, you may be at home hoping for Lunex to win, but if you're the kind of person that likes utter, unmitigated, unadulterated chaos, then you want to get behind my pick of DSG, because that will throw this all for a loop. like Ash mentioned, we're not going to get any further than map differential in counting down, so it's not going to be an impossible tiebreaker. We're not going to have a ridiculous scenario where we have to like actually play tiebreaker games. So don't worry about that. It's more just that, you know, the reality of what our playoffs are looking like won't really be locked in until the end of the day if Lunex do not win here. Elysian Tower to start us off. We saw, you know, Lunex try and fold in a little bit of the Reaper comps of their own in that previous game, and it had some mixed results, but DSG, you know, PG and Rocket very comfortable on these very classic sort of Reaper and Ash combo.
Yeah, banning out the Vendetta here, I think definitely opens up possibilities for Lunex. Still going to be some choices whether the teams decide to stick with the Sim or maybe go with more of a conventional Tracer look. A lot of options here. PG on the Cassidy, though, could do a lot in this one.
All right, so switch off the Ash to the Cassidy, and a Genji brought in here for Rocket. Still, though, within that Zarya shell, and Genji is still going to be able to go and get that charge for the Zarya and keep Tread at a pretty high level of damage pretty consistently. Z's took a bunch of damage early on here, forcing the out of the sight lines early. Not ideal for the Juno, and Tread's had to bubble themselves here. That was a dash forward by Nenwai. She's not able to connect on the Zarya because of that bubble, and Lunex had to disengage briefly. They've given up a lot of this ground.
Zomba holding the point, though, putting some contest on, and as that pulls resources from Disguise over to the left, opportunity for Lunex. Left takes down Zomba, though. It's going to take one of the key thorns out of their side, and it may just be cleanup time for Disguise. Zomba running out of resources on the point.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, in theory, ended very quickly. That pick on the Tracer really meant that Lunex didn't have any ability to work that flank. If they're going to give up some space and play back towards the bridge, then their Tracer absolutely has to be making inroads, and Zomba, as we saw, was not able to. Nice looks there from Lep. We're going to have Zeb here on the Tracer himself, who's always been happy to go here, rather on the Zarya himself. The Orisa not really cutting it here, as too much of that CC is mitigated by Zarya.
Stepping up now across the bridge. Zarya swapping for Zeb. He's going to take them here. Already very energized. PG with the high noon, though, is going to zone things back, slow the game down for now, but expect the re-engage to come.
This is what DSG want, though. They do want to be able to work into that space. That's very aggressive again from Nenwai, but Zeb is low. It might be time to make a play here. If your Lunex Tread charged up, ready to rumble, but has to respect the damage from Zeb, who is pretty healthy in their own right. Tread with a grab developed for the next engagement, so a win here would be absolutely massive for DSG, and Zeb may be punished for the late switch over to the Zarya himself. All the while, this is this guy's ticking up in capture percentage as Zeb can't do too much outside of get a couple of heads turned in his direction.
Zeb might be able to get out with energy. He's going to stick around in the fight, and looks like we have a pause coming in. I think there might be a little bit more to play for here for Lunex, right? The spawners are going to be coming back in. There's going to be some support ults to deploy. Like you called out, though, the grab advantage from Tread starting on the Zarya is likely to be impactful here, but I've seen this scenario before where sometimes you just can't kill the grab through the orbital ray. It's just like a little bit too much healing. The enemy Zarya is a little bit too tanky, so you're really going to be wanting to try and catch supports or a Tracer, but easier said than done there for Tread.
Credit to Zeb as well, because, you know, being able to stay alive there means there's a lot of that Zarya charge that's carried over into the next fight. If there's any chance of reinforcing that Lunex tank player, then you do not have to spend a couple bubbles in the first 10 plus seconds of the fight actually trying to develop some damage. So if you're DSG, you're looking very quickly out for the Zarya, saying we might have grab, but they are at full charge at the beginning of the fight, which is a rarity for a team who, in theory, lost out. A lot of aggressive Brig shield bashes coming out here from Nenwai. She's really trying to get to grips here with Trev, but it can expose her to danger. Jake, I think this is the worst case scenario. Look at the investment in keeping Zeb alive, but it didn't line up, and the Zarya is dead.
You kind of have to go all in at this point. That kill on the PG, something to play for. X10, love to see her rip to OC. Grab plus orbital ray just to deal with the rallying Brig. I guess you needed it. But that does more or less drain the bank here. So Lunex actually, I think they have a chance into this round if they can just sustain through this spawn push, which it looks like they can.
Tread really needed that extra bit of stagger on disease there. I think that puts Lunex in an almost unwinnable situation, but now they're going to come back, and like you mentioned, heavy investment from DSG in that fight. They'll have a Dragon Blade, and will be unassisted outside of a Zarya bubble, so Rocket's going to have to get a little bit creative here, no doubt. X10 with an overclock now, but hindered immediately. Doesn't want to take the fight up close against PG, but Nenwai, well, she was more than happy to. Yep, yeah, another shield bash forward from Lunex's Brig. Very aggressive, but it yields the elimination and forces Disguised off the point.
You know, Disguise on a retake, in a round they're up 99-0, right? In theory, this should be open and shut, but in reality, the Blade and the Rally that they're working with here are really tough to use against Graviton Surge, right? Genji just goes deep with the Blade, you just get locked down and die. Similar story for Brig, right? Like, maybe the Rally Shield tanks you for a while, but there's also a Pulse Bomb from Zomba to worry about. So, tough fight here on the retake. We'll see how Rocket and Lep decide to pop these ults.
I wouldn't even hate this defensive grab here from Zeb to try and lock Rocket up. You might want to try and go big here for a dominant team fight. Pulse Bomb makes sense, but it's on the wrong side of the shield. PGE throws out the grenade, and Zomba's caught by both DPS down at the start of the fight. That is horrific for Lunex. And that is absolutely going to be a bruise they carry into the next round, folks. Zeb is in trouble. And there's no way they're going to be able to stay alive and maintain any of that Zarya charge. Then way off the point, PGE will zone here with this Deadeye. And that's DSG taking our first round.
Great round from Tread and Lep in particular there, right? Like that final moment, making sure that the Brig Rally Shield just blocked everything. All the impact from that grab completely mitigated. Zarya up in front. I mean, she's the hardest one to kill, of course, with those bubbles. And then Lep's shield just does all the work. And then PGE, with that space to work with, he's just drilling heads. Definitely some big impact. X10, big damage in that round, though, despite like a tough round. Almost 5K there on the Sojourn. So I'm really curious to see how this round 2 goes. Expecting Lunex to maybe rock out with the Zarya mirror, and maybe we'll see a little bit of a closer round from an ult economy perspective.
Just kind of a reminder that, you know, these rounds can be over so quickly, right? You know, Lunex, they start on the Orisa, and it's just not the right pick. So Zeb makes a switch to the Zarya, sure. But that puts them so far behind in terms of that ult charge. There is a grab fight.
X10 Reaper.
Yeah, okay, we're going to see that here yet again. So this is something that Disguise were flashing earlier. This is a pretty, again, big investment into trying to neutralize Tread, but Zarya has plenty of tools to deal with, like that upfront aggression. You can see the rest of Disguise trying to respond here as they realize there's going to be way more pressure on their front line in this round.
There's a lot of aggression on every player. Zomba with a bunch of space to work with, then by getting aggressive too. Tread, last man standing here for Disguise with the help of Sile behind, but it's not going to be enough. Zarya kiting away with Juno, living a while actually, but with Juno dropping, should be the beginning of the end. They're giving some respect to Trev. They don't want to get popped from the burst, but I actually like this Lunex style. I think even PGE is going to be in huge trouble. Like a Reaper teleporting on a Cassidy with a Zarya bubble is very hard to outplay. Like you really need help from supports. You need maybe your own Zarya bubble to live that. Rocket goes over to the Venture, maybe giving him a little bit more survivability, a little bit more potential to fight the flanks. It's a good matchup, I think, generally into this style, but I wonder if they won't get overwhelmed.
I guess maybe the Brig also causing some issues is Tracer for Rocket. Again, we know just how powerful Venture can be. But again, it's a similar paradigm. You know, want to try and work into the flanks, try and get some Zarya bubbles, and the edge is blown up. That was a bubble given over towards Rocket, though. The burst damage was too high, though. It's likely Zeb is very charged up. This Graviton Surge here, Tread realizes there's a lot of pressure coming their way to try and catch Lunex. As Lunex, just with their sails billowing with confidence, having this Reaper comp, they want to run at DSG whenever possible. And that time it was exploited.
Yeah, Tread living so deep into that last fight gets a huge grab advantage, and honestly, I think Lunex just caught off guard. Z caught in the grab there is worst case scenario. You know, as a Zarya, you're going to have to tank that grab, but having the Juno in it as well makes it essentially team fight winning on its own. Big impact from the Zarya here from Disguise.
Dark Lord PGE close to a Deadeye here. Rocket very quickly cheap to be honest, switching back to the Razor. Orbital Ray, and yeah, PGE just caught lacking there. Not a whole lot to do. Lunex pop both support ultimates in response, and really, you're stuck with your feet planted to the ground in that Deadeye. DSG also commit a rally. They were maybe hoping to make up for that lack of play, but Lunex were a step ahead of them. Now they burn their Brig ult for very little.
They might continue to push the trade here. X10 relying on the supports, getting a lot of damage done on this Reaper. They're thinking about going even deeper. I mean, this comp has almost limitless aggression, but you got to be careful. Sometimes PGE finds Z, it's going to take the legs out from under this comp.
That is insanely aggressive from PGE. I mean, okay, drop off the high ground. PGE got the pick on the Juno and drops off the high ground. It could have been because of fear of like a Reaper TP behind him, but either way, he throws himself into the blender.
Yeah, it's big impact from Lunex. I mean, if that fight goes 5 more seconds without the Juno, you've almost certainly lost. Like that little bubble recall play from Zomba, going to get a bit of extra energy for Zeb, who has held on to this Graviton Surge, but now both teams with grabs and Disguise with some very big ultimates to throw into it.
Grabbing the Chug could be massive. It's going to require a defensive orbital rate, which sometimes just doesn't get online quickly enough after the ability is used. Here's the push. Trey going to come in with a grab now. Orbital Ray is going to be used. Pulse Bomb dropped on the ground. It's Rocket down first, but the back line of Lunex crumbles. That's what DSG were looking for here, but there's more work to be done because they've lost all their damage dealers, with the exception, of course, of Tread, who is certainly doing some heavy lifting in that department now with 60 charge, but he's got a lot to look at here. Zeb forced off the point low enough, but X10 is still there, and eventually Tread's going to run out of bubbles. This is still dangerous. TP backwards there for X10 is just sort of anticipated by Tread as he's already pushing forward. If there's a stacking here on Lunex, if there's a chance to catch players out, Disguise can really lengthen this lead.
They're going to need to find it because they're running low in the ultimate bank. Tread incredibly low, run down by the aggression from Lunex. Rocket finds Z in the intermediary, so still an opportunity, but without the tank on the front line. Nenwai picks up left, and with overtime ticking, Disguised has to touch this point into a brutally difficult knock to challenge into.
Rocket tries to go for the prescribed route, but Zombo has trodden that path many times before himself. Catches out the enemy Tracer now, and a wrecking ball from Tread will get the touch, but PGE never really got to play in this last fight. Trying to get over towards the point, and Zombo is happy to make use of the pulse bomb here to get the round essentially done. Lunex look vastly better here, and this time Zeb starts the round on Zarya, punishing these push-ups from Tread.
Tread still had a huge round, though. I mean, like, this Reaper comp is kind of running them over, which, you know, a lot of teams have been able to deal with, but Lunex stay confident, they stay believing in this level of aggression, and it does pay off, right? Even one of those fights where, once again, Tread, huge grab, gets both supports in the Zarya, kills both supports. It's like the dream start to the fight, and yet Reaper, Tracer, and Zarya are just cleaning up your damage dealers, able to stay alive into the fight, get the respawns back in, and ultimately they're able to like never give up that map control. When they do finally get their whole team back together, Disguise, they can't quite clear the map out. It's just back into a 5-on-5, and the ultimate tempo swings back the way of Lunex. So as we're 1-to-1 going to control center, wouldn't expect to see the Reaper swap anytime soon, although I love the EMEA response from PGE. The mobility is going to make this very awkward for Reaper to chase.
Now also like some tank busting potential if that Reaper's going to get up in your face. Cypher Blasting gives you like a decent way to stay in that fight. And again, we just know how nasty EMEA is, especially an ultimate that is pretty unanswerable right by Reaper. But the Override Protocol really gets you out of harm's reach against this kind of comp. So keep your eyes peeled for that in some pivotal moments. X10 doesn't want to push off this corner here. She will just try and stay safe and make use of those Zarya bubbles. Zeb takes a bit of damage. X10 might not have another bubble, and she knows that, so she has to Wraith walk away. Rocket almost finds that pick off on Z's.
Z's got to watch out, and that pressure is going to mean a lot of space control for Disguise. Lunex swinging around behind, and Abrigas used the bash, committing all in onto Zombu. Has to recall out, but the point in control. Under some time pressure now on Lunex, and they're just going to send it.
They're going to go. That's both bubbles used by Trade here. Dangerous moment now. Yes, you're full charge, but you don't have a get-out-of-jail-free card, so to speak. This is nice, though. Good little disengage from Disguise. Tough to pull that off against the tempo that Lunex are trying to bring into these fights. X10 TP's across the point, and Trade is going to be waiting for it to trade, though. Zarya is now looking very, very scary. This is very volatile, high-damage environment. I don't think Zev has a bubble, though, and yep, that last one they're going to have to make use of. It's PGE traded out for Zomba. It's about as even as these fights can get. And DSG losing Rocket, they don't have their ability to stall.
Zomba doing a ton of work in that team fight early, finding some pickoffs while the pressure is on X10. Advantage of this Tracer plus Reaper style is that you have two very powerful DPS that can go aggressive with bubbles into the backline and find kills. So Juno Sile is going to have his head on a swivel here. Another TP deep into the backline, but the burst is good on Nenwai. The mutual fast drop gets both Briggs out of the game.
And there's that Siphon Blaster going to work as Zeb was held in place. It's an easy enough pickoff, and that dire advantage rests with Disguise. They don't have any healers, no backline to speak of. PGE trying to salvage now with this Override Protocol, but mostly it's being dodged away from. X10 sustains through the fight, stays alive, and DSG walked into that fight with an ultimate disadvantage, and lo and behold, they kind of still have one.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Holding onto the rally there is massive, and honestly, you know, having the Briggs bash each other and both fall out of the fight probably favors Lunex with this Reaper setup. Like, they kind of want to get these numbers lower and play on that survivability. Nenwai deep into the backline with a bubble rally as well.
Yeah, she dives in, pops that release straight away. It comes out from left in response to the deterrence of that shield bash stun. Is enough to force Lunex back. However, there's more where that came from. They're not bluffing here. They're sitting on a grab and a Death Blossom, whereas Disguise have unfortunately run through most of their big teamfight winning ultimates. No bubble there though for Zeb, so player advantage might prevail over all advantage. as they wasn't able to keep the Reaper alive. Lunex are going to back away. Disguise needs to try and capitalize on this as quickly as possible, but Zomba wants to try and make this costly, punish anybody for maybe not paying enough heed to the Tracer's presence in the backline.
Zeb playing this one cautiously, going to wait for X10 to get back into the fight. They might need to give up the flip to accomplish this, but they're going to get a big grab onto the brig here. Lep is down. X10 follows up with the kill onto Tread. These grabs, devastating with the Reaper behind them.
That was the comment that's being promised there. Lunex managed to get that grab in. Rocket tried for a pulse bomb to deter. I'm not really sure, but either way, this has been beautiful stuff from Lunex. As soon as Zeb has been on this Zarya, they have looked phenomenal. The Reaper, something that Disguise has not been able to answer. They draft the Emerald in for PGE to try and have a way to punish this Reaper, have some range advantage and have some flexibility, but that doesn't seem to be remotely enough. Tread gets a grab just as he goes down, and the follow-up isn't quite there. Although Rocket can start to try strips of some of these players. Zyle as well, his Pulsar Torpedoes will claim an elimination now, but it's Disguise who are really lacking in numbers. It's just Zyle and PGE left to play, and Zeb is back and ready for action, fully charged. Lunex should be departing out of Lijiang Tower with a map win. It's Disguise who can really only try and stall things out, and they have, Jake, stuck to their guns with this Reaper comp over these last couple of rounds. They have looked flawless, and they're playing a much more up-tempo style that DSG just can't keep up with.
Yeah, I think the difference in the impact of the grabs with the Reaper on control centers is significant, and the ability for X10 to take a lot of pressure off of the front line means, you know, as we get down to these lower number scenarios, it's often Zeb with the advantage in the Zarya. And ultimately, when you play this comp, right, it just matters so much which Zarya has more energy, who's got more bubble resources available. And even with like a couple imperfect plays on the fight, like Tread getting some massive grabs over the course of Lijiang Tower, catching supports time and time again, this looks solid for Lunex. And to win on the Zarya mirror is, I think, to set the tone for the current meta, where for me, a lot of teams going to use a ton of Zarya in this current game style.
Yeah, I do think it's like your first stop, right? There's like multiple levels of like trying to, you know, metagame each other in terms of comps, but your first stop is probably some kind of Zarya permutation on maps that allow for this rush style. For me, what really stands out is that, you know, like you've got games like this where the healers are both approximately putting out like a very solid amount of healing over the course of the game, but the number of deaths here, far less for the side of Lunex. PGE gets exploited, targeted, 13 deaths. One of those there as well. PGE just sort of drops into the maelstrom that this brawl style comp is trying to create. And then on control center, we switch over towards the Emerald. PGE is trying to play some of these off angles, but there's not enough time. Look at the fight is being taken. PGE can't even see what is going on. He's trying to play coast, which is fine. It's a safe spot. It's a reasonable perch to play from, but unfortunately just cannot have the impact that he needs to when, you know, you've got X10 tearing his team to shreds on Reaper.
Yeah, I think it looks really, from in hindsight, really smart for X10 to bring out the Reaper on Night Market, where I think it's pretty unconventional there, but obviously can still work. They get the round win. But then when they come into Control Center, you've already got your perks online on Reaper, right? And the fast Shadow's Head TP, the extra mobility exiting Wraith form, at this level of play, it makes a huge difference for your ability to get in and get out, put pressure in, catch supports off. And, you know, I think it allowed a lot more playmaking to actually be successful there. So for the Emrys swap, which came in late, you don't have that Siphon Pistol perk up for the first fight. Probably takes a couple fights to really get there. And so, you know, some of the later counter swaps get punished by a team that's, as you said, Mitch, sticking to their guns. The Reaper Hellfire shotguns, right? All reliable when it comes to cleaning up those grabs.
I mean, you talk about the major perk, but I think Emra's minor perk that gives him a move speed increase when he's not firing with that, you know, Siphon Blaster is also really important to try and get it. Like, you need to outpace Reaper. Like, Reaper can literally walk at you in some of these situations. And if you don't have that extra, you know, burst of speed, you're not going to be able to outpace him at all. Watch Point Gibraltar comes up here. This, to me, is extremely curious. I love that both these teams enjoyed this map. This is a map that any other day you might see Lunex trying to pick. In fact, they have done so. But you know, this is where we see that Freya-based composition. I'm very curious to see how they sort of want to roll out here for DSG, because they have selected it. They feel like they got a raw end of the deal in those last couple of rounds, and they couldn't win out in the Zarya mirror. So they might look to take the game away from there entirely.
Yeah, I do think Tread is playing incredibly well on map 1. Like, they do lose the map, but from the eye test, I think Tread was the stronger Zarya on that map. I mean, maybe Zeb's playing a more self-sacrificial style, but Tread was just hitting every grab on like really high impact targets, as well as like pumping out probably top damage in the server, if just from the eye test there. And so I think this is a map where the tank is going to be particularly impactful. Lunex, I would assume they're going to sub in Cardifan as they have many times before here.
Ball ban.
But exactly, right? Now they've shown this ball. This has been the style they've wanted to play. I mean, Liquid was forced into the mirror. And now Lunex going to have to show us something different here. Maybe that's the thought from Disguise. Hey, we know this is how you want to play the map. Question for Cardifan is, can he play the D.Va? Because the bans have come in against the D.Va from, I think, the last 2 teams that Lunex matched up with on Gibraltar. So now that the D.Va ban is open, in the end, though, I think Tread is probably angling for a D.Va mirror, you know, on a map where the tank's movements are going to have huge implications. Like, Gibraltar has just always been a map where, as the dive tank, you can have massive influence on the game.
I will say that when Lunex picked this map yesterday, it was a D.Va ban against them. So it is possible that Cardifan is showing like that D.Va play in scrims, and that teams have been trying to work around that. It seems that it might just be that Disguise don't want to deal with the Wrecking Ball style of play because maybe they don't want to have the one of theirs of their own, right? We saw Infected, you know, play the ball mirror there, which was quite entertaining. Not sure if that's really where Zeb's bread is buttered, so to speak, but I think the D.Va call is probably spot on, Jake. The answer though is going to be a Cassidy ban. Normally, I guess someone that you're reaching for if you're trying to answer the Wrecking Ball, or, you know, these otherwise highly mobile compositions.
They might play Doomfist. That's kind of a crazy call, but why would, I mean, I don't think you ban Cassidy if you're gonna play the D.Va mirror. Maybe it's just, we didn't see much Cassidy from X10 yesterday, and so I'm wondering if she just like doesn't prefer this, wants to be able to bring out the Freya and have more of that like vertical mobility. So, you know, I do think the ban of the Cassidy can be seen 2 ways. Either it's about protecting your hit scan preference and the way you want to approach that, or it's about just continuing to play a dive tank, which at this point is Winston or Doomfist. So
I want to believe it's possible that the Doom has been considered here, especially given that any Doom player is going to know you don't actually have a way to mitigate mag grenade. You, of course, when you're power blocking, if you get hit by that mag grenade, you're in trouble. It's like a really annoying interaction that like doesn't require much from the Cassidy in order to make your life really unpleasant. So that could be what they're targeting straight away. They're certainly going to be targeting, you know, a tank that does not want to be hindered, which is many of the high mobility varieties. So I like where you're going with this. I kind of hope we get that. It's such a signature pick, but
it's too crazy though. As I say it, I'm like, I don't believe in it anymore. I'm like, are you really gonna play Doom?
I talked you out of your own prediction.
I mean, without the Cassidy, it's nice, but I think Doom's problems run a little deeper than that. I also think it is a pretty tough Doom map, right? Like, you really need to use your slam pretty much every time to get in, unless you got some like wild diag punch techs going on, which maybe Cardifan does. And okay, you know what? I'm not gonna complain. Is X10 just absolutely aura farming the spawn here? Respect.
And we get it. We are getting it, folks.
Wait, there's no way it's a Doom mirror. Tread is baiting. Tread is 100% baiting.
Tread's not going to do
Tread is going to pull out the D.Va by the time the doors open. I refuse to be baited.
He knows full well, I think, what he's going to be going up against. So now, okay, so how much do you know about what we should be expecting from Doomfist on defense here? Obviously, you are just trying to, you know, make these non-committal dives, give yourself a way out when and if possible. But what are the things now with Cassidy banned that you're worried about if you're Cardifan that you don't want to be running into here?
I mean, I believe they had Brig Kiri right behind the Doom. I think that was the comp they rolled out with. So actually, I think Doom is probably not going to be afraid of anything. I think he's probably just going to like full send it. I guess the Brig knocking you down with the counter bash is probably like the worst case scenario for Doom. That's the hardest thing to deal with. But it is not necessarily easy for Brig to find that interaction. Always, you kind of need to deploy the bash for movement a lot. Yeah, so it can happen. It could also just get cleansed off, and you could like go for a hard full commit dive here. The biggest thing I want to see from Lunex for them to succeed here is that when they dive, they need to be able to have X10 coming into the fight, finding the action. I think the biggest problem is going to be, frankly, just Tread on the D.Va, because that's not a matchup that's going to feel good for Doom. You can, you know, throw some counter punches in, put some harassment down, but I don't, other than like some whip shots coming in, I don't know who's going to deal with the D.Va, which means who's going to be stopping Cart. So you might go for these hard dives, but the cart can just like roll in and cap on you if you're, you know, too focused on that aggression and you're not playing the objective well enough, which for me is kind of Doom's weakness in this map, and why I think we don't often see Doom is that he's probably the worst tank in the game at just like touching the objective for extended periods of time.
Staying power,
Yeah. He hits super hard, but you know, he needs to play the cooldown cycle, and he can't just play in the open and like take those, you know, exposed sight lines typically.
Feast your eyes, folks. The Cardiff fan Doomfist is about to take to the stage, and again, we have seen players with mastery on certain heroes kind of flip the script on what our expectations should be when we use arbitrary analysis of how their hero should perform in certain cases. But to reiterate, Jake mentioned the staying power for Doomfist isn't great. He can really only rotate on and off the cart with those cooldowns similar to a Tracer, so those protracted engagements where he's forced to stand and deliver could become pretty challenging. It is going to be the Tread Diva, just as you expected, Jake. And
PG going back to spawn 100% when he sees Doom. He's like, nah, I'm done. Give me off Widow. I'm not playing that in the Doomfist. A lot more survivability. Being able to jump high with the pistol to go over the Doom punches really helps that matchup.
And we're going to be the option, and it's certainly going to be quite a nuisance in some of these more open parts of the map. Once more, Extend, she is going to be on that Freya. So keep an eye out for that one. We saw that showcase yesterday, and it was fine. Some pretty impactful bowler shots, but in general, a little bit tricky when she wasn't given anywhere to fall back to. Follow the Doomfist mechanics, folks. This is kind of what Jake mentioned. Cardiff fan can throw some punches in, like harass slightly, but can never really stay in front of this Diva. And this card has been moving. Lunex have not really planted their feet for any sort of engagement yet.
I do think this is I'm surprised that Rocket is going to keep the Vendetta here. I would think Doom is actually going to feel pretty nice here. Cleanse is forced out. That could be an opportunity for Lunex, but as you're talking about, cart is rolling here, Mitch. You got to do something soon. You got probably 30 more seconds letting the cart push before this one really breaks down.
Good damage coming from X10 there, though. She's landed those bolts, and Rocket has gone quite low off screen. Tread could use some help. Damn, the amount of damage from DSC is kind of, rather from Lunex is kind of gross here. And again, no success in attempting to challenge this high ground position for the attackers. So now you'll see Lunex start to shift up in gear when before they weren't really willing to stand and fight. Now they can full commit, of course, with this big advantage. There is that interaction you mentioned earlier.
Oh, I didn't actually know that works. I guess when you do dash to the sword, it counterbashes Doom. I didn't know that. It just gives a mutual knockdown. I have not seen Doom played since Vendetta has existed. So that's maybe why Rocket wants it, trying to find the mutual knockdown on the Doom punch.
Not what you would expect to be a mutual knockdown. It doesn't like appear like a shield bash, and the spin doesn't really carry a.
She runs Talon now. The Doom fans are not a fan of that, but she does.
That's a bit of flavor. There you go. That's how Bro got knocked out the window in the end. If you haven't seen it, go back and check it. Either way, PGE needs to Suzu badly. He got it, but holding that high ground position is still going to be difficult. Zomba drops down here, sees the grenade coming in, and Tread really is getting pounded over here towards the point. But there's Rocket spin to win. Both backliners claimed in one fell swoop, but now things get that much harder for Lunex. Kitsune Rush was deployed at least before Z's exited. And Skyle is knocked against the wall. Overhand slash not quite connecting there for Rocket, but a sound barrier should make this a little bit easier for DSG. Lunex are fighting on fumes, whereas DSG have really had to commit some big ultimates, and they've got their checkpoint.
Yeah, that's massive from Rocket. I mean, finding both supports. Honestly, if he doesn't get one of those kills, I think Lunex make the hold. Like, Cardifan got a lot done there, found the kill on the Sile, and kept the fight in contention. But losing both supports at once at the start of the fight with rushes deployed, it's just too brutal. And Doomfist, all offense, right? Not much he can do in terms of defending the allies. Looking for a knock-in punch onto Rocket there. It's not going to be easy to find. Rocket with a ton of mobility. And once again, cart's rolling. Lunex challenged to do something about it.
You made a good point there, Jake. You don't get a lot of peel when you're playing with the Doomfist. Bro is out there trying to set up kills, not double back for his own backline. So that's why you need someone like Nenwai, who's going to beat your head in if you get too close. Super aggressive on the brig. A nice clean up there for X10, who maintained that high ground position and quickly bundled DSG out of that shuttle phase entirely. Thundering Blade here for Rocket, but that's about it, because remember, DSG spent so heavily to try and get to this point in the first place.
I will say, I don't expect him to get the Thundering Blade off with the Doom punch stun. It's pretty easy to cancel. So Rocket's going to have to, choose his timing really carefully on that one to avoid just losing the ult.
Need some big airborne action with that Thundering Blade. Cardifan being peppered down by those grenades. Rocket, you see Cardifan immediately trying to respond for Rockets dive in. So there is some degree of peel that's going on, but in the meantime, Tread is much more successful, drawing a beat on one of the backliners. In fact, it's a Somber that goes down. The Tracer out of the picture here and sees that under some serious pressure. No point trying to go after the Freya in midair. Rocket happy enough with his cart still moving. These guys are trying to draw Lunex into a full commitment, and they're not giving it to them. Thundering Blade, no connection, but X sends down, Jake.
Someone's gonna touch Cart, no recall on Zomba. Cardi fan steps up to the task, needs to get a little bit more damage, but the knockdown is good. Beautiful catch from Rocket, sees that punch coming. That's gonna be enough. Disguise, these Lucio speeds from Lep are just devastating them. I mean, Lunex, they're trying to play this harassment game, playing the Freya up in the back line, looking for flank hits by Cardi. But in the end, when you go for those harassment cooldowns, you put a little bit of damage in, somebody's going to be exposed. And a speed-boosted Diva with Vendetta in tow is not something you want to go up against on a Brig or a Tracer.
And NY showing us obviously some pretty great Brig gameplay, but like you mentioned, you don't have that option to respond to these bursts of speed from DSG, which is something Lunex did very effectively in the previous map. Their tempo was higher and more effective. That is nasty from Cardi fan. He came out of absolutely nowhere, left punched in mid-air. Here comes PGE though. Override, bro! Oh my goodness! Yeah, there is nowhere Cardi fan won't go. Nice follow-up there for X10. She whips around the corner and is able to finish what Cardi fan on the Doom started.
That's a good backup from Cardi. Still has the power punch, going to knock some players out of the rushes. Continuing to hold on to this corner, but Disguise continuing to push, looking to overwhelm now. CD's running low, and again, the knockdown. Rocket keeps finding this interaction, but this time Cardi's ready for it. The beat comes in. Cardi lives quite some time, so the beat pretty much expended completely for that one tank kill. One last retake probably going to be available here for Lunex, and they have the rally to support it. So Disguised in a tough spot trying to close this one out. They need some picks.
I don't have a lot to work with in terms of the support ultimates. It's just Tread with a remake opportunity. NY, though, almost flattened as soon as she tries to pick out with the rally. At least Cardi fan is on the cart, but they need healing very, very quickly. Zombus down. Rocket's been able to find purchase, and again, it's the Tracer. It's the first pick in the fight for Lunex. Not what you want to see. That's your flexibility heavily compromised now on Cardi fan. Durable as the Doomfist is, cannot hang with grenades and bullets being fired off. And that will be DSG getting a map completion just under 2 minutes of time back.
Cardi's doing so well on the Doom. Like, he's finding so many of these crazy opportunities that, like, only an expert Doom player can find, you know? Like, it takes beyond skill at Overwatch. You need to really know the hero inside and out. And, I mean, the damage is massive, but in the end, PGE just standing there, thumping away on the Emery, putting down massive damage. The speed boosts from the Lucio are just too strong, and the ult fights are really rough for Lunex, right? Like, when they don't have that heavy frontline tank, so when it comes to a rush on rush, just brawling at close range, Doom just can't keep up with Diva. I mean, the damage Diva puts out is massive, and I mean, you see the Tread there, he's just like ignoring the front line, trying to push the spawn, like holding the doors, keeping NY out of the fight. And you know, I think this is really just Disguise understanding the matchup super well and punishing these windows, because you know, Lunex is executing about as well as you could be asking for in this game. It's just not working out.
And again, this kind of goes back to the initial Wrecking Ball ban, which might have been what Cardi fan was preferring to go for, and Lunex saw straight through that. Especially if you've been watching these Lunex games on Gibraltar, you have all the information you need. It's not hard to find that out for yourself. Anyway, I mean, a solid, really solid performance from PGE as well on this EMEA. Quietly just amassing like 8,000 damage, which is pretty insane. A long way ahead of any of the other DPS contemporaries on the map. Now we're going to see Lunex come out on the attacking side. So they are going to stay on this Doomfist comp. The only real change is that switch over towards Lucio, which as attackers will make sense.
Yeah, I don't mind the Doom as much on attack because you don't need to hold the cart, right? You can, you know, like ignore the cart when you want to, go for dives, and you're not going to be forced into those awkward spots. And I think Cardi's going to be able to find a lot of positive trades here. This guy's, once again, right, you know, with this Lucio and Vendetta, they've invested heavily into the ability to dive in and punish mistakes, but without the Tracer, holding cart could get awkward.
And Tread won't really just be able to ignore Cardi fan anymore. They will have to double back and try and help a little bit with this Doomfist pressure. And his high ground has been essentially taken in by Lunex. You see, Extinction, she's really giving a very respectful distance over this PGE spot, and very quickly this high ground got reclaimed, even though Cardi fan was emanating threat from that position.
Oh, Cardi almost got Silent Rocket, got them both low. I believe connected with the power punch there, so keeping Disguise in check, and that's actually going to do enough to kind of create the space. He's taking over server room, so Doomfist accomplishing a lot on the map right now, getting Lunex into a power position. Disguise weathering the storm for now. They can do that well with the D.Va, but Lunex with the Lucio have a lot more space to work with.
Every time there's a punch, there's some space that's opened up here by Cardigan. Like, they know they just double back to the rest of their team. They knew there'd be a swift step away from the Kiriko. The point is to give Lunex some positions to play from. Now it's getting a bit more uncomfortable for Disguised, and nice work by Tread to try and retake this high ground, but for how long can he keep X10 off this perched position? Eventually, she's going to set up there and be more than just a little bit of a nuisance. Here's the override protocol from PGE. Again, it's really about trying to insist for both teams on control of that higher ground. Really important territory to maintain here with the cart starting to whip around the corner. They might need a Kitsune rush here in a couple of seconds. We're about to see support ultimates go down. Nenwai a little bit behind in this rotation. We're going to see the rush, and Lep had to beat as well, Jake.
Wow, down to the absolute wire. There's like 3 Disguised players on slivers of HP left. Beat makes all the difference, but that takes 2 support ultimates to weather the storm. And yeah, you use Meteor Strike and Bola Shot, but you're kind of willing to throw away those ultimates on Lunex. Double support ultimate advantage, gonna be really hard to hold, and Zamba held position in the back line. This is gonna get really annoying because Rocket gonna be mostly leashed to the cart here.
Yeah, Rocket can't fight the Tracer at all. It's pretty annoying for the Vendetta. At least can try and control those health packs. Trend is low yet again. Look how far forward they are. They can't do anything about the Cardi fans getting into the back line. Immediately, Seismic slams on Sile's position. Disguise have to fully commit now. They need to try and outdo what Cardi fan has done, but where's the touch? There won't be one. Disguise are too far away, and Rocket punched off the card. In the nick of time, there's a touch, but it's unlikely they're going to be able to keep this going any longer. Tread desperately trying to defense matrix Lep, but Somba's able to cut through it ultimately. And now the Disguise just dripping out on towards that cart area. It's inevitable at this point. Cardi fan cleans up Tread, and PG will have to let this one go.
That's great fight from Lunex there. And Disguised finds himself in a really rough spot from an ultimate tempo perspective. Like Nenwai with an aggro beat here is going to be devastating. You almost have the Sundering Blade, which could be awkward, but with the Doom Punch available, it's going to be tough for Rocket to really make much of a meaningful defense. He's looking for the punch off the map. Ooh, they're going in lower, so interesting rotation. Cardi fan's punishing it, though.
That's really nice from Cardi fan as well. It's a shot before the punch just to make sure that the kill is unanswerable. PG was not ready for it. Cardi fan can work his health pack to a degree, and a Meteor Strike, if he really needs to get out. Honestly, he'll just jump back in, especially with Rocket being taken down. Cardi fan says, clearly, whatever I'm doing is working right now because the rest of DSG are struggling to play the game. Look at this card. They have blitzed through this second phase of the map here, and DSG are showing no signs of being able to establish any meaningful way back in. Here comes Rocket, maybe like a high ground Sundering Blade, but there doesn't seem to be much for him to look at. Zomba's still a nuisance. X10 does lose the Bola Shot into that defense matrix, though, and the Sundering Blade eventually claims Cardi fan. That's about as good as it gets in terms of single target value off that ultimate. And so, Disguise will have a chance to set their feet on this part of the map.
That's a huge catch from Rocket, able to Sundering Blade through that beat. And Lunex, that was their tempo. That was their moment to cap second and set themselves up for a strong chance to get an OT round. Now that goal feels further than ever away. Silent Lep verging on their own double support ultimates. It's going to take a hero play. And Zamba, I mean, this is an incredibly difficult pulse one to connect with. You got Cleanse, you got D.Va. It is a rough one to try and find kills.
Like you mentioned earlier, they're kind of just throwing them away. If they get something, great. If not, well, that's to be expected.
Opener on a PGE kind of makes all the difference in the world. A lot less damage to be put into Cardi fan, who's boxing it up with Tread.
Tread's going to go forward, but is it too far? No, just banking on getting that mega health pack, and it is secured. Kitsune Rush used, and Lunex have the mobility to disengage away from this pretty quickly. There's the Pulse Bomb on a PGE. We mentioned just how hard it is to hit in these fights, and that's after the Kitsune Rush was used. DSG have to beat for 4 players now. It's not pretty, but they've got no choice. If they want to try and hold in this phase of the map, they've got to fully commit, and still, Lunex is slippery, hard to catch. A back-cap attempt there from Zomba's going to draw Rocket away from the fight. That leaves Tread essentially out at sea. The D.Va is demeched here. Nothing Tread can do is self-destruct to try and get back in, and it's not to be. X10 brings the baby D.Va down, but at least Rocket was able to claim Nenwai. Sile's in deep trouble, putting out a disgusting amount of healing on this Brig, but rather on this Kiri, but still not able to stay in the fight long enough. Rush now from Lunex, just trading up on some of these value exchanges, Jake. Leaves them now with 2 minutes to finish the map.
Yeah, dual picks there from X10 and Zamba, both times on the PGE. X10 finds him first, and Zamba catches him coming back off the respawn. Recognizes the Emra is the best target, and Kiri just not quite ready to hit the TP cleanse on the respawning player. So great catches from Lunex, forces a rough Kitsune rush from Disguise, and Lunex kites it out, punishes with their own ult tempo. Well executed play for them on second.
I like that boost there from Lep, trying to isolate Cardigan as much as possible. We've got a lot of damage being taken by the Doomfist. Look at the pace of play here. Nice enough for PGE. Right-click claims X10, and Menwai also unable to escape from this override protocol. This gets hard to play out from now. Look at where Disguised are. They are up by these doors, trying to make it punishing, creating a choke that Lunex have to push through.
The spawn camp is actually brutal into the Doomfist, right? Doomfist thrives in aggression, and look at PGE's position. Taking this high ground. Cardigan trying to mark it, but Lef is here defending. Getting the offer for Doomfist. Might be brought down here. Super low HP. Has the Meteor Strike, though.
Yeah, and that's enough time for them to heal back on up. But where we go towards the cart, the pulse bomb didn't quite connect, and Rocket's able to slip away. In fact, clean up Zomber on the way through. There's nowhere really for Cardigan to go here. Big boulder shot, catching out PGE and Leb, but it might take a little more than that. Without their tank, Lunex can only really shake sticks at them. Sile is down though. X10 brimming with confidence, and there's no great feeling for Tread, but that mega health pack is important. When Tread doubles back to the cart though, they realize, wait, they have spawn advantage. And there are 5 of them here. Well, there goes my man.
Yeah, the double kill Bola from X10 makes a world of difference. No chance to win that fight without the play from her. So huge catch. Now Freya, a lot of room to work with on the high ground, but Disguised on the verge of some powerful support ultimates. They need to bridge the gap. They need to stall the cart. And this D.Va, so tanky, is going to be pretty tough ass for Lunex to get through there to try and roll this one in.
Thundering Blade at the ready for Rocket. Last time, it was used just to take the Doomfist out of the fight. Fair exchange, if you ask me. Doomfist haters around the world, I'm sure, in agreement. Here's a rush from Silo. That's going to start the fight off. Z's and NY are going to have the double support ultimate advantage to work with in a second if they can make use of the window. Sundering Blade, though, of course, shuts that window straight in the face of Lunex, and now they're running out of time. This map is at risk of slipping away from them entirely. Dopper down to the Siphon Blaster here, and a Self-Suze who won't be enough to keep Z's in the fight. We've got a tied-up series, folks. Disguised Toast take us to Gibraltar and snatch up the dub.
Yeah, well played, you know, with confidence that they could just deal with the Doomfist. Execution was solid from DSG. And ultimately, Mitch, that's why we just don't see Doomfist get played at this level, because you can't ask for more from Cardigan. I mean, he's finding just about everything that there is to find on the map, but still, it's just the overwhelming weight of the ult fights, the D.Va just steamrolling you down. When you find yourself in that neutral game, trying to push cart through a difficult choke point, you just don't have the firepower. Like, the D.Va is just refusing to back down, and when the ultimates come in, it goes from bad to worse. This is a huge play. I mean, honestly, this fight goes a little bit differently. We could have been looking at a very different game, right? If the Doom team's able to make a stronger hold, but it's that first incredible offense that really sets the tone here for DSG to get a map win.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we can see just how hard it is for Lunex to contest the cart for any length of time. Cardigan's always jumping off, then diving back on, coming in and out. And you could say the same of Trey on the D.Va, but it's a little bit easy for D.Va to be less committal. She does not have to fully, go deep, and she does to some degree have to, be concerned with some peel, which we saw from Cardigan. I saw some doubling back from the Doomfist, which is great because obviously all eyes are on X10. Taking out the Freya is, like a huge win condition on this map. So it's tough to play with a DPS who's so pivotal to your strategy, but then have a tank who isn't able to offer too much in terms of that team utility in order to prolong their life. You just have a lot on your plate if you're both players. The backline all of a sudden has to be more self-sufficient. Cardigan has to, actually take responsibility for claiming these eliminations, completing those kills. So it's not an easy way to play the game, but with a Wrecking Ball ban, perhaps Lunex felt like they had no choice.
Still cool to see the strat from Lunex. I mean, this team, it's fun to root for them, right? As I'm sure as the fans, because they're just doing something a little bit different. They're willing to put their own flavor, their own spin on the game. And Gibraltar is definitely too close to say that that's like a dominant counter from DSG. Like, it does look winnable. I think you do need to hit. I don't see how you ever cap last, frankly, with the Doom comp. That seems impossible. But those holds, like, you could have held first, you could have held second, right? So there are win conditions, and I think teams are going to have to put some respect on Cardigan going forward. So great to see his outing on the Doomfist, some impressive performances from them. In the end, though, GSG, it's just like a well-prepared map pick. They kind of expected it. They knew what was going to go on going in. Rocket, a ton of those knockdowns on the Doom really make that matchup awkward for Doomfist.
Yeah, I mean, we had not really considered that, right? That the Vendetta shift would actually, you know, cause a mutual knockdown. We were talking about it more from the perspective of a Brig knockdown. So there you go. We have now learned, and that's another thing that Doomfist players have to look out for. We are going to move on, excuse me, and look at Suravasa here. This is going to be Lunex's map pick. And after what we saw, I feel on Lijiang Tower, where they played this like rush down style, you know, a composition with the Zarya, I found it was pretty compelling. They looked confident. I think their timing was good. Also, their punishes. They were very, very good at, you know, twisting the knife for DSG if they ever made a little bit of a sequencing error. And if you remember, this is the map that Lunex were able to beat the Atlas Fuel on yesterday. It was a 3-1 result. Pretty convincing, all things told.
Team Liquid, right? Was that?
Oh, yes, there's TL, sorry, yes. That was the one map that they won against them.
I agree, though. I mean, this is where I think Zeb shines. This is where the team shines because they love playing these like 5-man brawl styles. Like put Zomba on the off angle on Tracer, you know, kind of holding the back line, pulling a bit of distraction, and then just hit them hard with Zeb swarming in, supports behind, right? So that is bread and butter here for Lunex, and there's a reason they're going to go back to this map pick. Curious to see what they choose to ban out here. I wonder if it won't be the Zarya, actually, to open up Orisa, because Zeb, absolute demon time in the Orisa, I think is going to be down to take that mirror heads up against just about anybody. Infected got absolutely destroyed yesterday in the mirror, and so I wonder, you know, for Disguised, how are they going to approach it if that is the ban and pick strategy?
I think if I'm Zeb, I'm anticipating the Zarya to be banned against me, probably, right? That's what, I want to say that's what TL did yesterday in this game. They just didn't really want to opt into that kind of matchup. So, you know, you have to have a plan B that is there. We've seen the Orisa on this map plenty. We actually saw the Sigma, at least for first, you know, on this particular map, and then I sort of a switch off of it a little bit later on. So teams like to, you know, mix it up a little bit. Of course, Cardiff-Fan is being subbed out. Zeb does come back in. We've got to see Cardiff-Fan. There are some maps as well where the Doomfist, you know, can be relevant. We've seen it attempted even on Artless in the past. So, yeah, wouldn't call them a one-map wonder. But here it is. It is actually the Zarya ban that is fired off by Lunex. They say, we do not want to opt into this mirror. We played without the Zarya yesterday. We found success against Team Liquid. We're going to do it again.
Yeah, I think this is signaling you want to play Orisa. This is ultimately going to be the counter matchup to Orisa, so you want to get rid of it. I also really agree with this because although you won Lijiang Tower with that Reaper style, I don't think that works at all, frankly, on Suravasa. There's just way too many wide open points where Hitscan can really have room to work, and Reaper relies, I think, on some favorable map geometry to avoid those extended sightlines where you essentially can't do anything. So getting rid of the Zarya, put us in the Orisa, and you know, Liquid showed the Maga as an answer for this, but for DSG, it's like, what if they prepared? Because certainly going up against Zeb, you have to have expected that at some point you would have to respond to Orisa.
And it might just be the plan to mirror it, Jake. And yeah, there's a Reaper being considered here. Obviously, the map geometry changes to Suravasa, closed up some of those sidelines a little bit. Like
Reaper's pure bait, Mitch. Don't be believing these players picking Reaper and emoting in the spawn. You know, it's the cultural norm of competitive Overwatch.
Without Zarya, we probably shouldn't be taking it remotely seriously, in fairness. But will we get this Vendetta look alongside the Diva? Okay, so it will be Rocket now. The playstyle for Vendetta obviously varies a little bit now when you are not getting bubbles. So you cannot be quite as aggressive going in. And also you're going up against an Orisa who, as we know, Jake, Zeb really has plenty of stopping power baked into the kit.
I think Orisa is going to do really well in this matchup. I also think Vendetta can be really awkward for Diva to deal with. You just like get kind of smoked in the 1v1 playing close range. Last map, it was Tread able to put that pressure on and hold the space. Now, it's going to be a little bit more difficult with Vendetta.
First touch if DSG, but Zeb, of course, wants to try and exhaust this defense matrix. So they do. Trev with a decent boost to timing is able to avoid the javelin that comes through, but will have to duck out of the fight. Priority certainly rests with Lunex in this Orisa composition. Oh my goodness! Again, sometimes it's hard to judge the range of that overhead slash, but Rocket nails it to a T, and Zomba had nothing to say.
Oh, the max range crit is massive. Once you take out that Vendetta, it's go time for the rest of Disguise to step up to the plate, gets them first control. So huge catch from Rocket. That matchup, I think, is going to be crucially impactful in these comps, right? You really need to be able to win the Vendetta brawl. In theory, I think Zeb should be able to help a lot with that, but first control for Disguise, it's up to Lunex to show us something on the retake.
Now have to play in through this choke. Looks like they might even be splitting. Yet they go for a bit of a flank setup here. X10 playing alongside Nenwai on off-angle. Big damage from PG. Those consistent headshots, you start to chain those on Emra, and you are really putting the hurt on your opponents. Close to an override protocol as well. It's Lunex, though, who are building towards their ultimate. Like, very different backlights here as well. Discuss his interactions and score in time. Season Rocket traded out, though. Here's PG looking for damage. Zomba definitely feeling it. Having to use some of that mobility to avoid these questing shots. PG's going to drop down there. Blaster, he thinks about trying to chase this Vendetta down, but doesn't have the move speed increase. And again, kind of walks into a site out of Sojourn. It doesn't matter, though, because DSG were on the same page. They all wanted to go forward.
Yeah, great aggression from Disguise. They're able to take out Z just after the Kitsune Rush comes out. So one of the biggest healing resources you would rely on to stay alive and fight on the rush is not available in that team fight. So that's a pick that changes everything. And now support all the advantage for Disguised. So far, they've diffused this Orisa what looks like easily. I think that first point could be one of the more awkward ones for the Orisa with the super long sight range. Now with a little bit more of a close range brawl, we'll see if the Lunex have what it takes to get through this Rally Ray, which is a really challenging old combo to match.
Less of that natural high ground for Tread to abuse as well against this Orisa. Now I'll have to fight on a bit more of an even playing field. Here's the Terra Surge here from Zeb. Apparently Sound Barrier was required there, and hey, I agree. He's able to find two huge kills. PG and Rocket both snapped up here. X10 will at least be snapped up by Tread. But the health pack was taken straight out from under Tread's nose here, and Zomba will be punished for their audacity.
Yeah, those late kills from Lunex on the longer spawn wave. Zeb just has to hold this with the help of the support. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep the point control. They'd love to be able to accomplish it. Zeb chooses to just preserve his life, though. Look for the retake now.
Well, we've burnt through those support ultimates, crucially. This overclock here for Extinction, though, pretty monumental. Rocket knows about having a safer sight lines here, and as soon as that Sundering Blade voice line goes off, he clears the field entirely. It's going to be the Vendetta ultimate burnt through now. Rocket pretty close to one of his own. Still notice that Disguise have kept the toe on the point at all times. They are still contesting this. They're still gaining percentage. Rocket and Zoma both stunned up for a brief while, and here's his overclock, but X10 has some awkward sight lines. It's a little bit confined, a little claustrophobic, and Tread's going to compound that issue with a self-destruct in the side room to get a remake, and now we're back to business. Now, Rocket has built the Sundering Blade. Looks for some airtime there. Thought he might have tried to pull it out there. It's the defense matrix that's keeping him alive, though. Unfortunately, Tread cannot do enough to keep his Vendetta in the game. Kitsune Rush is thrown out, but Disguise were able to get like 40% through a very long couple of fights.
Yeah, they stalled it out well. I want to call out Nenwai, though. Great boops from her on the Lucio. Number one, the boop to keep Tread on the point so that he ends up getting forced to use that self-destruct. And then, again, a boop onto Rocket, preventing him from exiting out when the ultimates come into play. So, great catches by the Lucio there, finding the edge in those contested fights. And with 50% already on the board, this one could become the last fight scenario for this guy.
We might see another big Terror Surge here off of Zeb. Disguise have to push into this choke, and yep, there's Zeb. I think you know what they're planning. Terror Surge comes in, though, only able to catch Tread. There is a Sundering Blade active right now, but Tread's able to get away. Rocket throws down the ult. No, interrupted, I think, midway through, so no chance to get that off. Still wants to work his way into the point now behind this override protocol. This is going to force a disengage to Lunex. There's no way you can stand a fight under these conditions. And so Disguise now will put us in final fight territory with both support ultimates. Nenwai's going to have to step up and be the star yet again, Jake. This sound barrier is going to have to be picture perfect.
Here it comes. Into the Rally Ray, both deployed at once for Disguise. They need to find kills quickly, but Lunex, the beat, decaying now, struggling to fight as the Rally continues to add HP to the total. Zeb under a lot of pressure, pulling back out of the point, though. It's a nice regroup from Lunex. Side swapping here, staying alive deeper into this one. Still more to play with here, Mitch.
They got double support holded, and Lunex are still in the fight. They didn't lose anyone. That is an impressive disengagement, to say the least. They traded our DPSs here, but Zomba has a Sundering Blade. This forces Disguised away, but they're going to come back in through this choke. This, though, is telegraphed. And Lunex are going to know it's coming. Tread close to a remake opportunity now. Zeb, though, and the Vendetta right in his face. We mentioned how hard it is for the Diva to deal with the Vendetta, and you can see why. Torn to shreds by Zomba was Tread's mech, and he's taken down after the fact. Great Kitsune Rush timing here for Z's. Able to heal Zomba up and keep that Vendetta as much of a nuisance as possible. Zomba goes on, carries on to kill PGE. And with Sile falling, Lunex have recovered. That is sick. What a bounce back and a disengage away from a double support ultimate to give them the win.
Immaculate team fighting there from Lunex, showing some real mastery, understanding like every player had to take a different route to that opposite side of the map, but they somehow all come out unscathed. survive the 2-to-1 ult trade, puts him in position now to have a really strong take on this Fountain Point. Like, X10 with the OC, there's no contest for this other than just Tread and the Diva, but it's going to be tough with Nenwai by the side of this Railgun.
Another beat already built by Nenwai is just kind of insane.
Yeah, wait, what the heck? That was, what, 2 beats, 2 fights. These guys are not going to be ready for that.
And they're certainly not tracking it. Just as well, because they don't really have any support ultimates of their own to work with. Rocket almost bites off a little bit more than he could chew there. And here comes X10 from the low ground. Tread's not ready for it. Doesn't have the DM to mitigate this Sojourn damage, and those railguns are hitting hard. So yet again, this guy see a DPS ultimate and back out. PGE is going to pop one of his own. Do Lunex respond in the same way? Mostly. Some long-range damage coming in from across the map, but Lunex don't really want to tangle with this until Nenwai has that sound barrier ready to go. She pops it. Now they're going to come forward. Big Terror Surge. What a catch. PGE not able to escape now, and Tread has to head for the kills. 30% and counting, and Lunex, again, are eking out value in each of these exchanges.
It should be enough to put them in an advantage position. Tread has to take a long walk off the map there. Long reset with the timer against him. And so for Lunex now, they face down a big bank of ultimates. They've shown before that they can handle that kind of pressure. Still disguised. Pole position for the easy retake here. Lunex trying to just get as much time out of the point as they can.
Back in disguise coming. PGE getting picked off early. That's a stunning work from X10 to claim that elimination with the railgun, presumably. Zomba traded out. Sundering Blade for Rocket. Tried to line it up in Zeb's direction, but it was LOS. Zeb's able to get behind the masonry now, and behind this disguise can flip, but it's a long chase for them in percentage. Tread disrupted by that javelin. Nenwai, though, doesn't get out, just as Lunex are trying to back away. Now, Lucio was left too far within enemy territory. Now, the hunt is on. Zeb knows there's no point in delaying the inevitable, so just runs forward. And so Disguise can start to build up now towards 50+.
Yeah, Lunex, once again, they try to take that big flip to go past the rush into the point and retake their own side of the map, but this time Disguise are ready. They find the punish kills there. Lunex, though, with some powerful tools. Disguise, the bank is empty. It's just Tread, 95 to that bomb. You know, the resuit could be valuable, but we've seen it's hard to stay alive in the Baby Diva form against this Orisa and Vendetta combo.
It might be a matter of simply disengaging away from this Sundering Blade and trying to buy time, but with the Kitsune rush coming down from Lunex, that is going to be easier said than done. Here's the rush that comes forward straight away. Disguise say, we don't want a bar of this. And in fact, they've done the job. They get away. But their buffer is very, very slim now. 10% left for Lunex and counting. Disguise have to get back in. And they've got to really do it with the smell of an oily rag and nothing more. Here's the Terror Surge just to catch PGE out. That seems like overkill for the Dark Lord himself. I'm not going to lie. Sundering Blade also committed to take the Emerald down. And Disguise are able to flip the point back despite the loss of PGE. Nice maneuvering, but it's taken away from them again. The Javelin spin from Zed keeps Tread off the point, and now he needs to return on the Diva and try and find some sort of action, but Rocket's taken down. Z finds the kills for the kunais and is cooked for Tread. He knows it's over. This is going to be Lunex finding yet another flashpoint here. Stunning work. Looking now to chase the map up.
Looks solid on the brawl. Disguised. I mean, the tempo has just gone back and forth. The teams are in kind of an opposite sync here with the ultimate tempo. But honestly, that's where Lucio thrives, right? The ability to speed boost in and out of these fights, disengaging when Disguise are strong and re-engaging when they're weak. It's been massively impactful. Now, Lunex, they're going to set up X10 and Nenwai on the off angle here. Maybe try and swing a flank here as players walk up to contest the point.
That can be vulnerable. Look how quick Disguised are in trying to chase that sort of off-angle play. X10 gets out, but barely. Sojourn was down to half health, and here comes his Override Protocol over the top. Looking for Somba was PGE, but that Vendetta's mobility gets her out of dodge pretty darn quickly. Sound Barrier also committed by Nenwai. This is a lot to throw into this fight. 2 players stunned up there briefly. Zomba quite low. Disrupt the shot. In an attempt to stop Disguise from pursuing, it does work, but DSG say, fine, we'll have the point. We do spend both our support ultimates to do so, but we need to get back into this game.
It's 3 for 1, though. Once again, great ult value here from Lunex, getting the trade they're hoping for out of this one. Rocket plays some harassment down, but it's actually Tread pressured down on the point. The ball from Lunex way too strong. They're just overwhelming the defenders.
Needed a big Sundering Blade there for Rocket. Unfortunately, was not to be. Once again, it's going to be dodged away from Lunex. Look pretty comfortable in this fight, but at least DSG able to drag things out and get north of 50% before the flip comes in. Now, you look ahead. Once again, and it feels like in every fight we've seen this, Lunex walk in with a pretty distinct support ultimate advantage. And even when they don't have it, they're able to disengage away pretty quickly. We saw this happen in the last fight. where it's just a rush from Lunex, Disguise disengage away, but it's what happens after that matters. Assuming, Jake, they disengage properly.
It's a scary one because there's a Lucio speed, right? So disengaging is easier said than done. They're going to take this from the point angle. Interesting choice here. D holding this rush. He knows they want to bait it out. Going to deploy it with Tread committing in deep with the booster. These guys do manage to, I think, fall back for the most part, but it's Tread under a lot of pressure on the off angle.
I think the macro play has been really good from both teams. Disguised are able to get out of trouble. The exchange, of course, is that they're going to give 20-25% over to Lunex in doing so, but it's better than a lost team fight. Now they're going to come back in with a vengeance, getting close to some of their ultimates of their own, but frankly, they're just going to click heads for the next few seconds, and that's scary, especially when you're facing down X10 and the Sundering Blade from Zomba, which catches Sile, clips the wings off the Juno, makes it impossible for Disguise to get back into the game. Suravasa has been decided. DSG disengaged nicely, but walked back into a wall of DPS ults.
Oh, and Tread even sent off the map in that fight by Zeb. Yeah, point one, a little bit tougher for the Orisa, right? With the open sight lines, some picks come in, and it looks good for Disguise. But the next 3 points, right, played at a closer range with a little bit more potential to brawl and fight together. Zomba, great performance on the Vendetta. We know him for his Tracer, and he's one of the best to be doing it right now in North America on the hero. But the fact that he can put up a huge Vendetta game like this in a moment where his team really needed him, massive for their chances now. Up 2-1 in the series, and the playoffs are in their control, right? If they can win this series, if they can win just one more map, they will be booking their ticket.
And again, things won't be nearly as complicated as we tease they might be at the start of the day. Before we get there, though, let's look back over Suravasa. We see PGE yet again run out on the Emra, and also great damage over the course of the series. Definitely can't fault any of that stuff. I really feel like Zeb went hog wild on this Orisa. Was in the middle of every single fight, starting off these engagements, speeding up, getting multiple kills off Terror Surges. In general, very disruptive. Tread can only be sort of responsive here. Notice the disengages were quite good from the side of Disguised Toast, or from DSG rather, but when Zeb's able to push up like this, hit these Terror Surges, eventually like this is nowhere to go. It happens time after time. Surely you'd think it was more telegraphed here, but when Zeb's running at you all game, you don't know when he has a Terror Surge and when he's just trying to fight you normally.
Yeah, I think this risk comp actually looks amazing. I mean, it's easy for a team like Team Liquid maybe to pull out the Maga and have a style that matches up really well into it. And I think Zarya can also be a problem, but you know, this is a moment where the hero bans really put Lunex in the driver's seat, right? Like they get to take the map pick to Suravasa, a map where they are extraordinarily dominant on historically, and we see why. Disguised, not much of a chance in that one. And that win on Lijiang Tower now pays huge dividends, because even though Disguise are going to get a map pick, they're going to be in pole position on map 4. Even if they win it, they're going to have to weather the storm. Lunex is going to have one more chance to take us somewhere where their style can be particularly dominant. Although with the Zarya ban expended, it could get more interesting than that.
Yeah, difficult, I think, just to try and stack the deck in your favor. But on Suravasa also, I think the macro approach was excellent. Both teams were disengaging very well, but it always felt like Lunex had an extra support ultimate, where PSG were layering them a lot of the time, like they were layering beat and rush quite frequently. Lunex were able to sort of ration those support ultimates out much more, and were able to really get more value. It's little things that can be hard to spot out, but definitely noticeable in aggregate. So, I mean, heading over to Runasapi here. That's the pick for DSG. Obviously, the kind of map where I feel like PGE needs to take a big step forward into the game and frankly, just take it over. DSG definitely have their hands full in the tank role going head to head, but if your Emra is able to pop off, you can really warp the game on a map like Runasapi.
Yeah, I'd want to see DSG mirror the Lucio Kiri, unless they're going to maybe throw a ban into the works here and kind of mess that up, because Nenwai, like you were saying, I think Nenwai had at least 2 or 3 for 1 beats. Like beating one sound barrier, getting 3 ults out is insane value, right? If you can stay on the map for that, like that's essentially why Lunex find themselves in so many, I wouldn't say unlosable, but just incredibly powerful positions. And DSG, they like to open with the Orisa ban here. They're like, we've seen enough. Lunex banned the Brig. I honestly wish they wouldn't. I'd be like, let them play the Brig Juno, man. Like, I don't know, but with the Brig ban out, I wonder if this is anything but just like a Zarya Lucio Kiri kind of a mirror match.
I mean, hot take. I thought the Brigitte play from Lunex has been better over the course of this series, albeit very aggressive. you know, when paired with the Zarya, it feels like Lunex have been able to do a lot with that. They've looked overwhelming. They've looked really up-tempo, high-paced when they've been able to, you know, get the Brig bubbled coming forward with speed boost. Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. So, no Brig. Definitely expect to see Lucio still play a key part in this game. And yet another game where a tank is going to be targeted by bans. We've seen a lot of that over the course of this series. We saw it in Gibraltar, saw it in Saravasa, and we are seeing it now. Certainly feels like we're leaning towards the Zarya direction. Maybe there's a shout for Ramatra here. I think we even saw a Ramatra ban yesterday on this kind of map. But again, you know, Lunex are very confident in this brawl style, this rush style comp. I don't think that removing the Orisa is going to bother them over much.
Yeah, you know, I sort of disagree with this Orisa ban right here, because my understanding is that the Zarya is essentially the counter here, and that's not really a playable matchup for Orisa. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but that's my read of the scenario. It's just like 100 energy Zarya just cleaves you down, left clicks you, just drains every cooldown out of Orisa, and ultimately it's not much Orisa can really do in that matchup when it comes to the neutral trade. And so when they ban the Orisa, it's like, well, if you're just gonna play the Zarya anyway, wouldn't you rather ban something like the Ramatra that has like a scarier counter matchup to you here? Maybe I'm completely off base and Lunex are gonna go like a wildly different direction, or they're just gonna take the Zarya mirror here heads up. I don't think either would be crazy, but I think there's room for some kind of like Ram style to come out. Maybe even the Maga, if that's something that Lunex are comfortable with, because both I think have winning matchups in Zarya.
Yeah, VP obviously were the team that has been out picking it up, and a couple of teams like Liquid, for example, we mentioned yesterday, have lifted that comp from them and taken inspiration to work it in themselves. I kind of see where you're going with the Orisa versus Zarya matchup. I felt pretty uncomfortable as Orisa in many of those games. Feel like when Zarya bubbles, you just can't shoot really at all. And then when she doesn't have a bubble, she's normally out damaging you. She, you know, especially if she's able to get some charge. So feels uncomfortable. Zarya obviously doesn't have any ability to displace. He doesn't have that same level of stopping power. But again, when you get, you know, the major perk that lets you literally cleave through people with, you know, your cannon, it's a bit of a problem. Regardless, not something we're going to see play out because the Orisa is taken away. Some teams now have tried to work in more airborne heroes on this Runasapi map, or use Fuel, for example. They'll try the Pharah. However, here it feels like between DSG and Lunex, you have a bit more of an idea of what you should expect. With Zarya anticipated, that means you probably want to see Vendetta again. Rockets looked solid on the Vendetta. A couple of really important 2Ks that have sort of turned fights in the favor. Yet no Stroken or Sundering Blades, but many of them I watched get sort of kited away from by Lunex, who understood how to play around them here. So I wouldn't be writing someone like Rocket out of this series. Guy's got what it takes, especially if his Zarya is keeping him nice and backed up. PGE go to the EMEA. It should be pretty, you know, pretty meat and potatoes kind of Overwatch here in terms of that go-to comp right now.
I do think this is a map where the hit scans are really called upon, you know, for Disguised. It needs to be PSG having a big game, and for Lunex, X10 has to hold the line here because, you know, you want to win the series right here and now. Yes, you do have a map pick in store if you go game 5, but ultimately, as we discussed, it's not going to be necessarily the most powerful given that the bans have been expended this deep into the series. So for Lunex, who hovering the Reaper, they might just run it back again. Maybe they feel like without the Brig, they can just get this signature style over the line. It's risky, but I kind of like it here.
Okay, you did mention that on Saravasa, Reaper is not the go because the sightlines are too open. Do you not feel like that's the case here on Runasapi?
You know, it's interesting. Like, although there are lots of long sightlines where hit scan is really potent, there are also a ton of hard corners. I think a key thing for the Reaper comp here is getting the lead. The first fight is going to be crucial. If you can defend corners, this is going to be really hard for PGE, but vice versa, if you're trying to break a wide open corner with PGE a mile back, that's going to be difficult.
4 different DPS on the map. PGE over to the comfort zone on EMEA yet again. Rocket once more on the Vendetta. Can they be the difference maker this time around? Because they sat in Sober Shadow earlier on, and yeah, you can just see how much of a problem this Reaper is. Too constant. Can't do anything about it. Bruh. I mean, he's such a natural bubble candidate. He's so hard to take down. And even when the bubble's gone, they just TP or fade away. And then when the perks start coming in, it's even harder to get X10.
Yeah, winning the first fight is massive. And Tread going to be under huge pressure here. Like, Rocket's going to need bubbles, but honestly, I don't know that Tread's going to have many to spare. He's going to really need to use a lot of those stealth bubbles, but nice thing about Tracer Reaper is you don't feed much energy to Zarya, so this is going to be an awkward game for Tread in particular.
Right. He's trending back there. Suzu drops at the feet just to ensure safety. Disguise, obviously, see they're just trying to play in the outfield. Rocket with a dash overhead. They don't want to play into this corner against this Reaper at all. And Lunex going to start to look for the fight now. Rocket sees the Reaper leave and thinks there's an opportunity to get to the back line. They were wrong. They were so very wrong, in fact. Now with about 100 charge here for Zeb to try and push up. Lunex have taken most of the map in the blink of an eye. We are 90 seconds in, and Disguised are getting rolled.
They've got to start to be sweating here, Mitch. Remember the implications, right? Lunex, they win this. They're booking their ticket to playoffs. Pressure is on now for Disguise. They have to win this map to stay alive, and this is pushed. To go down this bad, losing the checkpoint so early is painful. And Lunex with some ultimate tempo to boot. Disguise, crucial moment for them.
Oh, both those bubbles got popped in a matter of instants, Jake. There was just no chance for Tread to survive there. PGE doing what it can, but man, X10 fighting into that override protocol. Not a care in the world for this Reaper. In Disguise, they didn't have an answer for it in the first map of the series, and they sure as hell haven't come up with one yet. Lunex now taken into the cleaners. Over 100 meters of progress. We are under 3 minutes into the game, and Disguise are underwater.
I think Rocket really needs to get off Vendetta. I think this is a really bad matchup, but he's not believing that. He's going to fight this again into a grab. They do have a rush. Huge ultimate here. X10 has already found Rocket in the fight. The grabs are out. Zomba with 3.
Nah, that should be it. I don't know if there's any recovery from this. The snowball effect is crazy. Tread with some impressive cleanup, but still that bubble eventually is going to expire. And Zomba's going to come in for the elimination and potentially some extra free push. These guys are in absolute shambles. They've had to spend everything to stay in the game. They're going to be thinking about the next fight, maybe with a tempo beat to try and start something up, and they're advantaged in the ult regard. But you can see the scoreboard, folks. I don't have to read it out to you. It's brutal.
Well, Tread, though, with a crazy fight, like that should have been the end of the game there. Tread basically deadlifts the team to keep them alive, and now they have an economy advantage. Oh, but PGE is gone.
Yeah, X10 just deleted him. No chance to play the game, and that grab is... Oh, wow! You got something! X10 was flanking Tread and ended up getting caught in the missed grab, so I guess it's not a whiff. We won't hold it against him. Okay, fair enough. Rocket here looking to double back. This is a bit awkward for Disguise. They are very split. That bubble there used on Tread again to try and keep Desire alive is no good. And once more, Lunex starting to make it hurt. Zomba plucked out by Rocket, but that's all that Disguise can hang their hat on in this final. Lunex, once again, will be knocking on the door.
X10 finding so much value in these fights. The opening kill into PGE before the beat comes down. Backbreaking there. Disguise just going to hold this choke. I don't think Lunex have any interest in trying to, push in and finish the map. It's incredibly risky to go for that kind of a move. Instead, they're just going to bunker up and keep running it down. PGE, we got to stay on this cam because he is going to get absolutely run over every single fight.
Zomba here, big stick. Oh, Tread! No way! Desire down so early in the fight again for Disguise. X10 finally is dealt with. PGE, in theory, the natural predator to the Reaper. With the hindrance grenade and the fact that you kind of outranged them, needs to be doing that with regularity. PG needs to be finding this Reaper, but it's hard. You mentioned these sharp corners, and there are tons of them on the map. X10 simply waits on the other side of these chokes for Disguise to walk through, and then she slaps him.
Yeah, like in theory, Cassie's gonna get Reaper, but TP behind. Uh-oh, PG is holding the high noon, put some damage out. Great the way though from X10, and tempo advantage for Disguise.
There's the Ramatra picked up for Tread, no longer interested in the Zarya mirror. Zeb doesn't seem to care. Happy either way. Not much you can do about mitigating this Zarya damage there. Rasail appears right in front of Zeb, taken down by Z's in the end. And this is going from bad to worse. Yet the game isn't over yet. The map isn't over, thanks probably to the heroics of Tread, but it may as well be. Disguised are getting beaten black and blue, and Slap Silly. Now another push here into the choke, and Lunex might be inclined to push it a little bit further. See what they can get. Maybe even ask for this support ultimate out of Skyle.
Despite the beatdown, I mean, there's still 4 minutes on the clock here, so there actually is a bit more hope for Disguise than it would seem. Lunex, they're hoping for a mistake. They're hoping for a way to full cap and just close out the map, prevent any kind of that unknown risk. And for now, they're willing to run the clock, but PGE finding Zomba on the flank is huge.
That's massive. Again, taking down one of these flanking DPS is huge. Just one usually is enough. Can Rocket reciprocate, step up, and also get the job done here as a Vendetta? X10's going to wait back around the corner, sees Tread coming for her. Enough to try and get on out. There's a grab that catches Sile, but it's going to be Kitsune Rush, and Suzu instantly and straight away Disguised move into formation to protect the Kiriko. X10 though doesn't seem to care. Dive in with a Death Blossom to find 2. Trade here with an Annihilation. Might have to save the game yet again. Disguised are doing everything they can. The contortionism, the gymnastics, just to stay in the game is insane. And Zomba finds a pulse to end them. How does he find Rocket off the back of that? Surely there's no more here. Lep quickly tries to save some face, but that's all Disguised can do.
I mean, once again, it's like you're just holding the line for Disguised. However, they build better tempo. I do think their Ramattra is a strong pick into this style, and Lunex are just going to stick with what's been working for them. Eat into Sundering Blade, though, is not an ideal setup. Ramattra on Annihilation 2 gives him a lot of durability in these fights.
I think if I am coaching DSG, I'm telling you, do not hit tab, simply play the game. We need to get back into the map, get some meterage, little steps. Craig's still sitting on this Annihilation now. Kitsune Rush comes down from Lunex. They're trying to start something up. Then Y might have to beat here. No, there's a disengage opportunity that's taken advantage of. Extension low. PGE run at. No damage there, and here's that Annihilation. Sundering Blade also committed by Rocket. Eventually, the damage is enough. X10 can't get away yet again, and an overhead slash very cathartically claims the Lucio.
Still, economy. Well played by Lunex, right? They use 2 support ultimates, but they get 4 ultimates in response out of Disguise in exchange for that fight win. Zomba lives here. This is brutal. Okay, Lep does get the kill. If that went the other way, this game would be in a very scary state. Only 2 minutes on the clock, Mitch, and so many more fights to win. Late Tracer spawn, though, is going to buy you a little bit of free progress.
Rocket still convinced that the Vendetta is where he needs to be. I get there's the option as well to pick up the Tracer, right? Rocket has obviously shown us plenty of that kind of gameplay in the past and could really make use of some of these flanking angles, but it does feel like now with the switch off the Zarya, you don't have that bubble to make life that little bit easier for Rocket now. Ramattra obviously offers a lot of value in and of himself, but he can't really farm that free charge off of your Vendetta. So curious to see how Rocket's gameplay style has to change as a result of this tank switch.
I really wish Rocket would go to the Tracer here. I think it'd be a better pick for them. I think it'd give them more versatility. I think Tracer has an amazing matchup into Reaper with just the ability to essentially kite him forever and outrange him, although it may not seem that way. Tracer has quite meaningfully longer range there. The Vendetta's, you know, I would say it's working out in these fights, but then again, the map is very far gone right now. Like, it is going to take really, really strong play to get it back, and I like the Ramattra, but as you said, without bubbles, like, is Vendetta going to be able to succeed against Reaper Tracer? I'm a little worried for him in those matchups. I think when the ult trades come in, like the, you know, Reaper shooting on the Kitsune Rush, good luck trying to like just block up through that and try to play slow with X10 running you over. She has come alive here on this map.
And Cassidy is fine, right? Cassidy, in theory, handles these flankers very well, but not if they run at you with a bubble. You don't have time to respond to them. We see like X10 and Zomba again just pull up on you with a Zarya bubble and basically vomit their damage out. PGE won't have the ability to create that space to kind of get away. He wants to be defensive, but not against the Zarya bubble target. Here it is again. See X10 plays up, Zarya bubble used, then it's a Wraith walk away. Zomba to the back line, spotted out instantly by PGE, who needs to have his head on a literal swivel here. I like that from Zomba. Recall
close.
Back. Yeah, that could have gone either way. I'm not going to lie. And
5 HP
recall.
away. But I love this from Lunex. They can just run the clock here. They're not interested in pushing. It's up to Disguise to open things up. They do have the rush, and they're going to rip it.
All right, can they get into that side room, though? Look at Trade. He is asking, begging for a fight, and he's going to get one. NYNZ can't quite fold away remotely far enough. That fight, well placed by Disguise. The cost, of course, of that Kitsune Rush, which is cheap considering the circumstances, are going to have themselves a checkpoint within regulation. There is a chance here. It's probably 2 straight fights, if not 3, that they need to win.
Lunex need to get a big stoppage right now. Things could get awkward if they don't win this coming fight. Zeb, 90 to grab, is going to be massive here. X10 deep in the back line, hits the bubble, puts tons of pressure on.
Yeah, and that might be enough with PGE falling, but Pulse Bomb from Zomba was not necessary in the end. Nice Death Blossom, and now the fight's really broken down. Without that hindrance, without that stopping power off the Cassidy, you can kind of go for it. Trent has to go massive, but who's going to back him up? There's just not really enough healing in a pinch there. Lep and Sile in no position to help that Ramattra stay alive, and X10 simply uses that Wraith Walk duration to get a more commanding view of the situation. A lot of that progress Disguise just made, Jake, has been erased, and this time they're gonna have to make their push in overtime.
And Lunex is just, they're so playoff ready, man. Holding on to the key ultimate and grab for the final fight. They're going to have double support ultimate on top. Disguised up against the wall right now. Lunex, everything to play for. And they are looking so favored coming into this last engagement.
Yeah, eye for PGE. This will let them push the bot. Tread here needs to just sort of press forward and kind of bluff, in fact, that he can go more aggressively. There's no other choice. You've got to get at them. Sound barrier here for Leps, just not enough. I'm sorry. This is going to be curtains for DSG. Zeb dominating the series on this Zarya primarily. Once again, shows just how much of a gap there are between these two teams. Sundering Blade is good, but not enough to bring Zeb down or cut through the shield. And so, Rudasapi and the series and the qualification go to Lunex.
What a massive win for Lunex. This is going to be something these players have been working for years to reach the playoffs now, to really be among the top echelon. Liquid can also breathe a sigh of relief because I believe, Mitch, this locks up the two of them as the next seeds coming into that playoffs. DSG couldn't find the way through. And like, once again, man, the innovation teams willing to bring their own style. Nobody else is playing this Reaper Tracer comp. No one else is willing to commit to this deep into maps where it starts to feel challenging. But Zomba and X10 with full confidence keep the comp into every matchup, willing to play it out. And they do everything here. I mean, Zomba also obscene game on Tracer. Like, truly one of the nastiest Tracer games I've seen in a while here into a matchup that is not easy to play.
Yeah, absolutely not. I really thought that Zomba was supposed to just try and take some eyes off of X10, but more than that, Zomba's able to get in and take the game over. Obviously capitalizes beautifully off the grabs, but when you have a Reaper in your comp, your pulse bomb isn't always needed to be as part of a part of the grab, bomb combo. You can find other ways to make use of it. Beautifully done there, of course. That grab lob towards the end of the round. Some style points there for Lunex to make it through. Now they and Liquid have qualified. So Ash, that simplifies things drastically for the rest of the day.
It really does. With this win, Lunex, they secure that playoff spot. They also secure the playoff spot for Team Liquid as well, just due to, the head-to-heads that we were talking about for those tiebreakers. Unfortunately, that does mean that the two matches that could have been so exciting to matter so much won't have the same weight as maybe we were hoping for the rest of today. But overall, Lunex, Jake, we talked about it. We got our predictions right. I think that it was a close matchup nonetheless. We're taking the wins today, though, on that. And this Lunex squad, you were just talking about like how this has been due for this squad, the ex-Sakura core that was coming in to OWCS for stage 1, staying together, and they've just continued to level up over time. It's so impressive, the prowess, and I think the synergy you have to give credit to having stuck together.
Yeah, and it really is. I think it shows through in their signature style, right? Playing around these Reaper rush styles, X10 willing to bring it out with full trust in the team, right? Zeb really piloting it beautifully because Tread had a huge series. Like, Tread was playing incredible today. Like, I was really impressed. A lot of times we're on his cam, he's like doing everything right. And so to overcome that really took a full team effort. Cardi fan also, honorable mention. They might have lost this map, but that was a masterclass on Doomfist. A lot to pick apart at the replay for any Doom mates.
I do feel like it speaks volumes about Doom that we're calling a lost map a masterclass, but the mechanics were pretty incredible. I think it's awesome that you have this option if you're Lunex, right? Not only such flexibility in your core lineup, which is, obviously we've got to be talking about this Reaper, the fact that they're continuing to mix this in. But yeah, getting to, go for the Doomfist. I think Ball would have been preferred there. I do think the Gibraltar map pick for Lunex is a little exploitable for some of these teams. But look, outside of that, really impressed with this roster. I think the backline is doing great. I'm really enjoying watching Nenwai on the Brig as well. And the Lucio gameplay on Suravasa was pretty top tier. These guys feel like a really complete unit. And it's great because we watched them grinding and frankly just missing playoffs for a couple of years now. So to finally, be in these regional playoffs, I think it's got to be extremely vindicating and hard fought. You can see this, 2 and 3 at -1. Man, they really had to throw haymakers to get here. So well deserved, and I can't wait to see how far they can go.
Absolutely validating the steps that they've taken along the way to grow. But like you were just talking about, we've locked in our final 4 teams now for the playoffs of NA. Overall, I think that we do have just such great competition in NA. It's been scrappy. I think the fact that these last 2 spots being open was so fun to see here, Jake. But I also want to give a lot of credit to Disguise. You're talking about how good of a series that Tread had, but also, you know, Rocket and PGE, they were pulling out insane mechanical plays there as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing Disguise continue to level up as the season goes on, because I feel like this roster was a little bit more of a project.
Yeah, you know, definitely a lot of powerful pieces in the mix. I think if they can find the way to put them together, they can be that threat. I think some of the challenge for Disguise this stage was really around like finding their identity. Like, what are they the best at? And, you know, that's one of the really cool things about this year of Overwatch, really the last couple of years, is the game has changed drastically, right? It's no longer a game of, oh, can we lock the same, you know, hard meta comp as everybody else? Who can execute it the best? It's about having an identity, right? You look at Dallas Fuel, 4-0 in the stage. Also playing stuff that no one else in the world is really considering right now. They look amazing at it. You know, for Lunex securing this qualification, it comes off the back of the Reaper Tracer. Again, I don't think I've ever seen that really played before at this level. And so, you know, to me, it says that for teams, you've got to take a look in the mirror and find like what's your spirit, like what's your identity as a team, because, you know, trying to follow along with everyone else doesn't seem to be paying off.
I mean, I think that this DSG roster has players that have stood up like on their own 2 feet in OWCS for quite some time, but sometimes like you bring a team together and it's not always more than the sum of their parts. I think that identity question is a big one, because something that characterizes all of our teams in playoffs is there's that one thing that they're really good at doing, and in some maps and in some contexts, it feels unbeatable. So that just takes time. I think they've got to, you know, I want to see them try everything. You know, over the next couple of stages, and I'm pretty confident that like a couple tweaks and these guys are in there. It's as tight as the competition has ever been in OWCS NA, and it's a sick time to, you know, start to make these adjustments right now. Yeah, you're out of playoffs, okay, we got plenty of time.
I definitely gotta agree with you there. Even chatting with Cap about it kind of last week, he was discussing about how they had to revert to their old way of thinking after week 1. And again, with how quick this regular season is, we really have to give a nod to how intense it is for teams to make these quick turnarounds. But now we do have our interview finally ready for you guys with SNR, one of the coaches on the side of Lunex. Congratulations, SNR, on your guys' win today for qualifying for playoffs here as well. I want to get an idea of the mindset that you had with the team heading into today's matchup up against Disguised, who were looking really in form in one of their last matches. And I think, yeah, just talk me through what the vibes were. What was the conversation going into today's game as far as like the mental side of things?
I don't think there was much to say. Like, I think this whole stage we've kind of played with the mindset where we're against 4 partner teams and it's on them to not get relegated. We're not really in a situation to feel any pressure. I think yesterday it was kind of disappointing for us losing to Liquid. I actually felt like we played pretty well and we just made a couple big mistakes. So I think it was a little bit of a blow to the mental to lose a series we felt so confident in, but we all knew at the start of this stage that this was the match that we had to win. Like, we kind of expected to beat, you know, the other team that qualified and then like one of the partner teams, and it was probably going to be DSG, if any of them. So I don't think there's any pressure. I think we kind of expected to maybe be in this situation. Not that that's necessarily the best thing, but I don't think it was anything else. I think we kind of knew what we were playing against. We knew how the team played, so it was kind of all business.
I do want to talk about this. Like, you are one of the few teams that are like, you know, bringing out these Reaper-based compositions in your Zarya shells, which, you know, is really powerful on some maps and feels like risky on others. What is it that you think your team, well, we talk about X10 specifically, what is it that she brings that allows you to sort of play this style, which you would think is punishable, but we didn't see it get punished at all on Runasapi?
I think it's just playing to our strengths. I think that's a big thing in Overwatch right now. People got to select the characters they're good at. It doesn't matter how much you VOD if you're not good at your heroes, right? So I think we just play comfort. We have a very like set style, you know, with like Zebo and Orisa and Zarya. You know, we like to play the Brawl kind of ground tank-esque style, and I think that, you know, last season with them on Sakura, they kind of developed that Reaper strategy, and then I kind of came into it this year. I'm like, yeah, like we look good on it, so I have no issue with us picking it on that match day.
Yeah, so I just want to ask, you know, first, congrats for you guys making playoffs. I think for a lot of your players, you've been, you know, working for this for years and years now, right, to grind to this level and to now be right in that top 4 in North America. What was the vibes like, I guess, for the team in getting the win? Like, what did that mean to people, you know, to come out of this like years and years of effort to hit this result?
I'm not gonna lie, like after we after we won map 3, because like when they picked Jib instantly, we knew they were nervous. Because like obviously we haven't won a Jib, okay, I understand, but like both teams like to play the ground tank rush style, and for them to instantly pick Jib the second they lose like a ground map, we knew they were nervous. So we were kind of just laughing, to be honest. The second we lost Jib, we kind of won that third map. Like, it was all vibes. We were laughing. We were kind of joking around. Like, obviously taking the game seriously, but there was like not a sense of nerves in my team's voice like the entire series. And I think like when you kind of look at the body language of how they played, they were like double, triple ulting when we were using one. Like, I literally think they were just so nervous playing against us. So it felt pretty easy.
Hey, they had a right to be nervous with how you guys ended up taking this series, and congratulations again, SNR, for doing this interview with us and for making it to playoffs. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be bringing to the table once we head into that bracket, but otherwise, thanks for the interview and take care.
Of course, thank you so much.
Big congrats over to Lunex for being able to solidify this win for themselves and to enter into that playoffs bracket here as well. Taking a look at these standings, Mitch, walk me through it. Is this what we expected? Or sorry, not the standings. We're looking at the schedule right now. I'm a little bit lost, but that's totally okay. So we talked about how important this matchup was, Mitch, as far as solidifying those last 2 spots. That also now means that the last 2 games of today, more for the ego, more for the pride, if anything.
Yes, I think that they still represent a really important opportunity to take a closer look at how Dallas and SSG are shaping up coming into the playoffs. I think we've really just started to see SSG's style crystallize into those sort of 2 options. Like, we played a lot of Symmetra yesterday, but last week it was a ton of Vendetta, right? I'm really interested to see how deep their comp goes, and I kind of want to see what Kellen has got up his sleeve and where Dallas Fuel are starting to trend. I also think there's some potential for those games to be close, especially this next one, especially the Fuel looking a bit wibbly wobbly. I want to see more of Extinction. Of course, the teams that aren't in playoffs still think they can go out with a bang for the stage.
Definitely agree with you there, and also an opportunity to do a little bit of that experimentation in those matches there as well, do a little limit testing ahead of the playoffs bracket. But now talking about, what is to come and everything like that, before we head into our break with the next matchup, I think that we want to chat a little bit about the OWCS Face It League. You want to have the opportunity to join these teams in OWCS. Extinction, the team that we're going to see in the next matchup up against Dallas Fuel, they actually climbed through that open qualifier to get their spot into OWCS here for stage 1. So if you guys are interested in trying to join the big leagues here, it all starts with Face It League. The registration does close on June 3rd. So you guys register now at fce.gg/faceitleague. We are going to go to a quick break before we come back with DF versus Extinction.
Start your climb to OWCS with Face It League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/faceitleague.
Welcome back, everyone, from a short little break as we head into this Dallas Fuel versus Extinction matchup. Mitch, Dallas Fuel, they're no longer playing spoiler now that Lunex secured their win earlier, just now. I say earlier today, but it was literally just now up against Disguise. But despite that, how are you feeling about how Dallas Fuel are looking heading into today's match? Are they in form with what you expected from them top of the season?
Yeah, better. Better than I think what we were expecting at the start of the season. We've seen them rise to the top, of this region. I think their result against Space Station was compelling. They play greedy backlines. They play dive. They're probably the most fun team in this region to watch, and I'm on deck for more.
So am I. The greedy backlines also knowing when to step back as well, but I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that aggression out from Luke in today's matchup. Some of the limit testing heading into this matchup up against Extinction, who might be on, the tail end of their season. We're not going to be seeing them anymore in stage 1 here, Jake, aside from into promo relegation. But this team, they also still want confidence heading into those matches.
Yeah, for Extinction, I think it's about, showing out here in the final game of the stage, seeing what they can do against the Dallas Fuel that plays some wacky styles. I'd love to see Extinction, kind of take a page out of SNR's book and show what's their unique style, where their comfort heroes, being willing to try something new, because I don't think playing stock standard against Dallas Fuel is such a good idea, as shown from their current 4-0 record.
Yeah, this regular season has been a rat race to figure out identities for a lot of these teams. But now let's talk about predictions heading into this matchup. I think it's no surprise that I'm leaning into Dallas Fuel for this one. This is the team that's looking like the best in the region right now, neck and neck with SSG, that they managed to take down here, Mitch.
Yeah, what did I predict? Oh, that's right. Yeah, Dallas Fuel definitely for me. I think going to take this game. Look, Extinction, they don't really like to reinvent the wheel too much with what we've seen from their comps. It's a lot of Emerald Tracer Diva looks, right, which is great. Kiri Lucio, love that. For me, they're a team that's still working on those fundamentals and that really drilling down this comp, when Dallas are just in a completely different postcode, and they're going to warp the game to beyond what Extinction can actually simulate in their scrims a lot of the time. So I do feel like Dallas are on board for a sweep here.
Yeah, this one I think was an easy pred. I mean, Dallas for 4-0. They're looking to go 5-0. Extinction already eliminated. They're just playing for pure pride here. Still want to see them go out with a strong fight, but I think Dallas is just too strong a foe.
They definitely are a tall opponent to be going up against for Extinction. I want to see them coming to the gates with confidence at the very least, and let's see what Dallas Fuel are going to bring to the table. Might get funky here.
Funky indeed. Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of games where you could really start to bust out some of the crazy stuff. Dallas have got to feel good after being 12-5, and rather in map differential. I want to point out that this team, right, they dropped about to DSG straight away. They almost got beat by Lunex, obviously, in the 5-mapper. That one was a really tight series. So, there were times in this stage where we really weren't sure just how real of a deal Dallas Fuel were. I didn't predict them yesterday against SSG, and they really impressed us, albeit in a banger 5-map reverse sweep. That's what it took to take SSG down. So good to see some parity at the top levels, but Dallas are the real deal. For Extinction, Jake, the road's been rockier. I think getting that win over DSG is pretty big, right? A 3-0 win that sort of will leave them off the bottom of the standings. And outside of that, they struggled against SSG. They got 3-0'd by Lunex. They had a competitive game against TL back in that first week, and that's something I want to sort of point to and say, hey, this team certainly has potential.
That they do. Extinction gonna get rid of the wrecking ball on this one. Kind of interesting, right, Dallas? They just get rid of the Lucio, which I think is exactly, one of the most powerful bans you could really throw is this Dallas team, because they like to play some wild stuff. They love to play the Winston, and probably in theory their nemesis is just getting outpaced and run over before picks like the Ana and the Ilari can get value. So you take the Lucio out of the equation here, and Kellen's gonna have a lot of room to work with on the Winston.
The Wrecking Ball ban is funny, but like you mentioned, Winston is obviously a great option. Yeah, I feel like, Lucio ban's great. You can also, if you want to try and target Extinction, you might see like Ryan's Tracer looked at over the next couple of maps as well. Obviously, Emerald Sojourn are commonly picked up here for Extinction. So keep that one in your back pocket, folks, as we go forward. But definitely feels like we know what Kellen normally plays. He's not as much of a flex tank player, although as we mentioned, he's got a nice little Sigma in his back pocket. should expect to see the Winston, should expect to see the dive. And again, I just want to reiterate to everybody, the stakes of this game have been tempered drastically after that previous result. Lunex gets into 4th place and solidifies their spot in the playoffs. So, Extinction have functionally eliminated already. That is the case. They're off to promo relegation. They'll be going up against Disguise. They have a positive record against Disguise because they beat them 3-0. So even a loss here won't put them in 6th place, which is going to have some relevance as we head over towards that promo relegation tournament. So they and Disguised will be fighting for their right to compete in OWCS yet again. But to that end, this game doesn't really have an influence. This is about seeing them show out, like Jake put, before they depart from OWCS Stage 1.
Yeah, and for Dallas, I think, the allure of a flawless stage is always real, right? No matter how strong of a team you are, no matter how much you're thinking about, bigger competitions, playoffs, international competitions beyond, you got to drop the 5-0. You got to have another strong one. And the fact that they're coming in as the high seed here, picking Busan is a pretty potent spot to be, to open the series, because I think Busan is a map that really favors their style. Like, you can absolutely get away with some very cheeky support picks on this map, unlike really the other 2 control maps in the pool.
And if we do end up getting Sanctuary, then the Wrecking Ball ban was super heads up. In the end, it ends up playing beautifully. This is obviously something Kellen will play ball on these control maps. Looks like Mecha Base is actually instead where we're going to be headed to. So definitely a very good battleground for Winston, who can perch up on that high ground and be a real nuisance, draw the lines of battle quite far forward. CJ Arna, Lugmino, Yari potentially. God knows what else it could be from Dallas Fuel, but yeah, they'll always have some sort of interesting backline setup. And let's see what Extinction have to answer with.
Yeah, definitely some bait for sure in the heroes being covered right now. I suspect that it won't be a Mercy Jetpack Cat, but you never know.
Honestly,
the Mercy I actually don't hate, low-key. I actually don't hate it here. It's not crazy.
They're
going to run it.
Going to be mixing up. Okay, so it's going to be
what am I
PDK. My God. Having a look, the Jetpack Cat in play here for Grapes. And some shots too, just quietly, but the sight lines are just not really there for PDK. Still, they don't matter so much when you're being constantly ferried around the map. You can see the wobble. It's always easy to land these shots, and Kellen will simply stand in their way. I like it from Extinction. They're happy to experiment as well. And Scuff's able to get rid of Sonjun here, so just classic Kiriko on Tracer violence. Kellen has to respond to this. Nice little coach gun response, though, from Chronic. That's going to knock Sniper out the way. The Doom Fist is here to stay.
Res value, Mitch. Lugmino on the Mercy. Impact.
See, there's back in the game. Hey, got your honor. And yeah, now you're capping. Again, Extinction want to be the ones that trying to push into the point and not hold it because of this Doom Fist. So it's really going to be about trying to keep Chronic alive. And he simply hides in the corner and throws a dynamite in the right direction. The Widow still in play for PDK. I think Dallas thought he might have switched off of it. Well, now they know they're wrong.
This is still going to be a scary one for PDK, man. Without the Jetpack Cat to back him up, Kellen just picks him up, knocks him down. Great hold on the point here by Lugmino and Chronic. Buys Kellen time to get back. And Extinction going to be falling out of this one. Kiri teleports out to a Tracer who is long gone.
Extinction are embracing, I think, everything that this game means, which in the scheme of things isn't very much at all. Like the Doomfist Widow comp, I'm about it. They're still on this Jetpack Cat, so you still need to beware of, any of the shenanigans we've already seen on display.
He's got flight from the Jetpack Cat. He's got wall hacks. He's just taking over. Uh-oh, pistols out.
Luke thought about it. Thought he might have had a flank there. Res value. Oh! Nicely done. And of course, that res gives him the overshield there because he's taking the correct perk. Love to see that. PDK down, but Chronic will be exchanged for it. There's an attempt at a cap, apparently. Kellen's going to go... Well, he thought he was going to go after the Jetpack Cat. What is going on, bro? What a difference in vibe compared to the previous game.
I can't. He's a Mercy pocketed Winston holding the high ground. A Jetpack Cat pulling Racer into the enemy backline. This is a special... Oh, the special delivery of all time.
Well, there goes CJ. Here come Extinction, actually finding some pretty important kills coming back into the game and doing it in style. I respect it. We have a flip now. A 16% is where Extinction get back into the game. The Doomfist ult.
He's going in?
I respect it.
Crazy, bro.
And now
what is this? He gets out. Okay,
he's getting out, bro, on a Suzu. Nicely timed there by Scuff. Okay,
Aura.
bro.
That's Aura from Sniper. He sent a message there.
All right, well, Katsuna Rush is going to be used here very, very, very preemptively as they push into Dallas Fuel, trying to make their way out of the spawn. Chronic got the high ground pretty darn quickly, and these dynamites are hitting. Coach Gun well apportioned against the Traitor, who was trying to close the gap on Chronic. CJ is down, and Dallas are having some issues with this rather dive style. Even Trace has been turned into a full dive hero now with his jetpack cactus assistance.
Luke Mino just won't swap Mercy here, and honestly, I respect it. CJ gonna go over to the Mizuki, maybe drop some chains and lock down this Doomfist on the dives. I don't mind this matchup. Something we really haven't seen much of, and yes, Sniper finds himself in a rough spot there, but Ryan takes down Sanjin. Chronic's just taking the game over meanwhile, though.
I mean, generally, Mizuki very good against Doomfist, being able to root them in place, and there's nothing Doom can do about it while he's power blocking. That is like the worst thing that you could run into. Obviously, Mizuki has his own issues, given that he's like highly immobile in general. But hey, here it looks completely reasonable. Glad CJ's really pushing the limits of his hero pool in a game like this. Sniper got picked off. And Grapes unfortunately not on for this world either. Jetpack Cat a little bit too close to the ground apparently. And there's Dallas taking our first round.
What a game, Mitch. What an opener. I think the tone has certainly been set for the series with Luke Mino rocking the Mercy. Is this the first time we've seen Mercy this stage? The first time I have. I haven't watched every single game, but I wouldn't be shocked if Mercy is now 100% win rate on the stage.
I have not seen Mercy the stage before this game.
Luke Mino absolutely doing his part. Kellen 9-0-0. Okay. That's not a good sign. Enemy Winston, no deaths.
Yeah. I mean, again, Doom comp, they kind of ignored Kellen a lot of the time. Most of the action was happening in CJ's direction.
You need the Torb here to counter the Jetpack Cat. You know, that turret shooting up into the sky.
Yeah,
think about
that's
it.
True.
The Torb would have been really powerful here. PDK, bring him outside, man. Go like wait, because he can be way off the map.
Yeah, like this. This is based. All right, Chronic prepared for launch. Looking for the yellow Widowmaker. It's a battle for the ages, folks. PDK v Chronic. Yeah, PDK's hidden, bro. That wasn't even close. Is someone going to pick him up? Someone going to pick him up? Okay, dude. We are trolling. What was that from Grapes? Bro went to heal and then realized he turned off his travel mode? Oh, the res value for Sanjin as well. Okay, dude. We're back. We're so back.
He's like the only player who's died on the map so far, so he's the only one who can res.
That is actually factually true. Everyone was in. No! What is going on? Oh my God! Greg is too good! A 2-for-1 special. He got 3 in the end. Sniper dropped the Jetpack Cat Hammond and Widow sliding down, got blown up. Chronic just dabbed on him.
Look at this angle. They're not ready for this one. They're not ready for this one.
Bro ain't leaving. He's gonna stay there.
Oh my God! Dude,
yo, Grapes is like, PDK, get out there, bro. Do something.
He's got the Mercy Banga, dude. He's like, he's the Terminator out here, man.
Everybody, you can't kill Chronic. How are you supposed to do anything about this? Like, insta headshot has to be.
Oh, they drop him. They got the BAP drone. It's OP.
Oh, they got him.
Counter.
Okay. Base, finally. Yeah, Immortality field kind of massive in his Widow 1v1s. Look at this. We are watching these teams innovate as the game goes.
This is innovation right here. Luke Mino getting run down. Ryan just hustling, doing work here on the Tracer. And I think this will be a cap flip here for Extinction.
Just an honest day of work,
Sniper fell off the map, so he did what it took to kill CJ.
All right. Jetpack Cat secured. Ryan out there just doing honest work, not trolling with any of these picks whatsoever.
Chronic He's emoting into the infra side.
Yeah. Chronic is just delivering fan service. PDK will deliver a frag at least for Extinction.
He baited him. He baited him. He's got the res. He baited him to take a risky peek.
And now Chronic is just headed across the map again. Like, oh man, hard enough by the. Oh my goodness.
So good.
Hard enough to hit heads normally. Now you're being jostled and sort of flown around the map. That is insane.
We're gonna have that like triple kill Widow highlight on the replay package now of like the Jetpack Cat flying him across the map. That flick onto the Jetpack Cat is actually one of the nastiest things I've seen in a pro game. You just don't take shots like that in a serious match. So well done by Chronic.
I mean, I've heard this theorized, right?
Power position right now, Mitch, holding the angle.
Yeah, he's virtually frame logged in the entirety of Extinction. Point blank, PDK flattened. Is that the ASU frat leader or Chronic? I can't tell anymore. Ryan here and Sniper on the point. Yeah, of course, Sunshine not going to be able to hang around for too much longer there, but here's Chronic. Another flyby. Listen, this is how Mecha Base was intended to be used. It's supposed to be a launch facility for these mechs.
Moira, though, hold on. Rolling it out on the point. Oh, Chronic, he's too good, man. Like, this might be legit. Like, we're joking, but, like, this strat with Chronic, the way he's hidden, like, it's not crazy.
Well, first of all, he's hard to hit as well. Generally. Really.
I will say
How's supposed to trace that?
The Mercy pocketing him may be a little crazy, but when he keeps hitting shots like this, you gotta give some respect to the man.
Okay, dude, I am totally here for this, honestly. Luke, more res value. That's massive. CJ back in the game. Grapes threw himself at the point. Unfortunately, doesn't get anywhere. And so Dallas Fuel have given us a game that resembles more of a Petri dish than a competitive Overwatch experience. But I find it fascinating, and I do feel like we pushed the bleeding edge of competitive Overwatch research forward in this game.
Yeah, there's scientific discovery occurring here on the server. Chronic, big game from him on the Widow. Absolute dominance in the classic Widow Jetpack Cat skybox mirror.
Dude, I'm here for it, honestly. And we got highlights. So I like the Tracer dive.
The Tracer, this was crazy. I'm a big fan of this. Like, sending the Tracer in with a pulse bomb. That's an ultimate combo.
PDK, of course, has to face the music and end up fighting Chronic out here, but there's another element in play, obviously. There's the Mercy and the Jetpack Cat both.
Oh, this Chronic highlight.
This is disgusting. Woo! Bye, lol.
Malga just...
What is the
like
point of
rock.
taking the Malga out there anyway? Like, bro, what is bro?
You gotta shut down the Widow. You gotta shut down the Widow. You know what they needed to do was go Rhine and fly a Rhine holding a shield at the Widow. Think about that.
That's true. That would have been.
That would go crazy. That would be the counter.
Oh, I get it. You gotta shut down the Widow, but when the Widow can kill the Malga just by shooting the Jetpack Cat, then I don't think you're shutting it down. Again, we all saw this in quick play, but like the couple weeks after Jetpack Cat was brought into the game, like some of us are still working through.
Dude, flying the soldier with the visor with the Jetpack Cat is actually a forbidden combo. Like, that is powerful. That is legitimately powerful.
Again, the Deadeye and Cassidy as well. We've seen that as well. We've seen a number of those brought out on occasion in what I would consider to be more serious matches, even if this one wasn't supposed to be it. Can I just say, big shout out to Ryan, who just locked the Tracer and played Tracer.
He was hustling. Ryan was putting up numbers. It just didn't matter.
I'm here to try and help disperse the allegations that we're maybe not being fully serious about this game. Anywho, what else could follow such unserious gameplay than the very serious map pick of Numbani here for map number 2? It's Extinction's choice here, and I can't wait to see what the hero bands might be. Also, shout out, we got to see the bit of the Mizuki gameplay, which I was kind of hoping to get, and I'm gonna lie, Binding Chain is pretty messed up against those high mobility tanks.
Doomfist really, we needed stronger counters, right? That's the one thing that's become clear today, is that we needed stronger counters to Doomfist. He's too oppressive. We got to stop him. Mitch, if you ask me for analysis about the hero bands, though, I might scream. So I don't know. I suspect Mercy. Actually, Mercy. My pred is Mercy.
Okay.
That's my hero band prediction. I think Extinction are going to ban the Mercy. I think it's too powerful. Chronic getting boosted around with the Jetpack Cat. And I will say Numbani, another map with wide open, like, skybox pits. You could do some crazy flanks with Jetpack Cat here. I'm just saying.
I do think this was giving, like, Dildux versus Team Peps. Sorry, guys. Not Team Peps, Quick Esports vibes. You know what I mean? Like, we had a couple of troll games.
That's the matchup we deserve, Like, that's what the people have been clamoring for, the Dildux versus Quick Esports show match.
I thought they were going to
Because I don't think they ever made it out of the regions, right?
No, that's true. I thought they were going to play online anyway, but that's fair.
Maybe I missed it.
Scuffed coming in here for Gorilla. You may remember Scuffed as well in that soccer core. Played alongside Nenwai for quite some time. Sorry, Gorilla in for Scuffed, pardon me. Yes, this team used to be called Gorilla's Disciples. So, y'all about to find out why.
Am I crazy? Wasn't Gorilla playing on last map? He was playing Moira. I don't know, maybe I might have missed it in the chaos, but I thought he was playing Moira on the last map. I saw him cold a couple times. He died, but it was Grapes. It was Grapes, not Gorilla. I see. Yeah. So it's now we have a different Moira player. I thought when I saw the Moira come out, I just felt in my head, I'm like, this is obviously a Gorilla pick.
So yeah, Gorilla, to my understanding, has not played. I don't think they've been playing so far. They are on that starting. They're on the graphic for the starting roster. That's fair. But
okay, so I got you baited.
Yes.
I saw the G. I saw the Moira. That was enough for my brain to like make the conclusion.
Now, what this could mean is anyone's guess, folks. Fortunately, we're not gonna have to wait too much longer to find out.
Oh, come on
yes.
now.
Now you want to explain
Dallas.
this one to me, Jake?
Come on now, Dallas. I feel like that's personal. I mean,
I do think that is. No, I think that's
personal.
Yeah. Who is doing this? Yeah, I literally think Dildux was banning Junkrat just to troll you when we were custom. So I think this is part of the course. Honestly, I like that. The Diva ban as we head to Nimbani.
I want to see them play Junkrat. Like that's just a missed opportunity to ban this character out. Like this is the perfect match to bring in a
They'd
Junkrat.
get your attention much more effectively. If
That's
they
what I'm
just
saying.
Lock the rat.
That's what I'm saying. You bring out the Junkrat on Nimbani, you're built different. Like you got to put some respect on that.
Yes, for those at home, not the ideal map for Junkrat. It features very long sight lines and verticality that can be hard for Junkrat to traverse or to pressure effectively with his grenades.
Honestly, old Nimbani wasn't bad. Old Nimbani was actually decent for Junkrat. You know, there was some
it was
cheeky
no
little
Horizon Lunar Colony rafters.
It wasn't.
Gameplay,
Yeah, that was devious. But I remember old Nimbani was pretty good for Junkrat. Like this, everyone had to push top like every time, and just infinite Junkrat spam down the tiny door choke was pretty potent.
Well, so let's see how this plays out. I was kind of hoping to see the PGE Bastion last game at some point again, just to run that throwback from Esperanza last week, but we are still deliberating as Dallas Fuel, a defense-sided Widowmaker, just to make this a bit more like your plat games at home, folks, and we're going to see Chronic on the Freyguard this time.
They're gonna fly the Rhine in. I'm telling you, they're gonna fly the Rhine in. Like, there's no other explanation for this comp than flying the Rhine into the high ground.
Can you tell me though? Can you explain to me when you're trying to play comps for fun why you're locking? I guess I get the Moira here for CJ. Looking for high DPS Moira, and yes, this is the
Jetpack Cat is peak fun. I'm sorry, but like if you're looking to have fun, come on. This is
I was gonna ask about the Moira. I guess maybe not always the most engaging. And
Moira just can actually play the game while your other support is doing this. Oh, he's coming in. He's jumping in. Sanjun! Oh my god. Watch out, Widowmaker.
Would have been a legendary moment. What? Grapes? But based. Actually just scratched Sanjun up there. Beautifully done. Luke Mino actually take it down. The jetpack cat's popping off, bro. Holy. This is no perks, by the way. Chronic eventually able to bring Grapes down, but insult and injury doled out in equal measure here as Extinction have a tick of capture progress.
Got the double. Well, it was a double roll swap. Sanjun now onto the flex DPS. I feel like Kellen will like single-handedly win this game on Wrecking Ball. Like he is so uncontested on ball. Like no one can ever deal with him. CJ and Kellen are just gonna perma-kill the backline. But Ryan is in the skybox of the Jetpack Cat, so if he can hit a shot like this, I will be very impressed.
Really hard to... Okay, that's scary. Hard to track targets. Nicely done. However, Gorilla was taken down elsewhere. Oh, the Ryan's here. The heck did he come from? Okay. Ryan this time being grappled in. Hacked, though, as Sanjun
I don't think he was going to press any buttons. I hate to break it to you, Sanjun. I don't think this winner was planning to press any skills.
Yeah, no. Just zoomed in. That hack was completely superfluous. Pretty hard gameplay to follow. I'm not going to lie, folks. Ryan eventually brought down by Chronic. That high ground, though, see PDK is going to drop down here. Look for a pulse connection, maybe. Sniper not able to charge away in the end. And a point-blank boulder shot that connected with PDK. Chronic clip farming out here. And we'll be able to finish Gorilla off as well.
Oh, game's over, man. Sanjun went Torb. It's Jover. There's no way you're... The Torb is the hard counter here. Torb and Moira, these characters dominate in games such as this. Like, what are you going to do? I mean, if he goes hammer only, though,
dude,
maybe it's still, there's still something more to play for.
I feel like I just can hear Magni Bronzebeard talking about the wounds of Azeroth in my ears whenever I see this one locked in. Such nostalgia. Sanjun here. Yeah, the turret is a problem, bro. They can't get around the corner. Hammer time. Apparently, Sniper's is a bit bigger. Sanjun headed for spawn once more.
CJ and Kellen just spawn camping. I saw CJ cold somewhere on the map. Sniper though, 75 to shatter, on pace to get it before the game ends.
Not normally a metric for success. We like to highlight, but yes.
They're not getting past the spawn, though. I mean, Kellen is just holding it down back there.
Looks like PDK on the catapult has been flown in this time around. Hammer, scary stuff, but kind of a freak. What the heck? Coalescence here claims CJ. He loses out in that Moira battle, and here's Grape coming in, getting the frags. Res value for Luke. Blaster pulled out, and almost Ryan is able to slip away and get the healing when he needed it. Chronic flies in over the top. He's going to need a lot more healing than Luke has to offer, I feel. Yes, headshot by Ryan. And we're off to the races. Extinction. We've managed to cap, or they've been allowed to cap. I can't really tell.
Oh, he's in a tough spot. Gets hunted down by the flank widow. Ryan, ever watchful for a hiding mercy. Dallas Fuel have to regroup on this one, but it's Sniper booped up the map.
How? A Ryan? It's really hard to move off the map. That steadfast passive makes it very difficult to shit. Okay, Ryan is getting blown up by the jetpack healing rather. Here's Kellen. Minefield and PDK over the top. The Jedi. Oh, it's good. It is good. No res for Luke, that's for sure. He's out of the game.
Roadhog just eating up this minefield. A little bit of ult charge there. No problem for Sniper. We see the Roadhog back in action. CJ, sending the message here.
Certainly some venom in that. Poor PDK.
Oh, there's not a 1v1 you want on Widowmaker.
And the battle Moira. Oh, Sniper hooked CJ in from that high ground. Standing amongst the molten core was the Roadhog. Big hook onto Sonjun though, and as tanky as Torb is, point blank still lose out to scrap gun.
You're trying to, Torb hammer the Roadhog. Wouldn't advise that for the folks at home.
He's already tenderized.
It's a bit of a tough matchup.
All right, we are going to boost out with the Widowmaker yet again. In for a sight. Damage on Chronic, but fear have gotten him. CJ flattened again, playing a very aggressive Moira, Battle Moira style, rather. I do have the scoreboard here. I'll just refer to it real quick. Sonjun is 7 deaths on 4, highest in the lobby right now. PDK is doing a lot of damage, I won't lie. Oh god, Grapes has got the major perk. The cat scratch one. 2 broken, by the way, in like regular play. That it, it was had to be used to this level of major perk. It's nasty. That bleed on the scratch is serious business, bro.
Grapes is online, man. The build is online. Perked up, ready to rock. And Roadhog, just the immovable object here on the payload. Dallas Fuel have to bring out the Cassidy, bring some more damage to bear, but this one is looking a little bit scary with 2 minutes on the clock for Extinction to push.
That's a lot of time. Another fly by Deadeye. PDK. Good little fade away there by CJ, but ends up getting caught by a hindrance grenade. PDK is just, continuing the conversation between these 2 players. Chronic taking his time around the corner here. What is it contractually required that these guys wear the double shield? I wonder if like Tasmo just like gives them a bench with no back to sit on.
Goodbye. Where's the jetpack cat to save you now? Sniper lighting up the beat here. Couple big kills in the fight. Card's gonna keep on trucking Sonjun. Adds another death to the stack. Bleeds out right in front of his Moira.
That's crazy.
No, that's classic, actually. If you're playing with some Moira, that's exactly how it goes.
Yeah, it's kind of what she's there for. Moira players really love that moment when the light goes out of your eyes. That's what they play for. All right, PDK close to Deadeye here. You can imagine it's going to involve more jetpack cat action. CJ is only hunting PDK, by the way. Yep, okay. Thank you, guys. Your point has certainly been conveyed.
You never know when there's a Widow in the angle. You got to hit that spam crouch, keep the head hitbox moving. That's good fundamentals. That's good fundamentals right there, man. Exactly.
If any kind of hit scan, I appreciate it. Also, keeping limber, I think, during these games is important.
Losing it with Valk. Valk legitimately broken in this kind of a game. Like, super powerful survivability tool for the team.
Oh, and there's Ryan. I mean, we've got Kellen on the wrecking ball now, so honestly pretty cool. Oh my goodness! Yes! Nicely done by Sonjun, who's able to bring PDK down. Chronic also had a Deadeye and did the lion's share of that damage, but he was ready for that ridiculous little combo.
That's legit. Oh, as I say that, big catch in the hop. That's a mercy gap. The mercy boost in the high noon means that Chronic actually gets the kill first, but without mercy, PDK gets that kill.
Yeah, I think Chronic even pulled the trigger a little early.
It's because he's got the Mercy amp, right? So he actually charges faster.
Yeah, but I think it was Sanju credited with the kill in the end. So I think it was like randomly a turret shot that finished the job. He did most of the damage. Yeah, he's probably just worried about being second to Dedo, but he shouldn't have been, considering he had the boost. Either way, Hog historically has been able to neutralize Wrecking Ball on some maps. I'm going to use Oasis City Center as an example. The conditions aren't quite the same here, though, today, or on this map either. So Dallas Fuel do prevent Extinction from finishing the map.
It's an interesting interaction because I believe, I believe that Cassidy, that with the High Noon, I think you don't get the skulls with Mercy, or the skulls rather, they don't come any faster with the Mercy boost on. It's just that when you do shoot, it like overkills, so you want to shoot before you get the skull.
So you have to estimate to some degree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that is how it works. I believe damage amps are not calculated on the visual of the High Noon. Sense. But Chronic was able to pull the trigger early and then look to finish off with that one last shot. Mercy continuing to just dominate, cruising potentially to a top win rate, which could really influence the ban meta, as I'm sure a lot of teams are watching this match and really reevaluating kind of everything in their game plan. When it comes to just the amount of fun that these teams are having.
Exactly. I look forward to those that are just trying to find some inspiration for their band strategy and turn to this kind of game, for that kind of data.
If this is your first game of competitive Overwatch, every game is like this. This is par for the course, normal. It's just a classic,
whimsical
jetpack cat mirror here on Numbani.
And so Gorilla will be on the Mori yet again. As we saw earlier, a lot of fighting between he and CJ. Oh,
this is fun maxing from Ryan.
Yeah. The bobsled.
I'm a big fan of this.
It's up there with the skateboard, honestly.
I'm a big fan of that bobsled.
So we have the similar comp here for Dallas Fuel, but mostly the same. So attacking side forward, alongside the Freya from Chronic. Helen really motoring around the map. I do want to see this Wrecking Ball skill set push to the limit, because this guy's been playing ball since bone hurting me early on in the scene. What was this guy on, like NYXL one year? Playing a bunch of ball, Winston?
He was an OG ball player,
he won
from way back.
He played a season in OWL, and then he went to Contenders, played with Runaway, won the whole thing in Korea, came back to OWL, and then has been on a lot of Western teams since then. So Kellen's also expressed an enjoyment for living in the West and playing on the Western squads. So
that's not the payload.
I mean, it is a payload.
They're sending him in, dropping the bomb. Oh, great flight away. Nice headshot there. Sanjun, he's on top of the Moira as well with the hammer.
Oh, bowler shot onto the Hazard is pretty deadly. Freya into Hazard is a pretty favorable matchup.
All right, please push the cart. Please, I'm begging you to push the payload.
Certainly. I do think there is some responsibility to advance the game state for our players. I am looking forward to the inevitable Molten Core with the Jetpack Cat tether. I think that's going to be quite fun.
I was going to say, is that inevitable? But you know what? You might be right. I want to see the Jetpack Cat like carry the Wrecking Ball. That's what I want to see. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but I feel like it could be kind of stylish.
What if you grab the Wrecking Ball at the apex of his swing upward, and then carry him a distance and then let him go? Will he maintain that momentum?
That's a good question. Can you grab him while he's slamming? I mean, there's a lot of scientific experiments to be conducted to this one. Sanjin having nothing of it, though, just lighting up the feed on Torb. And the Valk damage boost actually hits pretty hard, especially with the Roadhog holding the front line.
Yeah, exactly. Very important just to overwhelm this primarily healing-oriented composition. They do have a life grip here for Grapes to get Sniper out of trouble, should that ever be the case. I don't know if they've got the perk that offers that cleanse it. So, Deadeye. Sanjin respecting it, not at all. Second checkpoint comes up now to Cole Lessons. Gorilla trying that into the back line. No honorable Saiyan ever Kamehameha from behind. That's not how it works.
That's true. Sniper, gotta lock this game down. Gonna go over to the Orisa. I like the Zenyatta out of Gorilla, though. A lot of damage to be had, a lot of chaos in this game. Weaver Zen, kind of legit. Oh, great pull there. Counters the Jetpack Cat ult, which almost certainly would have pulled Ryan to his doom.
Yeah, CJ molding after that one. There is Molten Core at the ready, though. And this turret is being kept fighting fit. Sanjin investing very heavily, and Sniper blows it up instantly. Bob is in play. That is Ryan's ultimate. TDK's been taken down here. Is great. Is getting the work with the Needler, I guess.
It's kind of Gorilla.
Well,
took down Sanjin. Natural predator, of course, to Torbjorn is the Zenyatta.
It does feel like Gorilla's maglev technology cut out a couple times intermittently there. But hopefully that's been fixed.
That was a great Zen skin with the rubber duckies. That's top tier. Very strong skin game being shown from these players. I love this rotation to the high ground from Chronic. You know, using, of course, the bobsled tech that we often see when players really looking to make a fast, high-tempo rotation.
You get those third-person
He's going all the way
you
in.
can see behind yourself as you go, which I think is quite crucial. All right, there's Ryan.
You can't
he's pushing in. He's attack the enemy. Oh, Gorilla just deletes him.
Well, all I can say after this is thanks. Thanks, Dallas and Extinction, for this showing. Yes, thank you. Next.
2-0 map score. Obviously, just as we predicted, Extinction, they're fighting hard into this one to really just end the season on a bang, to really, you know, show that they're a serious team to contend with. You've got to be, you know, ready for some of these strats to come out if you face them in that upcoming promotion relegation tournament. Stay head on a swivel.
And I mean, Dallas threw all of the dirtiest tricks at them, right? They had the bobsled tech. They had the jetpack cat play, of course, here on Numbani. The attack side, Torbjorn looks brutal stuff. Kellen playing Wrecking Ball, of all things. Again, none of this remotely expected in this series, and Extinction have been able to respond to it with some degree of confidence. Obviously, we'd be remiss if we didn't carry out some highlights here. Ryan finding some revenge for what happened on that Busan map with some great Widowmaker play. The Reinhardt, though, for me, Jake, didn't quite hit the mark.
I gotta say, shout out production, just pulling replays from this game, you know, like trying to sort through that much incredibly dominant gameplay to find just the finest clips, only the most dominant moments. This hog off the map, rarely seen these days.
Honestly, I mean, that passage of play was pretty sublime. Look at this, you're right. You can see the Chronic kind of has to time that Deadeye activation. I'm just so glad we got the chance to discuss some of the minutiae and interactions between, you know, jetpack hacks, flying Cassidys that are damage boosted by Mercies, because this is stuff that you might run into in your games yourself, and now you'll be armed with the knowledge to know you need to uninstall instantly.
Or maybe you'd be like me and you play the game for 10 years and you've literally never seen some of these matchups.
I reckon this year, 2026, is my 10th year of casting Overwatch. And I'm glad that this game is still providing me so many surprises and things that I've never seen before. So, again, thank you, Dallas and Extinction. That's Numbani out of the way. That, of course, was Extinction's map pick. Hero bans? I didn't really feel like they made too much of a difference.
I think they need to ban Mercy. I'm telling you, the Luke Mino Mercy made differences there. You know, you got to get him onto something a little bit less dominant, like the Illari, you know, that you could have just a little bit of an easier time against. These reses hitting like a ton of bricks, man. You think you got the kill, quick res comes in from Luke, the damage boost makes a world of difference. I think it just has to be. Banning Jetpack Cat would be morally wrong, so of course it's not really a serious option for these teams.
Again, I think that, yeah, baiting out the res is pretty important and certainly going to form the basis, I think, for Dallas's core game plan going forward. Suravasa is going to be our next pick here. We're heading off to this pretty high-tempo Flashpoint map, and again, expect to see much the same. Jetpack Hack still quite powerful. Mizuki obviously used very extensively, at least in one map by CJ to lock down a Doomfist. That's something that obviously you can try yourself at home. The hit scan play still been pretty remarkably good. PDK and Chronic have certainly been trading blows across the map here. And Extinction, as we head into Suravasa, are opting to ban the Winston away from Kellen. They have banned now 3 tanks over the course of the series.
They're just banning dive tanks. I mean, all right, okay. I'm pretty sure Kellen was going to play Wrecking Ball, like, no matter what you do. And the Moira ban comes in. Oh, that's going to really take the wind out of the sails for Gorilla, known Moira enjoyer.
Yeah, what is the plan going to be? CJ obviously has some flexibility, can pick up the Jetpack Cat if Luke's on the Mercy. So, Gorilla's definitely going to have to look a little bit deeper into the bag of tricks here. And again, that's with Moira out of the picture, there don't really seem to be any super highly desirable picks at support. I think the Life Weaver, you can sort of bring that back in. I really like to see the Life Grip countering the Jetpack cat ultimate. Just that environmental kill potential that, of course, is so prevalent on Suravasa of all maps, something you can really counteract with that Life Weaver.
I feel like this is a prime game for the no healing Batiste strategy, personally. I feel like just rocking up more DPS, like maybe like a Bap Zen, don't heal each other, just send it down mid. Like, it kind of is that kind of a vibe. Like, I want to see these support players get into the action, get into the brawl. You know, they'll be carrying around the DPS all day long. I think they should just take over. Maybe play some Soldier 76 heal only. Think about that.
We did mention just how powerful those Soldier 76 with the Jetpack Cat is. So maybe Soldier 76 heal only unless you have Tac Visor, right? You might only get one over the course of the whole game. But
that's right. You're gonna have to really work with those healing stations to farm an ultimate, man. That's gonna take a hustle.
I would love some unrun Chronic. That would make me very happy, buddy. I don't know if we're going to get that necessarily. This is a very reasonable comp from Extinction. Okay, guys.
Sanjin? Wait, hold up. Extinction, this is where they baited them into a false sense of security and they roll out.
They're going to reverse sweep them after
full
trolling
meta comp. Full meta comp to mid is actually so funny. Extinction, I love it.
Hey, Extinction, wait, this wasn't part of the plan, bro. Okay, Dallas Fuel coming with the unrun and jump rat composition.
Let him cook. It's a Mercy Junk. OG strap.
All right.
Eva up in his face. Trying to put out what damage he can here on the Junk. It's going to be crucial to find some of that early tank pressure. It's not exactly a congested area to spam into.
Chronic starting to wrap around, of course. When everybody is grouped up, that Dancing Blaze is pretty effective with the duration increase for all those targets. So those invulnerability frames, something that Armra wants to try and make use of as much as possible. Gorilla's down to a remote mine of all things. Emra though, PDK looking pretty scary, under some degree of pressure from Kellen now. Still to control this point, at least try to get an early flip. It's a DMEC of the Diva. Dallas have some game here. Chronic, why is Chronic credited with it? Okay, hard driver kill, that's fine. We'll carry on. And Unrun's gonna have to Inferno Rush out of there.
Oh my, Sniper down. Baby Diva form, Reddix very exploitable by the Wrecking Ball. And now Dallas Fuel back into the thick of the fight. Kelly maybe needs to grab a pack to get back into this one. With no Sniper, there's a lot of room for Anron to play with.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get an ignition there on the Tracer, and eventually is able to use the Juke fans to fan said flames. Here is the Override Protocol.
Oh, Mercy Pistol. Oh, the counter.
Glocks,
Natural
absolutely
predator.
Glocks. You can't do that to the man. My goodness. Lumino. Battle Mercy looking pretty darn sick. Chronic also getting pretty close to that Vermilion Ascent and potentially a flip here for Dallas Fuel. Yes, Luke gets onto the point. Sonjun returns on the Vendetta. Not a pick we normally see from the Dallas Fuel here. It's nice to see them continuing to mix it up a little bit. I think CJ tried to ultimate there. I think that's what we saw.
I think he did pick up Grapes
and I think he
just hold him there for Kellen to shoot him.
Yeah, that's intense. All right. Well, Ryan burning now. Got to be careful. Yeah, it's going to force a recall. Chronic has to use the rush to get on out of there. Actually,
wait, Chronic's kind of nice with it.
Yeah,
Chronic on the
Mercy pocket. You know, that's my Extinction rank, bro.
That is true. Honestly, Extinction are struggling into this one. Dallas Fuel holding on to the point. Keeping the wild and wacky comp. Sniper, so many targets, so little time.
I remember, will get full ignition on any targets that are hit. Chronic can then fan those flames for big damage. Probably wasn't the most impactful ultimate. Here's Sound Barrier now for Extinction to respond. We've got a Kitsune Rush held in reserve. Extinction are positioned very well coming to this next fight. Ryan playing in the low ground. Pulse Bomb at the ready should be required. Minefield navigated depth by Sniper. Able to achieve that high ground position yet again. And at 99%, Dallas eventually are going to be evicted.
Absolutely diabolical from Extinction as they come into this next fight with a full bank of ults. Dallas Fuel, though, they won't be dissuaded. You're keeping the support lineup. Just going to go over to the Cassidy for Chronic to be able to maybe battle back against some of these mobile Extinction heroes.
All right, well, you're going to get the touch here. Sonjun, okay, even making use of the E to get there. Thundering Blade is at the ready. If it's contested, Sonjun trying to be careful around the corner. Gets himself a DMEC, but was baited with his self-destruct for a refresh. Doesn't matter, overhead slash takes Sniper down. That's Diva out of the fight. Dallas Fuel might low-key actually just win this. Because, for those at home, not expected.
Mercy. Lugmino can take over. Needs to find some kills.
We need res.
Yes, he's doing a little bit of healing, a little bit of rezzing. They lose CJ in the process. It's going to be brutal. Extinction coming back into this at full strength, and the pulse bomb should end their hopes. I tried to make this retake happen.
Yeah,
Wait, no, they C9! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, not against this comp! Dallas Fuel with the Mercy Jetpack Cat comp actually win it out. Yes, it's karma,
Absolutely
isn't it?
deserved. Absolute karma there. It comes back around, Extinction. They get team wiped off the back of this. Chronix back to the on-run, of course. Actually, I don't mind the on-run in this comp. Like, you kind of need, like, the crazy mobility, survivability. Like, who do you even go on this Dallas Fuel comp? There's every single player has massive mobility.
Yeah, they are really slippery, really hard to catch. Chronic is actually switching back to the on-run after that brief stint on the Cassidy. Dallas here, good vantage. And again, Mercy boosting this on-run definitely needs a fair bit of consistent healing in the middle of these fights. Tends to expose herself, given her short range nature. So honestly, it's not a terrible look. Okay, spreading the flames beautifully there. The rush comes in, connects onto a couple players. Good damage over time. This is really stretching the healing resources of Extinction such that they can't keep their D.Va player in mech. I mean, this is a one fight through and through. There's nothing Extinction can do here.
Yeah, they're dropping into rock and a hard plays, and they're struggling on the retake. Dallas Fuel cruising to a potential 2-0 advantage. PDK has to take a hop off the map just to get a reset off. Extinction, I feel like they need a Cassidy. They need some more powerful lockdown tools. Honestly, I think they should go Roadhog here. Like, they need more catch. They're not able to really get on top of any of these Dallas Fuel players. Dallas Fuel just hitting them from all angles.
Sondren perking in for that extra durability.
Okay,
Grapes.
okay, what is this?
All right. Kellen out of the game here. A great vintage season 1 Florida Mayhem. All right, here's Vermilion Ascent. No connection. By the looks of things, perhaps yes, Sniper was ignited. Lugmino coming in now. Thundering Blade from the skybox. No hit. A big drop there for Sondren, but no connection ultimately as Extinction were able to disengage away. They lost Sniper. Sniper was trying to get back into the mech with the self-destruct and unfortunately ran into a mine. Dallas Fuel are that good. They are making this comp work for them. And honestly, don't really feel like they're breaking a sweat. This is a shutout on this second flashpoint.
Mercy Jetpack Cat is viable. We can't resist it any longer.
I mean, everything about this comp, it's kind of works together pretty nicely.
The comp is totally insane, but it has a certain logic to it, right? Like, it's something we never see, but with every single character having this level of mobility, they can just be anywhere on the map. There's no one for D.Va to really go on.
I mean, it's also important, like, don't forget Unround's passive that lets her revive. So, in theory, between her and Mercy, you have, like, 7 players on your team. Kind of insane. Obviously, the cooldown is, like, you know, pretty long. And if you don't want to use that ultimate, you know, aggressively, then you have it available, of course. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of rest. Chronic can come back to life multiple times in these fights. Dallas forced off the point here, but they are determined to stick with this composition. And PDK switch over to the Cassidy now. It's really something that would theoretically answer Andre.
Okay, I do think Cassidy is a really powerful pick here. PDK is going to have a ton of targets to shoot with, but he can find a couple of big kills, right? This comp could really lose a lot of the teeth from Dallas Fuel. They're really trying to be aggressive, play that swarming style, and PDK is down. Sondren, the president, has been defeated. That's really the biggest threat in this style, though CJ maybe 1v1ing the Tracer is not the idea.
I mean, again, because of this mobility, like, there's nothing Ryan can do.
Tracer cannot get here. He just cannot get to that part of the map.
Like, one of the big limitations about hero mobility in Overwatch is that you can't perch up on, like, those, on surfaces and ledges and stuff. This tick damage, by the way, from the melee is, yeah, it's going to flatten Ryan. CJ comes back for his revenge, and Ryan is having a bad fur day, bro.
Lugmino with the Valve. Extinction trying to get back into this. Grapes is just brawling way deep into the backline, but Chronic taking the aggression to them. Already finds one. The Mercy boost means the damage is real from Anra.
That is unbelievable. And the Sundering Blade is superfluous here for Sondren. Throws it out just in case there's anyone left for Extinction, but Dallas have cleaned them off the face of the map. Now we're in last fight territory. Minefield here for Kellen. If he can, again, interrupt another sniper remake opportunity, that could be crippling.
Absolute ghost down here on the point. Kellen, maybe going to drop a minefield here on the retake that comes in. Extinction, they've got ultimates, but they've got a long way to play back in this match. It's not going to be easy. And oh, that was close. Jumper rolls back from the map. Well played by PDK.
All right. Katrina Rush still here for Gorilla. Sound barrier passes. Dallas Fuel still will hold their players up. That Mercy healing is big. No one wants to fight PDK, and I don't really blame them. That's going to be Luke Mino shot in the back of all things by the Deadeye. CJ also caught lacking. I was going to have to put it together here. Come back with a bit of a plan because Extinction are already at 44% and counting.
I mean, it took double support all to do that job. Like, I don't know that you need to change much for Fuel. Like, they keep finding these pickoffs. Can you keep PDK alive without the support ultimates? So far, it hasn't really been the case.
Again,
okay.
Yeah, Ryan knows.
Being made here on the off angle. It's a friendly off angle.
He's not going to meow up the wrong tree this time. Okay, well, swoops that force. That's pretty sick. Sonja, though, very isolated. Lukamino was 1 HP all of a sudden. Shot on the way through, perhaps. Looking a little bit messy. Another Vermilion Ascent, though, at the ready. Can Dallas still just win this map off, like, getting all their ultimates at the right time? We're about to find out. Graves is down. Kellen does the work. CJ surely an environmental kill waiting to happen here. Luke is down, close to Valk, but not having a chance to... I mean, that's just a straight 1v1, Jack. I'm going to be real. Chronix just wins that flat out.
Well, first healing him for like 10 seconds might have a little bit of impact on the fighters.
That's like a straight...
It's very honorable. Very honorable. You're right.
Again, eating my words from early because I believe I had the same objection. Either way, Minefield here is a problem for Extinction. And Luke comes back in for some of that res value. Sonja had been feeding the masses over the course of this game. And thank God, we got the heck out of Suravasa and this series. Dallas Fuel take it in a 3-0. And, well, they did it in style for sure. We saw Extinction attempt to, pull a fast one on them. Go back to normal comps in that last map. But Dallas Fuel stuck to their guns. They got the dub. That is a moral victory alongside a literal win.
This, I'm not going to say I could have predicted how this game went down, but I got to say, called it 3-0, man. Exactly as we expected. Really just a textbook win from Dallas Fuel. Sort of some of the comps we've been seeing from them all stage long. Sanjin absolutely soaking to death this series, man. Getting no love from the supports. Like, Luke Mino is perma-pocketing Chronic, and CJ, he's doing his own thing this game.
Yeah, I mean, again,
this is brutal.
Yeah, he just holds him in place. That is rough. And impossible to catch by Tracer, as we saw on multiple occasions. CJ just pops up into the rafters, and then he is home free. This is a really nice minefield. It actually stops Sniper from remeching. They had self-destruct. Very disruptive, for sure. Now, will we see this comp ever again in competitive Overwatch? Maybe not, but I do feel like some of those ideas are starting to get teased out a little bit more. I thought getting to see Unrun in competitive play, very exciting. She's someone that definitely needs a lot of support because she needs to play up close. She's high risk, high reward kind of game style, but with Luke Mino's safe pair of hands on the Mercy Ash, it feels like Dallas were able to show just how she can be quite powerful at DPS.
I think when you're thinking about how that matchup went down, all the mobility that you guys were talking about, on Busan it was like a double pocket, I think, at like certain points.
We do not speak of what happened at Busan. That was
what happened in Busan stays in Busan. But overall, I think this is the dominant showing that we wanted. We knew it was gonna get funky. We knew it was gonna get a little bit fresh. Maybe a preview into a future Overwatch meta. Probably not. However, overall, I think that it's nice to see that both these teams are able to have fun in this matchup at the very least. Mitch and Dallas Fuel, even on something kind of crazy, they're still making it click.
Yeah, I think we're a long way from the era of like teams having to play out games of no consequence and take them fully seriously. It's kind of nice that we can just be honest with each other. You know what I mean? Because back in our era, they would have had to play that out fully seriously for like 3 straight maps, and it would have been a little bit tough maybe at times to sort of digest. So I really enjoyed that. It was fun. It's great to let our hair down a little bit here, and God, but we just have some fun for once. You know what I'm saying? I thoroughly enjoyed this. A great time casting this game. It was very challenging, I think, to me and Jake's skill set, because you kind of want to predict to some degree what's going to happen, and it helps you as a commentator. And when you have to fully react 100% to everything you see, it works a very different kind of muscle.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, it sounded great though. Like, you guys are having fun, you guys are having a good time, you guys are making it interesting and entertaining for the viewers, that's for certain. I definitely don't think any of us would have predicted watching a Flying Widow at any point, like throughout OWCS, but we were in for some treats today.
This is like a palate cleanser game, We had an incredibly high impact Series 1, Lunex showing really impressive stuff in that matchup. And we get to have a little bit of fun, Extinction in Dallas. obviously no stakes on that match for them. Dallas going to lock up the 5-0, having a blast doing it. And although for this final game of the day, right, it's not going to be for necessarily major playoff stakes. It's going to be like, I think, a spicy one because both those teams really have a history.
Yeah, the next matchup is going to be really fun to watch between Space Station Gaming and Team Liquid. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we do have an interview with Dallas Fuel's Chronic coming in here. Chronic, congratulations on your win. You guys had obviously a very fun time in the server today. I'm not going to focus too much on the shenanigans that were happening in this matchup, but I wanted to talk to you overall about, I guess, how you're feeling with how the meta is moving heading into playoffs. I feel like, I don't know if you caught much EMEA, but they've been running a lot of that Mauga in the past coming weeks. It feels like on week 3, we're seeing a little bit of that bleeding into NA. Do you think that's the direction that we're going to be heading into playoffs?
I think, to be honest, like with the state of the game right now, I think there's so much more, like so many more comps that can be played that aren't just like Mauga, and a lot of EMEA is also playing Zarya, Vendetta. But I think there's so much more like possibility to play the things that you want to play that we might see a lot of teams drift towards what they're more comfortable on.
I mean, we had a pretty exciting game between you guys and Space Station yesterday. We obviously talked to Wheats after it, but I think it would be awesome to kind of get your take on it because you had to reverse sweep them in order to win the game. And it must be vindicating to realize that you can play your like own style as Dallas and find success and not be sort of dragged into, you know, like playing a lot of the Lucio Curie comps as your opponents. Do you worry though that like sometimes the, you know, like the Iliari Ana backlines and stuff like this, you know, comps that people might consider to be greedy, do you worry that that could be exploitable to like the really mechanically gifted coordinated teams, like maybe what you expect to run into in EMEA and in Korea? Or do you feel like you can continue to push this style and have it find success?
I definitely think we can still push it. I think especially because there's like almost no other teams that'll play that kind of comp, so no one will really have practice against it. So really it's kind of like we throw a curveball every time we play people because they never know how to play against it because they never do play against it.
Yeah, I think it's really been fun watching you guys, you know, have a unique style this stage and get a lot of success out of it as well. Like not just doing something interesting, but really making it work for you guys. I'm kind of curious for you as a player, right? You've, you know, I think been a relatively recent entrant to the top level of the scene, right, in the last couple of years. But your climb has been very steady. Like you were, you know, getting into some competitive teams in OWCS and now rising through the ranks. Now you guys are the #1 seed going into playoffs. So I just am kind of curious, your personal journey, what has it been like being on this Dallas Fuel team and having the recent success that you've had? Is it vindicating at all? How do you feel playing together with this team?
I love it. Our team environment is really, really good. We all blend together really well. And yeah, Dallas has felt like a home to me so far, and I really liked playing with them.
Really love hearing that, Chronic. I have one last question for you before we head out. I'm kind of curious, like, okay, we asked Wheats about this the other day, and he didn't really give us too much, but if you got to pick who you're going to be facing up against, which you guys do, but like if it was your choice alone, which team would you want to play for the first round of playoffs?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think there's a huge difference between a lot of the teams, so I don't think like the team that we pick would really matter too much, to be honest. But we'll see.
Totally fair. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us, Chronic, and good luck on your playoffs matches. It's been a blast for regular season.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Taking a look at our schedule now, though, this has been a fun day. It's been a lot of different highs and lows, I think, as well, with different vibes from our first match for DSG and Lunex, meaning so much into a very fun match that we just got to watch between Dallas and Extinction. And Jake, you were just talking about it. The history between Space Station Gaming and Team Liquid is going to be so fun to watch to cap out our regular season here for NA.
Yeah, I mean, for quite some time, I feel like it's been Team Liquid, or rather it's been SSG as the underdog historically. And now it's Team Liquid's turn, I think, to be very clearly the underdog in this match. SSG also coming off a pretty bitter losing to a reverse sweep yesterday, right? So, you know, for them, a lot of vets in this team. I'm not worried about their ability to kind of bounce back mentally. But, you know, Liquid are hitting their stride, I think, at just the right moment for this match. SSG just took a tough L. you know, I'd say Team Liquid are the underdogs, but this one could be competitive.
My issue for Team Liquid is that they've given a lot of maps up to, you know, like your Extinctions, your DSGs of the world. And when they played Dallas last week, the Gibraltar game was competitive, but like the Atlas game was tough. So bad. It was horrific. So I really want to see these guys tighten things up. They, like last year, this would have been like a blockbuster game. Like, look at the players on this TL roster. They're legit. They haven't lived up to that moniker so far this year. They're in playoffs. That's great. They've got a chance to show on the regular stage that they can actually hang with Dallas in Space Station. It's their last chance to do that. So I'm hoping for a banger, but I've got concerns.
Valid concerns, but a last shot here for Team Liquid to try and prove themselves in the regular season before we head into the playoffs bracket. You guys won't have to wait too long. We're going to go through a quick break, and we'll be back with Space Station Gaming versus Team Liquid. The match that we've been waiting for here on OWCS NA, it's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Team Liquid. This matchup, despite both of these teams already having qualified into playoffs, is still important to be in contention here for the second seed placement here, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial, right? You really want to be in that higher seed. That's between number 2 and number 3 is actually a pretty massively impactful difference, right? It changes, of course, who you play up against. Although likely they'd be playing against each other, I guess, either way. So I assume Dallas Fuel will more likely select Lunex as their opponent than Team Liquid, given the head-to-head win we saw yesterday. So maybe this is just like an early pre-show for what will likely be a key match into playoffs. But either way, getting the win here sets the tone for your opponent, and for Team Liquid, they need this one bad.
They do. And Space Station Gaming, they've had a really strong season. They're looking for their 4th win on the board here, Mitch. But overall, this is a team that I think everyone's looking at in the NA region to be a strong contender for international. So they still want to be making a statement of a matchup up against Liquid.
I also think that these two teams are maybe in the best position to push each other forward, because through all this conversation we're having about how our teams look domestically, who's going to pick who in playoffs, there's the specter of international competition looming and the reminder that the rest of the world thinks that NA can't hang. So, again, a huge amount of, what's going to give teams like SSG, like Dallas, that ability to go on to play those international events and look good is games like this. So I'm hoping, as much as I love the last game, and don't get me wrong, I loved the last game, I want to see these two teams lock in, double down, because there are stakes for playoffs on the line and a chance to really forge each other into some serious units.
Yeah, SSG, this roster, for me, I was kind of surprised to see Dallas Fuel get the upset yesterday to pull off the reverse sweep, because there are heavy hitters on this team. You look at the back line, Admiral, Ultraviolet, super stable. And the battle, I think, of the tanks is going to be one to really watch. Hawk, definitely a veteran of the scene now, has been around at top-level Overwatch for years and years, and it's a great meta for him to really shine on his signature heroes. And that's not even to mention Lethal and Sugar Free, 2 of the best DPS to ever do it. Certainly, players that are no strangers to that top-line international competition.
Space Station Gaming, they came out swinging at the top of regular season, but it was a little bit of a different story here for the side of Team Liquid. 3 intense weeks trying to make this team gel here, Mitch. I think that you're looking at how it's been a bit of a slow build-up, but I want to give them the credit for the last match that we saw them up against Lunex yesterday. They were looking a little bit more like themselves.
I mean, this is just... These guys are supposed to be like top 2. Like last year, they really were. I do understand that having to change your flex support player, who was like a literal world champion, is tough on short notice. But these guys, over the last couple of years at OWCS, with a pretty unchanged roster, were terrifying, like the real deal. And it was rocky. Yeah, we just saw some maps, kind of tossed away, and I'm fine with that in the regular stage, because again, they had to adjust to a very last minute change. But you do eventually need to sort of shore that stuff up. There aren't free passes to Champions Clash being handed out to everyone. So I think Team Liquid are probably even more aware than any of us are of just how important it is that they find their stride kind of now, or that first couple rounds of playoffs. So they definitely do need to be pushing hard for that, and I hope they keep their standard high. Zeratree, Infected, Vega, and Escanor, with Kaluj as well waiting in the wings to potentially sub in and not stand on the point. This team are the real deal, and they need to show it.
I think great play from Escanor is going to be needed into this one. You're going up against Ultraviolet in the flex support role, an incredibly tough counterpart to match up with. And so I think if Team Liquid, especially from the back line, can put out a really solid performance, that's going to be what it takes to even be competitive into this one. But, both teams incredibly stacked, a lot of storied names in the lineups. So I think it's kind of up to some of the newcomers to really prove themselves.
Definitely true. I also think that hearing from Tree yesterday, he was giving a lot of credit over to Escanor, what he's able to bring to the table, and making it sound like we really haven't seen his full power yet. Again, short notice to look to gel with this Team Liquid squad. So I feel like with time, more into playoffs, we're going to really see them come together. But this is their opportunity to show how close they're really going to be able to bring the competition to a team like Space Station Gaming. Into our predictions here, Mitch, I personally had to go for SSG for this one. They've looked a little bit more consistent throughout the entirety of the regular season. We've seen a lot of their highs, and for the most part, no lows out from them. Aside from a couple of those like map losses and whatnot, and that matchup versus Dallas Fuel was just an absolute heater.
Yeah, I mean, insane series. Obviously, had to be reverse swept, which is kind of crazy. I'm going to get behind SSG here, but I think that if Zera in particular is actually able to have a pop-off game, then things look very different. I'm expecting Tree to deliver. He's looked incredible. Zera has had to play, in my opinion, the more difficult, the less high-flying, maybe even less skill-expressive sometimes roles. Like he's been on the Tracer, on the Genji sometimes, which in some metas are really high skill expression. In this one, with the Kiri Lucio backline, you don't have a lot of support. Like you really have to be very self-sufficient, really disruptive, and also like play your life well and stay alive. And up against really talented players, it's hard to do that as a Tracer or Genji players. So need to him really start to find success. If he does, then my Predator can throw it out the window.
I had to go with SSG as well on this one. What you guys have been saying is absolutely right. The consistency this team has shown is great. I also think strat-wise, they're going to match up well, with Infected having some success recently on the Maga. I think that's something Team Liquid are going to want to build on and want to keep playing. But Sugarfree's been playing a ton of Sim so far this stage. I think Hawk is one of the best divas in the game and probably pretty comfortably the best in North America. So I think this is actually going to be a nice matchup for SSG. Even if Maga is good, making it work against Space Station is going to be super difficult, and for Team Liquid, that's been the linchpin to their recent success. So unless they have something deeper in the well, I think that the picks are going to be just too good from Hawk and Sugarfree for Liquid to get this one over the line.
Understandable. Despite my pick here into Space Station Gaming, I do think that Team Liquid definitely have an opportunity to make this a close series. Honestly, I want to see them at that full power, stepping into the shoes that they've been expected to fill and take us to at least those 5 maps that we're going to be seeing. Let's get straight into our final matchup of the OWCS NA regular season. You guys, take it away.
Thank you, yes. And again, with that second seed position on the line, you don't get to choose your opponent, but you at least have that favorable sort of seeding scenario where you will, get to start a position of power. Anyway, we'll get to that. Team Liquid and SSG are going to front up for us. We're headed off to Lijiang Tower first. There's always the hope that we get like a cheeky Infected ball game mixed in here, but as was just alluded to earlier, Tree says that Liquid have really adopted this Virtus.pro-esque Malga-based composition, and they've started to bring it in. It definitely found some success yesterday against Lunex, with one exception, which was that Suravasa map, where things kind of fell apart a little bit there in general for TL. But we could ask ourselves, does the knowledge to counter this Malga look really exist in North America? And if so, do SSG have it? They have first ban, and they're getting rid of Juno. So, Jake, they're already trying to, I guess, sort of invalidate this sort of Malga death ball style by taking the orbital ray out of the equation.
Yeah, I do like the Juno with the Malga, but I do think the comp's absolutely playable with Lucio Carry. I think, if anything, the Diva ban is a much more impactful hit. I think for SSG, ultimately, this is a conservative ban. Like, they're saving some of their more powerful threats, like maybe the Malga ban itself, for maybe when we go deeper down the stretch in the series, right? To take it to something like a Flashpoint, ban the Malga there, or even on push, where you're really thinking it's going to change the tempo of the game.
And Wrecking Ball being hovered here by Infected, not a map for it, so I don't get too excited. But that's something that, is to be left in the back pocket. It's something we saw Team Liquid play against Lunex yesterday on that Gibraltar map, and honestly, they made it look really good. Very, very solid showing. Both teams finished the map, but the Infected Wrecking Ball mechanics were on full display. Space Station, as they were sort of talking about, they've given themselves access to this Vendetta Zarya comp. Oddly enough, they didn't play it at all yesterday against Dallas because they, as Jake pointed out during the cast, it didn't match up as well against the dive style of Dallas, but against Liquid, against this Malga look, Jake, it might have way more validity.
I'm a little worried. I think Malga is good against Vendetta. I think that's part of why it's been up in the meta, and Escanor finds the pick on the Hawk. A lot of team pressure there. Zera and Tree also layering in the damage. And the Zarya just dropped. I think Hawk just didn't expect the burst to come in that fast. Almost certainly still had a bubble in the tank.
Yeah, very unlikely he was able to deploy all of his defensive utility. That's huge now. Team Liquid get to fall back and get this cap going. And again, still presenting this Malga-based composition, but also that annoying threat of the Pharah here, which when you have map control on Control Center, it is really hard to get an angle on Zera. Lethal, of course, is going to be tasked with the job of trying to clip the Pharaoh's wings, but there aren't good sight lines here. And this is one of the longer ones on the map. Once you have to fight in that main point, you'll notice Zera will always play in spots that Lethal has to expose himself to danger in order to get on.
Sugarfree into the backline now, but pulls a bit of attention. That seems to be all he can do. Team Liquid are kind of letting SSG walk forward here, but there could be a punishing move. In fact, they're going to charge into counter dive here on Hawk's movement. And they find the kill.
That was really nice. I think there was a Suzu there just to preemptively stop the Stomp CC. But still, Zero was able to get in there and take Hawk down. And with a tank advantage, you thought Team Liquid would be in a decent spot, but they are forced out of the map entirely.
Yeah, Sugarfree got a lot done in the chaos there. While you're all looking at Hawk, Vendetta has some room to play with. Once again, though, Infected is stepping up on the point, forcing some kind of response. Support ult's coming up soon for Liquid.
Yeah, Lethal's Override Protocol built much earlier than Freeze, and it's going to be a sound barrier from Team Liquid to inoculate themselves against this form of explosive damage. It works out, and it works beautifully. Stomp comes in, and Hawk really has nowhere to go, constantly feeling pressured by this Malga, and probably doesn't feel like he's got the damage to burn through this bulky body. Another very effective team fight win for Liquid.
You might have the support ult advantage now, SSG, but you've got to contend with this barrage, which as a Zarya is a bit of a problem. It's really the Kiriko's cleanse that you're going to rely on to survive this ultimate. So Zera, everything to do here. And Team Liquid happy to run the clock. You're already at 60% of the round.
There's a lot on Ultraviolet in this next fight. You mentioned the one carrying the Suzu. Need to give Space Station the window to get out of line of sight of the Barrage. Oh, Hawk's isolated here. Not a great spot to be either. Barrage comes in and eventually found two. Sugarfree, the first casualty. And the fight's over almost before it began. 75% and counting. Team Liquid still sitting on an override protocol of their own. This Malka composition is a big problem for Space Station.
Cage fight could be huge here. Tough to find the Graviton Surge angle with both the DPS playing long range. Infected, more than happy to eat a grab at this stage. But Lethal gets a nice position here on the high ground. Zero, oh, fuck, that is way too close.
Lethal's trying to get that angle. Some Punisher at the end. Sound barrier needs to disengage from Team Liquid. They're quite happy to back off. And I guess the override protocol dissuades any pursuit from Space Station. However, Liquid are looking for their chance to get back in, and here's the cage fight. This might be where it begins. Hawk low, brought down very quickly, in fact. And such an average grab. It's not a good look, but again, you've got no choice if you're Hawk but to go for it, because you know a lost fight here means the round is over. Unfortunately, that will come to pass one way or another. Team Liquid put their best foot forward early on Lijiang Tower.
I think it's a 5-man grab. It just doesn't matter, right? With the cage fight there, no one's really taking any pressure. Two supports even caught in the cage as well. And honestly, for me, this is a textbook matchup win. I think SSG really should have swapped faster into the round, although I expect they're going to learn their lesson here on point 2. I really expect to see a Malga mirror as we continue down the stretch on this one.
So now we know, or at least we can surmise, that this Vendetta Zarya combo that Space Station been keeping in their back pocket, didn't play yesterday, doesn't really work here. At least it hasn't worked so far. Now you could argue that the Pharaoh was part of the issue there. That Lethal wasn't really able to take Zero to task. Whatever excuse you want to use, it's 1-0, and the Space Station have to find answers. Jake, they are trotting out the same look as last round.
Okay, maybe they'll find the way. Okay, a boop off on Infected, though. That will change the story. Admiral takes it into his own hands. And Team Liquid, without the Maga, no interest in this fight.
That was beautiful from Admiral. Fast rollout to the point, and just through the window, he's able to boot Malga diagonally, you know, off that L-shaped causeway off the map. Beautifully done. That is hard to replicate, but it's what you can expect. And Admiral always quietly demonstrating that level of mastery. Conk, though, almost evened up the ledger in terms of environmental kill, but Zera is denied ultimately. Sugarfree super low, and is that healing going to come in fast enough? It takes a lot, but yes, Vendetta can still play the game. Admiral with yet another environmental kill. Are you having a Lijiang gone, Lijiang Tower Moon? Perhaps this is stunning stuff from Admiral.
Tons of kills on the round. Zera also finding a lot into this fight, but ultimately SSG hold fast. Maybe just feeling like, hey, it's an execution question. It's not about the comp itself. But in terms of execution, I think they are basically winning off the back of Admiral's ridiculous plays so far. I mean, getting the Maga off the point the first fight, Lucio for the second. 3 boot kills are really hard to recover from at this level of play.
So how do these Space Station guys win without these environmental kills for Lucio? We may have to find out here. Barrage already developed by Zero, got a lot of damage done in that last fight, even if it wasn't ultimately particularly consequential. through the front door. Infected has arrived now, but doesn't really know where the Zarya is, or at least hasn't gotten to grips with Hawk until now. There's pressure on the Zarya, though, and it's not going to come quickly enough. The healing, that is. Hawk and Lethal fall pretty quickly. The environmental kills are everywhere here. Admiral gets yet another one. On the Vega once more. The Lucios, though, both get one each. This is Liquid trying to flip things back now, but Admiral is here with a beat and some friends.
Yeah, all these boop kills have introduced a real layer of chaos into this map. With a ton of ultimates coming back into this. Team Liquid get the first step on the point, but SSG are going to fight for it.
Beat for Admiral. Now towards the back of the point. More environmental kill potential, I'm sure. Override protocol here. Lethal being pressured, though, by Zera, who has a pretty impressive amount of air control themselves. SSG are just going to run away with this round. They get off to a good start. Admiral really paves the way for them. But since that point, the execution's been good. Big timing there. Thumbs up. Great grab. Lethal also with an override protocol that doesn't get punished by a Farah. Space Station are chilling, and now Sundering Blade could just finish the round.
They're going to go through the choke on this one. They're trying to set up, play very aggressive. Zera is going to get this point touch, force the OT. Team Liquid trying to make the cross with the rest of the squad, but Sugar Free cuts off Zera, shuts down the override protocol, and with the 4 and 5 player advantage, it's up to Vega and Infected with the ults to get there, but they don't even quite have the charge.
Nicely done for Sugar Free. Two of the first 2 kills in this fight, and now they'll control this space on the point. Cage fight is awkward. You can't really contest the point from here if you're Team Liquid, and eventually Infected is going to be brought down anyway. Down barrier for Vega, only 3 players impacted by that. Vega on the point itself trying to get in the mix, and Lethal was picked up. Sugar Free, though, healthy and looking to clean up the remainders of this Team Liquid team. Much more one-sided round. And again, we still have questions about how these comps sort of match up. But again, I also thought this round for SSG was execution-based in its success.
Yeah, it's a great point. And as, you know, SSG clean up the dregs of Team Liquid here. High Energy Zarya on point. You know, you're not going to be able to defeat that with just a couple stall heroes. But I think you're right. It's kind of hard to say, you know, who has the better strat. Where, yeah, like Admiral hits so many boop buffs on this map. It's kind of just like deciding fights on its own. Round 1, and Hawk getting bursted off the rip, right? It kind of puts you on the back foot. I think a lot comes down to like Farah's efficacy in this style. And we're going to Garden, which, you know, if there's a better Farah map in the game, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, I think this is one of the textbook places we'll see the character succeed historically in Overwatch.
It's about as good as it gets for Zero.
Yeah, I don't expect they're going to back down from it now.
Okay, decide around here on Lijiang Tower. Both teams with their pretty distinctly different styles are sticking to their guns. Zera on the Farah as expected. Sugar Free still wants to try and work this Vendetta look. This is the more recent addition to Space Station's repertoire. If Coach Christopher is to be believed. Whether you trust him or not is completely up to you, I suppose. Admiral started off last round beautifully. A couple of massive boots. This time, though, again, just a bit more of a measured approach to the round. More conservative. And again, the environmental kill potential, though, still is thick and easy out there, but no one off the map to that conk. Tree peering in. It's Team Liquid with priority right now. You'll notice they've got that point capped already. Hawk kind of bullied off again, getting bursted down.
Yeah, it's just run for the hills. You know, finding that kill into lethal, you just really lack damage in the comp without Emra's ability to, you know, consistently put it down range. SSG, you're going to take an approach through the white room, but there's tons of room now for Zera and Tree to work with, just pelting these attackers with damage.
Having to play into this spot against the Farah is so brutal. Zera can flank or he can stay at long distance. Self-Susan for Eskin also. Sugar Free is thwarted on his first foray in. Nice concussive blast back from Zera. It's going to make it hard to give the Space Station get off the point, but Infected also was caught amidst the roiling mass of Space Station players. So the Malka goes down far earlier in the fight than Liquid would have liked, and that to them appears to signal the end of it.
Yeah, just some stall coming back in. The heals are good, though. They're keeping Tree up through this aggression from Sugar Free, who has to just fall back to the point. So Team Liquid, fast regroup for them. Going to get them back into the next fight quickly, and they're going to take a bridge fight.
Overdrive popped here by Infected, wants to come forward. A lot of ultimate availability here. Sugar Free overheated a little bit there. Override protocol for Tree. Just try and soften up Space Station a little bit now, but now without their Vendetta player, it's not looking great. They're still going to beat for this, though. They're still in a bridge fight. Vegas says, okay, in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. He's going to commit his Lucio ultimate to this as well. Zera struggling, brought down by Ultraviolet, but much of the damage came from Hawk, who's just built up his Graviton Surge. This Override protocol is getting a ton of work done, a lot of damage, and Escanor is playing.
Hawk lived unreasonably long into that fight, doing so much work in the backline there on Team Liquid. It looked like it was turning their way. Escanor did a great job holding onto his rush, kited out that of Ultraviolet, but SSG just stuck with it, and ultimately they couldn't clean up the backline there. So good hold from SSG. Team Liquid, though, right back into the mix.
Here's the cage fight. Sugar freaking high behind the wall, and this Thundering Blade. Whoa, it's going to break through the cage and to catch a zero. I don't even know if that was intentional for Sugar Free. I thought he was looking at Infected. Either way, the Malga is also out of the picture. SSG were ready. They were happy to fight inside the cage. And now Sugar Free is free to clean up the rest of the fight. You're looking at a Space Station Gaming on the precipice of winning the map with all advantage and especially this grab to fire off.
Doing great work so far, Team Liquid. Not finding the same success of round one. SSG tightening the screws now. Putting a lot of pressure on the front line. Big grab from Hawk. Where's the damage follow-up? Sugar Free's in the back.
Oh, man. It's unclear because Zarya can sometimes smash herself with that kind of damage.
Had to be Zara. Had to be Zara.
You imagine so. That was nicely done. Hawk was fully charged up.
Oh, it's a good OT touch from Zara, but he gets picked off. Lethal with a good chase down. Vega continues to stretch this over time, but SSG biding their time with player advantage now. It's going to be a tough retake for Team Liquid. They're just trying to dance around. Tree needs to find something huge here off the override.
I can see how they're getting infected back to full health. Yeah, Admiral actually poops him off in the end. Tree is awkward. He's got the mega here, but that's going to be read into pretty quickly by Lethal, who flattens him. Space Station Gaming prevail here in this first map. They looked, at first at least, to be struggling against the Malga comp, but they have put it together. They come out on top, and it looks like the Zarya Vendetta look is going to be okay for them this series.
Yeah, Sugar Free got so much done, especially on map 3, right? He's pulling so much attention into himself on the backline, staying alive, and often that means Infected just doesn't have the resources to continue fighting on point. He's ended up, kind of losing that brawl with Hawk in the front line. Also, you gotta, think about the pressure that's being put on them by Lethal, finding a lot of value there on the Emirate.
You called it. I mean, Hawk switched to Malga only briefly at the end of the map, but still, the Zarya gameplay, though, was obviously where much of his gameplay was spent, and being able to build into that grab was pretty big. But something you notice about Hawk is that he's always low health. He's definitely getting burst down pretty quick. So the game starts with, Liquid getting off to a nice little edge here. They get off to the races nice and early, and it seems very, very difficult for SSG to break back in. It's not actually a particularly close or compelling game. Night Market, different story. This time, Admiral starts off the round with 2 environmental kills, 2 massive ones, getting rid of Infected super early in the fight. It gets frothy. It's pretty back and forth stuff, but they're eventually able to land the plane Sugar Free with this very important Sundering Blade to take out the ulting Emerald. Basically lock this second round up.
Oh, Sugar Free doing the most here on Vendetta, finding some really hard kills to get. Like, those are far from shoe-ins when it comes to what you can find. Sometimes you get some easy cleanups, but in both of those kills, right, super high impact, make a huge difference in clutching out fights. So you can see why maybe SSG not willing to back down off of this style.
That kill might have actually been Vega. Just like
he roll up
past there quickly. Yeah, I think he might have booped. That is pretty insane. Yeah, obviously, Vendetta's overhead slash has a grounding component to it. People forget that. So against someone like a jetpack out, or if someone is hanging over the edge of the map, if they're flying, you can knock them straight down there and secure the kill. Pretty sick, honestly. Like, that last round I thought was fairly back and forth and pretty compelling, but I definitely started to see that Malga comp stall out a little more. All of these maps on Lijiang Tower can be snowballing if you don't have control, especially if you're trying to play into them with a Pharah. Like, it feels like you feel much more advantaged when you are in that pole position and you're punishing the enemy when they're trying to take bridge fights, as opposed to pushing in yourself. So again, perhaps you might at home feel like it's inconclusive which comp you prefer, which comp you feel is better, but good news is you're probably going to see a lot more of it over the course of the series.
Yeah, Mitch, I think a lot of it comes down to the neutral game, right? Who can, out-trade in those fights. And I thought it would just be the Pharah, right? Able to rain down spam on the Zarya. But ultimately, quite a few times there, SSG get the better of the Malga in the neutral trade. And when you're, defensively popping ults, trying to keep Malga alive, it's just a very different game plan, a much less effective one than when you can be on the offense. Team Liquid are going to take us to Atlas. And with the hero ban control, it's kind of up to them how they want to see this next map go.
What is this supposed to look like? Obviously, we saw TL pick Atlas map 2 when they played against the Dallas Fuel. They go map 2 and then they end up like banning Ramatra out. That could be sort of more opponent specific, but they have tried this before. And don't forget, of course, that Abysmal go against DSG. They didn't end up going over towards that map. So I've only seen it really once or twice from them this stage so far. But again, in context of what you think their preferred composition is, the Malga's going to be fine that you're going to be able to play these sort of rush down brawl styles until you're not. When SSG decide that they're just going to ban him and get it done with right now.
I think this is really smart, right? Because to deploy the Maga ban here, I think taking Sim out of the equation actually really opens things up for Liquid to succeed more on the Maga style. Sim conventionally being really strong into the matchup. But by SSG taking the Maga away, they say they kind of put it back in their own terms where, yeah, now we're very likely to see something like a Zarya or a Diva Mirror that should be just exactly what Hawk wants in winning this matchup.
Yeah, and obviously Sim is one of SSG's go-to. It's definitely one of Sugar Free's best heroes. They have insane rotations. It's really hard to play against this team. I mean, Christopher's coaching them, so you know that there's some ridiculous TP sort of set plays that they have access to. But this means that, like, your Sugar Free can play the Tracer, can play the Genji. We've seen less and less of that from him recently. Or we can just run it back on the Vendetta with that sort of Zarya look, and it's fine. Some of these flashpoints here in Atlas, especially that first one, can be a little bit trickier for those heroes that prefer to be airborne, but mobility is going to be key. If you could start to wrap around here and your flankers can go to work, you're going to find the game gets easier and easier for you.
Yeah, Atlas, I think, certainly going to be a bellwether map in the series. And honestly, for Team Liquid, it is a confident map pick, though, right? Because, you know, I think to something SNR said, right, in that interview from the post game of the first game of North America, right, is when you go to these like wonky maps like Gibraltar, it signals that that's the only place you think you can win. In the end, if you can't win on like some rush and brawl maps, it's not looking good for you in the series. So for Team Liquid, this is a veteran choice, right? To take it to somewhere where, yes, likely to see more high pace, you know, Lucio-centric brawl styles. But, you know, for Team Liquid, they're not winning the series unless they can win here. So you might as well gamble. You might as well try to put SSG on their heels on their own turf.
I think that's a pretty poignant point to make. If Liquid want to have any hope of snatching away that second seed, we need to see some marked improvements in execution over what we got on Lijiang Tower. Let's get an idea of what we're up against here. Obviously, the Orisa is very common, popular on this kind of map. Any kind of rush down style, you know, brawly tank is good. The Zarya obviously, you know, pairs relatively well into it. Can certainly shrug off a lot of that disruption through the use of bubbles. The javelins are pretty easy to see coming and stop. You can really cleave that Orisa down. She doesn't have any way of protecting the rest of her team outside of javelin spin. I could go on, but definitely feels like relatively favorable conditions here for Space Station. And yeah, without the sim, they just bring the Vendetta comp and run this same look back. It's Liquid on the Juno and Brig comp. So support you might also see paired with that Malga to really make your death ball more powerful.
SSG look very willing to box this one out. Hawk happy to take this forward momentum fight into Infected, but the off angle from Infected is nice. Makes it a little bit hard for him to get pushed into.
Okay, big damage in that front line. Infected. Scary. You said it's harder to push into him. Lethal did find a way to wrap on him though, and Vegas not ready for Lethal to emerge from the back line. Beautiful start for Space Station Gaming. And again, nothing particularly subtle about it. Get Lethal in a nice off angle, get him flanked around, and overwhelm Infected with damage that he can't mitigate.
Yeah, honestly, not a fan of this comp for Team Liquid. I'm really worried for them. You know, with the Juno Brig, you were really powerful at healing and staying alive and sustaining through incoming damage. But up against a Zarya that's just taking closer and closer to 100 energy, farming up these Graviton surges, that's going to get scary, right? Maybe you have some tools to deal with it, but the neutral game here looks really awkward for Team Liquid. It's up to Zera, I think, to pull a lot of attention to himself.
Okay, I mentioned that at the start of the game, right? Here's someone else really watching. But on Tracer, can he stand out in this matchup against the Cassidy? Fury? Lucio? It's a tough job. If anyone's up to it, it's probably him. Infected already has to fortify it. That's not a good sign. Infected has used all of his defensive cooldowns already, and he's still being chased down. Lethal left as a loose end here. Doesn't have heads turned in his direction just yet. Tree hoping to capitalize there as Hawk was ultimately brought down. It's a trade out of tanks with Tree. Awkward to make use of his Emerald ultimate inside this room. He's going to have a crack at it anyway. Lethal chasing Zera down. Zera's able to heal back up though, and Tree doesn't really have anything to shoot at here. Space Station just dispersed on this low ground pretty quickly, and now they're going to come back in with a sound barrier. Sugar Free, hunting. Tough to get these overhead slashes to connect. It's very volatile. Their movements here for everybody. And Hawk coming back off respawn to claim Vega means that SSG have that flashpoint coming on to the next.
And they're going to get rocked here in the interchange between points, which means Infected far out of the fight. Lethal barely avoids getting picked off there. Would have been a huge one to find there in those trades. But it means full position now for SSG. Team Liquid, like, completely on the other side of the map, right? They're going to be desperately running to point if they want to contest it at all.
Deadeye from the high ground, Sundering Blade for that insta-kill potential. A lot to work with here for SSG. Orbital Ray, of course, could be a spanner in the works for them. Is Zero looking for a pulse bomb opportunity? Lethal chases him, forced the recall out with this Deadeye. Okay, it's a zoning Deadeye, but that's fine. 8% and counting now after Space Station get that early flip, and they've managed to roll this into Hawk's grab, who has a perfect choke to lay it in. Yeah, I think we'll take that. Force the rally out. Sugar Freak gets a great and very timely bubble there from Hawk. Will eventually still be chased down, but it became quite resource intensive to get rid of the Vendetta. Space Station, though, gonna have to take an L here. The rally response, the response from Vega, rather. I thought he rallied, but he didn't. He just got grabbed and managed to stay alive. It was an orbital ray from Escanor that protected them.
Yeah, veteran hands from Vega there, right? Like, almost, very few players would have the awareness to actually hold the ult in that circumstance, but it really does put Team Liquid back into this game because now they have a powerful ultimate tempo. SSG with nothing to really use on the retake. Well, Rush, as I say that, pretty powerful here. Will they be able to deal with the spin, though? Terra Surge can really zone you off the Kitsune.
Yeah, Ultraviolet might want to use it responsibly, but Space Station have to come in and make a count. This is big. AoE damage being smashed by Tree with his override protocol. Suzu had to be used to that effect, but no one can contest Tree whatsoever. And of course, after the Terror Surge, everyone on Space Station Gaming was drawn together. And you called it, Jake. Space Station went for the Kitsune rush in that fight and got punished.
Even staggering the Zarya there, really heads up play, right? Because it makes a huge difference. Zarya, very slow walk back, no movement tools really on the kit at all. And now, forward hold from Team Liquid, trying to get aggro, spear off the map from Infected.
That'll be enough for this fight and for the flashpoint. Team Liquid with this Orisa comp, they finally make use of the rally here, and it ends up being a pretty short engagement. Now, chasing down stragglers is the plan. Space Station have to try and get regrouped here as the Zarya bubble even drawn out of Hawk. As Zera capitalizes and punishes the bubbleless Zarya with a pulse bomb, and this stands him in good stead for the next flashpoint opener.
Which is not this one, I believe.
It is not.
They're fighting on the other side of the map here to just push the tempo, but getting a clean fight here as they're, only losing Escanor, they should be able to get the first flip. That's it. It's on the other side of the map, Mitch. It's 180 meters away. I think SSG might spawn closer than Team Liquid currently is. So actually, I think it's an ill-fated overextension from Team Liquid as first control goes for free to SSG.
Clearly, the belief there is that they either fight Liquid or they die, get picked off, and have to go back to spawn. But SSG, yeah, they do get a more fortuitous spawn, and they can actually set up on the point and flip it first. So Liquid, maybe, you could say they were punished a little bit for that fight. They even spent a rally there, but it was part of capturing the previous flashpoint. Lethal with a Deadeye, it's a bit awkward to make use of it here, though. Have to wait for Liquid to fully commit to being out in the open, or just use it like this. Get more map control, force them back, but Admiral down, Zera, this is what we were asking him for. To go on that tracer, be self-sufficient, and to find picks like that. It's the Lucio for Space Station that's gone, and now it feels like they're bluffing if they play remotely aggressively without the Lucio.
Yeah, they're trying to bait players in. Lucio's going to be coming back with the beat. SSG refusing to give up to the point, holding on really well. He Infected with the Terror Surge, but the beat response is good, and SSG run over Team Liquid for now.
Katina Rush now coming out from Ultraviolet. These ultimates have not been laid at all for Space Station Gaming. Perfect sequencing here. And with a sound barrier, Admiral was back in the fight after like 5 seconds. It's like he respawned quicker in general. Great rollout from him. He was where he needed to be, and Infected's Terror Surge did very, very little to slow SSG down.
Yeah, it does get the second support ult out, but that point is gonna stink. Like, that's one to watch the VOD review, because they won that other fight across the map, but the position was just so terrible for them. At some point, somebody had to make the call to stop the chase, go back to the point, right? Like, cut your losses. But SSG get first flip, and essentially they win the point with one fight.
Tree is doing it again, by the way. He has 10k damage. He's 14-2. And still hasn't really been able to carry Liquid across the line. This guy is doing the most. far more than he, on any other team maybe would need to. But, Team Liquid, again, is fighting their demons elsewhere. They're fortunate to have the Emra lead in the charge. Can Tree be enough to make the difference? SSG will set up on the point now, and Infected might feel a little exposed here. Hawk, same, in fairness. Pulse Bomb from Zera, another one connected. Just as I talk about Tree, it's Zera reminding us that he has been a mover and shaker in this match. Lethal down to the Pulse Pistols, and Avril will be chased up. That's sick from Liquid. This Orisa comp definitely looks like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, a huge impact there from the Tracer. And Hawk, when he starts to run low on the bubbles, the fight does get pretty tenuous for him, right? Becomes vulnerable to an all-in rush. That being said, when SSG have ults to play with, you just don't really get to that point in the fight. Zarya tends to be winning these neutral games, and although we got 1 point on the board for Team Liquid, SSG with basically everything in the tank, Team Liquid need a huge play out of Tree and Infected here to hold on to this point.
Hawk trying to get by, caught by a javelin on the way through. Needs to heal. Sundering Blade for Sugar Free. Is there any information? No. Basically speculating with that one, or at least it looked to be the case. Another ultimate from Tree, always good for big damage, but PlayStation Gaming relatively unbothered by it for the time being. With Infected out of the mix, I think Liquid can't afford to invest any further, and they tend to agree. They'll kick this, this combo of ultimates here, or this Orisa and Biduna for the next engagement.
Yeah, but SSG hold on as well, right? They're patient, veteran team. They're not going to over-ult. They get the retake with just a couple ults expended. 2 for 1 or 2 for 2. I'm not sure if Vega rallied in that last fight as well. But regardless, SSG continue to hold on to a strong economy lead. Escanor needs to have huge value here on the raid. Really needs to go 2 for 1.
Bring in, he's got to be careful. There's a lot going on now with the orbital ray in play. Infected Terror Surge nicely laid together. Again, this is this brawl comp that plays around that Juno ultimate. And this will be the flip back for Team Liquid. Space Station really didn't have much to say. Again, it's another Kitsune rush. The Ultraviolet feels the need to commit, but maybe even knows in advance that it's going to be answered by multiple other ultimates from Liquid.
It's a big fight win for Liquid. Escanor did exactly what he needed to. The Ray came down, and even in the grab, right, they can still put out that DPS. Lethal with a high noon, try to get value, but man, there's a lot of pressure here on the front line. Double bubble and cleanse expended.
Yeah, but that's all of those defensive resources from the Zarya gone, so now you've got to go on offense, and Hawk knows that's the assignment. Runs Infected down, but Zera's still a problem late in the fight, and also Tree has another Override Protocol active. How's he built that? This one is going to go all the way to stumps, folks. We are 2-2 on flashpoints, and now we are off to a decider.
Tree has a 5,000 damage lead on the next player in the server, which is Lethal. That is disgusting. He's 50% more damage than him. That is kind of wild. Like, Zarya is not really a tank that hard feeds damage in a crazy way. A Tree is just doing the most.
Yeah, it's so disproportionate. And we saw this, frankly, from these guys against DSG. It was like one of the most insane sequences of like.
Hey, we've been here before, Mitch. I thought we already fought on this.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We are running it back. So nice, Jake, that we're going to do it twice. This time, our players are required to be here, as opposed to something who opt into some tourism across Atlas. Space Station are close to getting Sugar Free with his ultimate, and they have a sound barrier, but these support ults for SSG have not really lined up when they've needed to. Grabs a long way away. They will have the rush not too far away. A tempo beat could be inadvisable here. They're going to go for it though regardless. So look at this push. They are pretty bloody quick. Sugar Free and Hawk pushy on up there. Looks like a javelin stun. Or no, a rally shield bash from Vega. Was able to catch onto 2. And he's going to plant himself out there on the point. Loud and proud, he says. Now with rally expiring, he's going to back away. Overhead swing for Sugar Free. Eventually Vega is going to topple. Space Station do well to isolate that brick, despite the fact that Vega was standing out in the open waving his flail around. But this fight is not over. With Lethal and Admiral down and a Terror Surge follow-up, Hawk knows he could be in trouble. He takes so much damage, but he has to hold the bubble to time it for the activation of the Surge. And Infected is just going wild.
Yeah, the Orisa just outvaluing here with the help of Tracer. Infected outlasting through that fight. Great hold on the point by Vega there. Like, even though he ends up dying for that, Infected's on 100 HP. Vega steps up, holds the point with Rally for just enough time for Infected to get full heal, get back into the fight. And Vega gives his life for the play, but it ends up being enough to secure Liquid the win in the end. And SSG, outside of the first point, right, the Zarya comp hasn't been so dominant. They got an easy fight on the third point as well, but now it's looking awkward, and a great burst from Zera follows up with some spam damage to get that kill onto Lethal.
He's 29-3. Zera at 29-3, man. This guy is running wild. Again, has to recall there because otherwise it could have been awkward, but still, he's in the fight. That's what matters. That recall's going to be back for him later on anyway. Good disengage here for Liquid away for the Kitsune. Russia now. Space Station need to put a perimeter pretty far forward. You see they want to play into this choke now. Hawk just needs to make sure he doesn't overextend. Really forcing the issue with this Sundering Blade to the extent that Sugarfree was given one of those precious bubbles from Hawk. But still, it forced Team Liquid back. It gets Space Station back into this game. Now another override protocol from Tree. They've all been massive from him. You've really got to be afraid of what this Emra can do. But Lethal, in fact, is the one that strikes first. And it's Zero that he brings down. No Tracer left for Team Liquid. Space Station Gaming slowly gaining. And Liquid have to pull the plug on this fight.
Hawk with the grab here. We've seen this story before, though. Escanor with the orbital race has responded to it nicely in the past. Infected steps up onto the plate, and Lethal finds Tree. Gaps in the 1v1.
Big grab
is down.
Huge grab. That is massive from Hawk. He sees the orbital ray come past, but the grab means that Liquid can't benefit from it for nearly as long as they'd otherwise like to. What a clutch moment there. Really had to have Hawk go nuts, and he does deliver. Beautiful stuff, and SSG clinch a very, very tight map.
I feel like, for me, I think the SSG comp is really good here. Tree and Zero just go Super Saiyan to make this game like remotely close. But in the end, SSG, despite dropping a lot of tough picks in some of those late fights, they still get it done. Team Liquid, though, they're going to be kicking themselves, honestly, for that second point. Like, that is an unforced error to be committing that hard to a point 200 meters away from the objective.
They can't do more. Tree and Zero rather cannot do more, it feels. So many massive Tracer picks that came out, and just a 20k damage in like a 12-minute game. It's wild to see. Let's see how this played out. First, we felt like SSG were in a great spot. The first fight, they got Lethal set up on a bit of a flank angle here. The Cassie looks really, really good. So the start is excellent. That first flashpoint, yep, it's snapped up. And then, though, as we get through the game, yeah, this fight was big. The Terror Surge to set up for a really big override protocol from Tree made short work of Liquid. Then SSG fight back, right? This is a good fight with a tempo beat in, and it's an orbital raid from Escanor that unfortunately just isn't well timed at all. Then Zero starts to take over the game. Some really sick Tracer sequences to make it 2-2 in flashpoints, Jay.
Oh, this fight was desperate, man. Like, after they got the double bubble cleanse out, they knew they had to get in there, and Trey and Zero go in. Infected even gives his life for the push. This kill from Lethal, absolutely game-winning, honestly. Like, getting rid of Zero takes away a lot of the offense onto this one. And as you mentioned, the Ray is good, but it's not good enough. The damage still comes in. Sugarfree there to unload on the grab, and Admiral has the beat to layer in over the top as well. It's getting chaotic, man. It's a slugfest into this one. But SSG, as the dust settles, they're up 2-0. This is a very strong series for them. We've been here before, but you'd still rather be SSG in this one.
I mean, that was huge. I think that just Emra pick, managing to get Zero out of the game. He was so sick. Yeah, you want to be SSG. You also mentioned coming into this, if Liquid want to win the series, they have to win here. That's their Atlas draw down the Gurgler. Now they need to look over towards the rest of the maps, these more payload-oriented ones, ideally, to try and find success. Hybrid and Escort are both still in the pool. They can sort of bring those ones in, but again, I think you're reeling after that loss. You make it a reverse sweep, you're going to have to do it from here on out. But in general, Team Liquid, their DPS look fantastic. Everything is running beautifully, but sometimes you just lose out to like really good execution. Zaya comps also don't necessarily always care about having high-flying DPS as long as you can tie everyone together in a nice little ribbon and FedEx them out of the server.
Team Liquid gonna send it on Rudisapi, gonna keep on with their strat. You know, I will say, if you look at Atlas as a whole, right, the Zarya comp, I think it seemed to be doing really well in these like tight, congested areas where Zarya can get all that energy and you're just playing a pure front to back, and you know, there's not these off angles to worry about from Tracer and Emre pumping in damage to you. But the fact that they kind of give up that second point, it should have been one of the better ones for their comp. It should have been one of the better positions for Orisa to hold the point, the rest of the team to like play angles and poke from all sides and run the Zarya out of resources. Rudisapi, another map where, yeah, you can maybe play that kind of a distance, but we've seen, we saw this today with Lunex, right? We've seen that you can close the gaps with the Zarya comp on this map. So Team Liquid, big question for them is, are you going to swap things up, or are you going to stick with the bread and butter? Going to the Zarya mirror against Hawk, it won't feel good, right? So I think there's an argument for Team Liquid to just stick with their guns and keep going on what nearly has been working for them.
And again, we've heard from Team Liquid They've been looking at teams around the world. They've been looking at Virtus.pro. They've brought that, the Mauga comp in. I hope they're not planning to copy the getting 0-3'd today part of VP's repertoire, because
they dug too deep in the strat book, Mitch. They found the forbidden page of getting 0-3'd by one of the other top teams in the region.
Not where you want to be at all. This is interesting. So, okay, a Runasapi map without Tracer is quite fascinating. Obviously, the premier flanking DPS with a lot of options here. I don't know if this means we're going to get remotely close to the Lunex world of playing Reaper on this map, but if we do, I don't think I'd be complaining about it. That was interesting earlier. Kiriko, though, that first ban by TL, so taking that one away, and maybe that sort of throws this for a loop a little bit. The Lucio Kiri comp now is not able to be put together.
Yeah, I think taking away the Kiri certainly would open the door to Tracer having like a crazy takeover kind of a game without the cleanse to deal with the pulse bomb. Kiri being one of the better supports at fighting off a Tracer in the one-on-one. So I think this is smart. I think for the Orisa style, the Tracer fits in really well of being relatively low resource, pulling attention, running the enemy out of gas, and getting their cooldowns out. So I think it's a smart ban from SSG because Sugarfree, I don't think he's played Tracer at all. He's just been hard blocking the Vendetta, and it shows. SSG looking very dominant with the style, although the first two games were quite close.
Okay. Can Team Liquid hold on? I think that without Kiriko, some of our support selections could be quite telling. We've obviously seen Escanor and Vega play this Juno Brig look a whole lot around the Mauga. That feels like we talked a lot about identity earlier today, and that maybe certain teams hadn't found theirs in time. We definitely feel like this is Liquid. Zero on the Pharah. They have that Juno Brig with that Mauga Brawl look.
The Ana could be really sick here, actually, from SSG. This could kind of turn Team Liquid's Kiriko ban against them, because Ana, insane against Mauga, right? Like the anti-heal, Nano is also very strong, and a hero that loves to have these crazy 1v1s. You just Nano Diva. Now Mauga absolutely has to turn tail and run. Nano Echo, Nano Sojourn, all these heroes could really take over. I think this is a sick pick from UV. He has the opportunity to carry this game on Ana.
I also think that you can interact with the enemy Pharah much easier now. Ultraviolet's also a potential like Ana headshot major perk enjoyer. So I don't know if we'll get there, but yeah, UV is going to be able to just pay heed to where Zera's pathing and maybe get some free damage in, which really makes life easier when, again, Echo feels like the natural predator to Pharah a lot of the time, and we know what Soj can do to her. So this is tough. Zera has a difficult matchup to navigate. Team Liquid have to hope that, just the robustness of their front line is kept intact. Those bios should be devastating, like you pointed out.
Still neutrally strong Team Liquid with a ton of poke, and the advantage in the break here is that Hawk actually can kind of get run over in the front line, right? He really needs to get towards some of these old tempo fights. Lethal, that kill on the Zero though, buys a well needed reprieve here for Space Station.
Yeah, that's tough. I think you're going to look out for Tree to put on a big carry performance yet again. Here's what the bio does without the Suzu, by the way. It's just
living
too much damage. I don't know how Infected stays alive. He's done well, honestly, to remain in the fight for as long as he did. Lethal had a right click ready to go, and that defense matrix is going to cut off most of the Mediblast damage, so Escanor also will bounce off.
The heals from Escanor there were crazy to keep Mauga up. I thought he was absolutely dead to rights in the bio, but Escanor kept the faith. It gets him a couple trade kills back, but in the end, Team Liquid get a bit of bot control in power position and have to go back over to the Diva as well. I think they recognize this too. The Ana is just going to get way too much value without something to deal with those names.
Threat Space Station starting to extend that lead. They're off the Pharah. Understandable. Have a nice day. To the Vendetta here, which is, again, I think we've seen less from Team Liquid. And it doesn't matter if you're a Mauga or not. If you are anybody, any tank, and you get hit with these bios, you're going to have a bad time. Can this Vendetta threaten the backline a little more than Pharah could? Also, IQ for Ultraviolet to respect this, because this could be getting out of hand pretty quickly. Tree's down to a focusing beam, and now Sugarfree can kind of do what he wants for the time being. This is a guaranteed checkpoint pickup now for Space Station.
Yeah, Lethal just swings with the OC, and Tree has to play cover, but can't stay there forever. Great pressure by Hawk to force the hit scan into between a rock and a hard place, and he just gets crushed.
Sugarfree shows up around the corner. Shots do come in though. He's got to respect it. And there's a nano here, and Ultraviolet is trying to make sure goes to the correct recipient. It's going to be Sugarfree now. Close to a dupe as well. Can dump cooldowns, copy someone, get an ultimate for free, and keep fighting. Sugarfree dangerous here. I don't know if Hawk's going to get out with his mech intact, but it may not matter because, self-destruct, pretty good ability, and this has all the hallmarks of a game that could snowball out of control. Sugar Free knocked to the ground, but had the dupe available, and Zera gets a taste of his own rather sharp medicine.
Ultraviolet is styling on them, even hits the sleep onto Vega right in the midst of the aggression. So Brig just can't really participate in the fight. SSG are going to get this one around this corner for sure, and maybe up to the next arch. Going to go aggressive with the rally here, though.
Ooh, Orbital's not enough to keep Sugar Free alive. To be fair, they are pinned to the wall and dealt with very quickly. Ooh, okay, Liquid finally find a little bit of action here. It is costly. Both the rally and the orbital had to be used, which basically makes you unkillable. We'll take it. Liquid back into the game. Remember, they've made enough progress here into Space Station territory that they get that faster push for more of the map. Hawk is just... Okay, I guess he thought he was going to be able to get out there, but he just gets staggered.
Yeah, it goes for a gamble on the resuit there. It ends up feeding a bit of ult charge that was maybe not necessary there. So Team Liquid happy to get a bit more control back into this game. There's still something to play for, right? They've made enough progress where the checkpoint is a reasonable possibility. Hawk not going to be able to fight until probably the last moment here.
5:55 still to play. And yeah, Team Liquid are hurtling over towards their checkpoint. It's really the push after the checkpoint that was problematic. If you're Liquid fan, Space Station got a lot of progress. Eyes on Infected now. He's going to have to fall back and rejoin the rest of his team. Thundering Blade. Nice. Admiral just doesn't have the mobility to get away from that. Also too far out in the open. Zera picks a great window to go for that ultimate, and then it's going to be shields up. Let SSG bounce off you as his teammates come to the rescue. Nice look. Liquid are going to keep this interesting.
Yeah, I will say, for all the, impact Ultraviolet had on the Ana, now that they've had to make a double swap, so they've given up a little bit of support ult tempo. Not the worst thing in the world, but now Team Liquid taking every inch they can get. They're right back into this lethal. Maybe the OC is going to be enough to put a stop to it.
Lethal. Dangerous times here. Zera's going to charge for him, and here comes the snowballing nature of the map now shown in reverse. It's Team Liquid who throw caution to the wind and get that Emerald ultimate firing straight away. Now they're back in the lead, and they're pushing right up in front of Space Station's base. Still a lot of time in this game. Rare to see two teams get so deep into either side of the map in the first half of Runasapi, but that's the kind of game set we're dealing with. Space Station here still troughed in terms of, ultimates. Definitely the support variety have gone for this Brig Juno look of themselves.
Now, SSG in the back seat of this game, forcing to just kind of watch as Team Liquid inches this cart forward. They got to find some way back into the brawl, but Vega holding onto the rally, gonna go with it first. Even stepping up through the choke, very aggressive.
Yeah, Admiral's gonna have to reciprocate here, and Space Station finally getting the first Juno ultimate online after UV had switched, but certainly don't want to use it here. Self-destruct. Oh, the value is massive! Infected gets both DPS. That could be curtains for Space Station Gaming. They looked pretty competitive early on in this map, but that's an ultimate that could well break your back. Hawk has to get back to spawn if he can, but he keeps getting dragged down by that overhead slash, and he will be D-Mech staggered out in front. Sundering Blade, an attempt to take the Diva down. It doesn't work. Sugar Free with a blade of his own gets rid of Zera. Hawk still fighting fit. Space Station Gaming are in this, but they've been pushed to the brink.
Nice little kill from Escanor onto the Brig. That's probably going to be the only exit they find. But in the end, it does slow down some of this tempo. Team Liquid going to catch a forward spawn, going to be right back to defend in the middle of the map. And SSG, they're up 2-0 in the series. In theory, this is Liquid's best punch, but also you don't want to give them any mobility back into the fight. Infected sees you off the Ana, and he's just going to send it back to Maga. How is Hawk going to respond to this?
Space Station, obviously, yeah, they don't have the Ana right now. They've already switched over towards the Juno. They needed another, AoE healing throughput based support ultimate. So, I don't think you can afford to switch off her either, is the issue. Infected probably going to have a much easier time than he did earlier on in this round. We'll see what Space Station's adaptation is going to be. Again, no big ultimates for them. They've really had to use them as they've come. No chance, no buffer to build them up passively and sit back. Big orbital, big stamp there from Infected. 2 or 3 players knocked to the ground, and you better believe Vega's going to get his hands dirty if there's some easy targets.
Oof, man, and that's such a brutal team wipe that SSG, I guess since the cart doesn't really have any more meaningful progress to make, they will be up to defend it, but getting clapped back there is pretty brutal as the clock starts to tick lower. 2:30 on the clock. Not much in the way of an explosive ultimate to open this one up. SSG, they need to get these support ultimates online to try to get some kind of a fast break in this game, but running into a Maga is a tough task.
You don't want to give them up cheaply. That's the problem. SSG know, though, if they lose a fight, it could be the end of the entire map. So they're always going to be forced to dig a little bit deeper than they otherwise would like to. definite threat of game loss. Here it is. Okay, rally straight away. Vegas had so many of these. It's been a sick rig game for him. So Lethal will pop this override protocol. And the damage is very, very good. Such that Vega can't really keep their front line up. Yeah, Infected's just going to get caught out. Avenor does, though, commit the rally of his own. They're keeping this orbital rate in reserve. But what we saw earlier on was that wasn't really enough. If Tree's able to have a big ultimate, or Zera has, like, insta-kill potential off the Sundering Blade, then that Juno ultimate might go for nothing. Space Stations still have to be really careful.
Yeah, Sundering Blade for Sugar Free is going to be a nice little tool in the pocket, though. It's going to make Maga have a bit of a harder time to get value off of his cage. Hawk also with the self-destruct means he can really up the aggression. This can be a comp where it can be hard to play D.Va, but with self-destruct online, you can really take it to another level. Liquid going to hold these corners defensively. SSG sending it in here.
Stomp. Oh, before the blade could get off, Sugar Free's taken down, and yep, Zera's blade also used, but also to no effect. There's a cage fight here for Infected. I'd be terrified of that. And that orbital ray just doesn't get it done. It's not enough.
This one kind of looks done and dusted. Like, that was SSG's last best chance. Throw it away this time. UV gonna go back over to the Ana. I like this. I mean, you need something desperate here. You know you're not gonna win by like a clear and consistent ult economy mechanism. It needs to be some big plays. But Team Liquid with all the tools they could ask for really in this team fight.
Yeah, once again, feels like Space Station never really have a chance to like, sit on a bank of ultimates. They kind of did in the last spot, and still, they didn't work. Here's that cage fight from Infected. Sugar Free's in trouble. He's got nowhere to go, really, and Infected's going to make sure that that is converted into elimination. And that's pretty sick. Vendetta's out of the game here. Orbital Ray to backwards, because Escanor is always in the enemy backline, apparently. Ultraviolet trying to win this out, being forced to try and go for it here. Does get Zera posthumously with some of that ticking damage from the Ana shots. But here's Liquid. The remainder of their players, they are knocking on the door. SSG do spawn back in the same wave and can contest once more. With the round time is done, Team Liquid can hold this here for as long as they can. They've had to go back to Ultraviolet Ana, SSG. And there you can see just why that fire was so desirable.
That was a good stop from Infected, man. Almost got Admiral, which would have been backbreaking with the OT spawns, but now it's Team Liquid's turn to be on the respawn. Gonna take the reset to fight this around the mid, but it's really just the rally and the override protocol for both sides, but you have to be clean here. Ana has to somehow live through this fight for SSG to have a chance.
Stuck to the spotlight blue. It's harder and harder now. Team Liquid try and find every reason for you to let go of the objective. Free over the top. Nicely done. Ultraviolet doesn't have the mobility to avoid that anyway. Lethal air shot. And Tree finally is able to break through and make a real difference here. Been playing incredibly over the course of this series so far. And this Emerald gameplay is, yeah, it's inspirational. Escanor going to pick up a couple kills, I'm sure. In Space Station Gaming now, they might have to reckon with the fear of getting reverse swept 2 days in a row. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but Liquid are on the board, finally.
With a vengeance, too. Great counterpicking. Infected, pulling out the D.Va, holding his own, forcing UV off of the Ana swap. They got so much value to open up the map. Team Liquid still showing a lot of fight into this one, but what was that clip from Tree at the end, man? Disgusting Emergap.
I mean, again, I kind of like where we ended up in terms of these comps where, you know, it's Space Station that are forced to make the swaps. They come out with a comp that we feel like is really good. It's like, hey, yo, they have Ana against Margo. There's no Kiri to cleanse the Susu. There's a Pharah that can be shot by the Ana pretty consistently. I love this from SSG. And it's such a slight change, isn't it? It's Zera switching over to the Vendetta. All of a sudden, we need another big support ult. We need more. Ana doesn't have the mobility to get away, and they switch to Juno. Now, these Juno ultimates, just from Ultraviolet, they aren't coming down when they need to, and when they do, they're just kind of not enough, really. There's so much burst damage between Override Protocol and that Sundering Blade. It's really tough, and it feels like from that point onward, Jake, SSG never really find their footing. They never really find the answer in comp. They can't go to Ana because she's exploited and she's not mobile enough. And then Juno, unfortunately, also super easy to catch.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this map, I think, with sort of a tech strap prepared for Team Liquid, but Team Liquid show they've got more depth in this comp. It's not just a cheese they copied from another team. At this point, they've made it their own, right? They've practiced the style, and they've got the responses ready. So it's going to be more than just like a one-dimensional counter pick that you need to play to beat them. It needs to come down to execution. And for Team Liquid, with how close maps 1 and 2 are, you know, I really think there's a good argument for them to continue on and go deeper into this series. SSG, like you said, the specter of a double reverse sweep on the weekend, surely going to be on their minds here as we go into map 4.
And we didn't really see anything from TL that was a departure from the norm or what they've tried to make work over the course of this series. I guess with the exception of like trying to work the Vendetta in. But I can see why I'm not making Tree do that. Keep that guy on Emra. That guy is just nasty.
He's on his hero. He's on his hero, guys. Like, honestly, I feel like they might throw an Emra ban at Tree. And the way the series is going, I think that actually would be smart here from SSG. Pick a map where you know he wants to play it, ban him out. Because I think Lethal would rather play, I think, more of the core conventional, like, one-tap hit scan. But Tree just looks absolutely insane on this Emra. Gets so much work done.
Yeah. Lethal has, like, it's actually kind of a weird pull because he used to play a bunch of Ashe when no one else was. But in general, I'd agree. I think getting Emra out of the game. But also, I remember Tree, you know, we remember him popping off last year, the Soj and the Ashe, the Cassidy. Obviously, those are all going to be great options. It's the question of how much equity does it give us to just get this Emra out of the game entirely? I think that's a super worthwhile question asking, especially now as your options in terms of these hero bans start to get a little bit thinner. I feel like, man, we just need to win one map. What if we just knock Tree off of his go-to for one map? Because again, these override protocols, this is an ultimate that is really skill dependent, right? It's not a point and click. It's, you know, you really have to make it work for you. You have to have the skill to back it up. Tree, though, was able to show us just, you know, that ceiling of Emra and how he's so powerful when he has an AoE ultimate at his disposal. One that comes with this like vertical mobility staple to it. It's terrifying to see what he can do with it. And so we're headed off to Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is an SSG map pick. I'm a little surprised to see it, considering what TL were able to do to Lunex on this map.
It's interesting. I do think it's one, though, where, you know, D.Va is remarkably strong. And although Team Liquid is not a team that really wants to play the D.Va, same for Lunex, right? They want to play these main tank-centered styles. We're going to see the true test of how that actually fares against one of the better D.Va teams in the world. So for SSG, I think this makes a lot of sense. They're going to basically call the bluff and say, yeah, you can play the Winston, you can play the Wrecking Ball. We're just going to gap you on D.Va. D.Va is Thanos right now. It's going to take over the server. And honestly, I think there's a strong case to be made for that argument. I think it's a very powerful pick. And they're even going to open with the Brig ban. So that just further allows D.Va to be an absolute menace here.
Yeah, but conversely, it also, if you want to try and play the ball comp, you've taken the Cassidy nuisance out of the mix for Team Liquid. If you're not going to match D.Va, that's not really where Infected kind of wants to be. But you have, you know, removed someone that, you know, really slows that Wrecking Ball down. So both Brig and Cassidy are out of the game. SSG have also deprived themselves of a tool that is quite helpful against the ball. And I'll give you the tip, folks. No one's playing Sombra. No one's doing that. So realistically, there's actually not a whole lot to answer the ball. I guess Emra Blaster with the perf. You don't have a lot of, again, a lot of the heroes that want to hinder you, slow you down, stun you up briefly, displace you, that aren't tanks, have been banned.
Yeah, I think it's going to be mostly up to just Lucio to like boop the ball at crucial moments and just, you know, give him enough of a hard time where you can more or less ignore him. And typically with a D.Va comp, I don't think you really want to be looking at the ball too much. You want to be sending it on the enemy DPS and supports, right? The ball is, he's doing his thing, he's rolling around, he's distracting you, but he makes like one false step, isn't ready to poke you, and you can just immediately go past him into the enemy backline, and ball, there's very little he can do from like a peeling perspective, you know, other than some, you know, maybe well-timed fireballs through. Vega, though, interestingly, is gonna go with the Wu Yang, so a very greedy choice for the extra spam on the DPS. Team Liquid are gonna go all gas, no brakes here, put a maximum pressure here on SSG on the walk-ups. SSG, though, you know, when they have these ulti turns, it could get scary.
Wu Yang, obviously, hero that is amazing in the poke context. Really good on these wide open, long range maps. But if you get up in his face, he can get a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm just going to say it. He's definitely going to be busy. He's going to be playing like a tracer we saw earlier. Yes, we had the Sim TP Widow out. And there's a Sojourn for Lethal.
He's going to have a lot of mobility into this one. Sojourn, I think, definitely going to be a more relevant hero on Gibraltar after the reworks, right? A lot more options to get to the high ground, but maybe you don't want to be up there alone. Infected. A little surprise there from the hit scan. Slams down his head, and Vega with the follow-up spam for the kill.
Poke, man, it's damn good. You have to respect this Wu Yang damage, especially insofar as it empowers his passive healing on whoever that target is. And then you got to factor in Zera, who will, of course, be looking to disrupt here. SSG, though, this is very much in their wheelhouse. This is the comp that really feels like their bread and butter. Sugar Free getting back on that Tracer. Vega just drawing circles on the ground, trying to get these orbs going in the most circuitous of routes on the way to their targets.
He's getting some relevant spam in here, actually, despite not being able to have the angle onto Car. Wu Yang getting a lot of value here around these angular corners, but in the end, SSG brute force gets this cart rolling through the car wash.
All right, this is progress now for Space Station. A bit of a slow start, a bit of a blooper there as they did have Lethal picked off early, but outside of that, looking pretty good. Where does Infected put himself now to make the difference? Server room? No, denied. Knocked back there. And now he's going to be very low out in the open. Good Suzu. It's not actually that easy to hit, especially with the way Infected's moving. Escanor does land it. Vega with the poke. Ultraviolet going down now, but Wuyong has been picked off, and Lethal on the Sojourn could really be the one that gets us across the line for SSG. First checkpoint picked up, and plenty of time to play.
It's actually such a close fight there, right? Team Liquid, it comes down to like a difference of one kill, maybe a bit of ult charge that would have got them the defense, but I mean, SSG, they parked the D.Va on the cart, and it does kind of make this ball look a little bit fraudulent, right? He needs to find kills because actually taking the tank trade just isn't really an option. Once again, cart's going to roll very far. This ball comp really needs to make a hold at the end of the checkpoint.
Very hard now for the defending side to contest that top shuttle position. The way the map is. 3 doing it again. Okay, it's going to have to be a remake here for Hawk, and Vegas says, I don't think so. How about you get yourself a cold shower? Here you go. I'll provide the medium. Brutal.
1 for 1. Nice stabilization with only one ult. SSG not finding the window to pop the support ultimates into that fight. I think they would have rather gotten a bigger trade-off. Ballcomp really happy to get these stoppages because it's these long walk-ups on the reset that make Ballcomp feel effective, right? Like this is where D.Va's weak. D.Va wants to be right up in the mix, and when you're having to cross these open sight lines, like Vega is going to get a ton of room to work with, and not to mention, of course, Tree on the Emery. He's been great all series.
Tidal Blast is ready. Can empower Zera to go in with a pulse bomb, knock down, get some big damage there. So much to work with. Lethal. Not sure where the blast is coming from at this point here. It has been deployed by Vega. Continuing rush on their low ground. It's a bit awkward for a Space Station to play from here, but they do want to try and contest the card as much as they can. Minefield. Sound barrier meets it. The Space Station have time to clear the area without getting blown to smithereens. Now, though, completely giving up high ground, with the exception of Lethal, who try to get back up there. Immediately pile-driven, though, by Infected and forced to play with the rest of the Peasants. That's right, on the low ground. Sugar Free takes note of Zera back behind him, but Lethal takes his scalp. Beautifully done, and that's another checkpoint here because, again, Infected gets booped on his way in.
Yeah, Admiral, heads up play there. Once again, denies a meaningful contest, and 4 minutes 20 on the clock. Push into last point. I mean, this last can be hard to finish, but SSG are just brawling with the best of them, and Team Liquid, it feels like if they can't find picks in the mid-fight, they really can't win. Like, it really comes down to that. That's the only mechanism they have. Holding the cart isn't an option. Sort of shades of the first series where D.Va is just big man on campus holding the front line.
And these picks here from Lethal have been huge. Like getting Zera there in like a potential stall scenario against Tracer, and then a boop on the Wrecking Ball is nice. Team Liquid's stall potential has just been taken away by these picks, and very effective application of force. Another pulse there on Tree. That's the Emra down. Look at the recall location here. Yeah, there's no way Zera's getting away from that. Sugar Free saw a tasty morsel, an easy frag on the Tracer, and goes for it. That's the Suzu drawn out, but Infected might find himself without anywhere to run to. That's right, without any safe haven. No sucker for you, sir. And Space Station Gaming now starting to push in with a Kitsune Rush just around the corner. Tree's going for an ult, but he's got a weird sight line, and much of this damage is being mitigated by the defense matrix. In the meantime, Escanor is down. Space Station are keeping their foot on the gas.
Oh yeah, Hawk is continuing to put that pressure on. Lethal here with the OC, uncontested for now. Beat and Rush as well. Just the minefield in his way to finishing the cap. That won't be enough. Hawk with the self-destruct, he's just fine.
There with the Tidal Blast. Might have knocked Hawk down there briefly, but geez, there's just not nearly enough to help out. Another nice stick there from Sugar Bron. Escanor once more sent back to spawn, and that's a successful delivery here on Gibraltar with almost 3 minutes to play.
Cargo is living good right now. There was no question about finishing off that payload. SSG 3 minutes in the bank on Gibraltar is honestly just gross. I mean, this is absurd for this map historically, like to complete with that much extra time. Full capping the map in overtime feels great, I think, on attack. To do it with 3 minutes, this is a long road home for Team Liquid. I will say I think the D.Va comp is harder to match up against when it's on attack. It's forcing the objective. There's not really anything you can do other than, well, let the cart roll or try and take a desperate fight elsewhere. On attack for Wrecking Ball, though, you can kind of, and you have the option, the luxury to let the D.Va alone and kind of, you know, use that time a little bit more patiently. But Effective might be feeling the limit. He might just feel like he's got to take a D.Va mirror here.
I mean, it's tough. I think if you're switching into a D.Va mirror against Hawk, then I'm starting to question why you wanted to choose this map in the first place. It is a bit of a gambit to, you know, to go for it when you are, you know, so close in this series. It's a map 4. You've just won yourself a map. You feel like you can get there. Space Station Gaming look really comfortable on this map. They're going to get the Wu Young here on defense. Of course, there's just too much that you can benefit from in terms of that poke damage. The Tidal Blast potential on Sugar Free running in, knocking people down. That ultimate combo is nasty. Let's see. Is it the Infected D.Va? It is, at least to start with.
Like the Genji from Zera, though. You need something with some explosive potential to get a snowball rolling. Few characters better than Genji for exactly that job. And with UV on the greedier choice backline here, Admiral and UV going for the Kiri Wuyang does make them a bit vulnerable to some explosive Genji guys.
Effect is pretty conservative here, not overextending past that corner. This though does give a lot of time for something like Ultraviolet though to get poke damage in. And again, from here, for a player of this caliber, these hits are easy to get. There's the bonk. Effective driven back. Again, this card not really making any progress, and the heal pressure is being maintained by, this poke damage coming from SSG. Lethal and Ultraviolet continuing to necessitate heals.
Yeah, once again, eventually the attackers, you know, leverage their advantage, but that's a minute off the clock that you're not going to get back from Team Liquid. SSG willing to give this ground, happy to just continue to pump in that poke damage. Tidal Blast really close here, almost 90% available already for UV. It should be the first ult in the game. Incredible performance so far from UV.
That is really quick. Hawk is low, but Ultraviolet clearly not bothered, as Admiral will do the extra legwork in order to make sure D.Va is ready for another messy fight. UV backing away, doesn't want to be in the center of the action. And that Tidal Blast has now been developed off that hit. This could be pretty big. Hawk still large and in charge of that higher ground. Not letting Infected get up here for free. Constantly giving as good as he gets. You can see this poke damage still comes in from the Wu Young. And that Kiriko Okuda still deployed. Constantly being thrown in. Here is that Tidal Blast. And Sugar Free get it somewhere where it matters. Knocked the Lucio down, it's fine, but the Pulse Bomb wasn't built yet, so he couldn't guarantee a stick off that Wu Young ultimate. Now Admiral just gets completely bollocksed here in this side room. Run down entirely. There's a trade of Kiriko's, and there's Zera, someone who was really been lent on here to provide those big moments. I love the prediction though there. The Siphon Blaster does guarantee a kill on the Genji. It is Lethal coming alive. Happy to pick up the Emerald for himself this time. And SSG mop it up.
Yeah, it's a nice stoppage. Get 2 of the support ultimates out for Team Liquid. SSG, I think they end up expending 4 for 2 here, but he's still just happy to continue to run this one down. You just need to keep bleeding out the time. Opportunity here though for Team Liquid. Potentially 2 unmatched DPS ults to continue to push this one forward.
Correction, of course, this map is SSG's pick after having lost the previous one. So perhaps the context of going to Gibraltar makes a lot more sense in that light. Here we go. Creve trying to surge forward now again. Spent much of this ultimate actually just trying to get in position and is potentially scared of the reprisal damage. D.Va cuts off a lot of this Override Protocol's potential output with their defense matrix. Tart getting close now. Here come the contests. SSG getting Hawk back into the fight, and then they'll return. But they're all on the low ground here, so don't exactly have the greatest positions to play from, and the self-destruct from Infected, while giving him a remake, is also going to zone them away. Blade here for Zera. Blade for Zera is found lethal already. There's more to find, surely. Hawk down. Admiral chopped up, and the Genji finally gets involved.
Good push for Team Liquid. It gets them into this ship phase of the map. Second point with a lot of room to play with. Not out of it yet by any stretch of the imagination. SSG, they're sticking with the greedy backline for now. I kind of love to see them swap up and maybe mirror the level of pace that Team Liquid want to bring. Then again, it's hard to argue with Ultraviolet and Sugar Free given their performances so far in the map. And with both ultimates coming in online, expect to see Tracer and Wu Yang make something splash.
Again, is that Tidal Blast. Admiral being chased down as this happens though. Sugar Free did get a knock, but again, the Pulse Bomb was 3% away. Again! That's brutal. No guaranteed sticks for him. So now without Lethal and Admiral, it's going to be up to Sugar Free to make the difference again. And the Pulse Bomb did get deployed. Hard to see where it went. It didn't end up amounting to much.
Ah, that's a big trade, right? Winning that fight out. Just the beat from Vega, enough to overwhelm. Team Liquid, when they brawl as a unit with this comp, I think they are very strong. Now SSG in the spot where they really need to find the picks in the fight, and Team Liquid haven't been giving them anything. Backs against the wall here in this series, but they're fighting their hardest.
Grenade dead, thrown to the shuttle, just in case someone's looking to flank over the top. It's Petunia Rush now. Space Station have to respond with one of their own. They need to work this high ground. They need to make it work for them, rather. Push on the Lethal. He still goes for the ultimate, but Infected's in his face. He needs healing through this override protocol. Infected will not leave him alone. Stick around like a bad smell. Eventually, Lethal gets some space, but it's an ultimate that ultimately goes for very little. Tree, on the other hand, free to fly over the top here and find targets. The only issue for him is that there are hardly any. Space Station have had to disengage away, but it's still contesting the card. Vega picked off. Infected, though, eventually is able to get this Wugong out of the picture. Now it's up to Admiral and Escanor, respectively, to do the work, and SSG, again, have managed to hold them off.
Oh, it's a big kill onto Vega. Without the Lucio, it's hard to keep pushing this pace. Team Liquid, though, they're not yielding the map control. Liquid, Infected even willing to step up and take some HP trades. Hawk with the self-destruct, though, playing with the house cash here. And Sugar Free even looking to be aggressive. 90 to this pulse bomb could be backbreaking for Team Liquid's push.
91% to pulse bomb means he should get the the Tidal Blast now, just to make sure that they're slightly out of sync once more. UV is close to that ult as well. And here they come. Shuttle control for Team Liquid. It's a sound barrier build up, but that's it. This is dangerous. There's a real tempo loss risk happening here. Tidal Blast for Sugar Free. Where's the chase? Onto the Emerald Tree. Can't recover from it. Blade again for Zera is good, and unassisted as it was still able to find 2 kills for Sugar Free onto Vega. Found the Pulse Bomb. 2 kills in the fight for Lenny, and it's not going to be enough to hold Liquid at bay. Eventually, they're going to break through, but these have all been pretty treacherous, pretty drawn-out campaigns across these first couple of checkpoints, and so Liquid will be behind in time bank for this last stage.
Good ultimates now available for SSG. Team Liquid, I think they're the stronger comp when it comes to brawling on these rushes. I think Zera could get a lot more out of that. UV, though, continuing unperturbed, putting out a lot of forward spam pressure, making sure that Infected and Tree have a lot to worry about as they step into the plate here. The card continuing to roll. I think SSG just want to fight this corner.
I mean, I really want to see how Zera continues to disrupt here. The Genji play's been great. Yeah, a lot of his action's been centered around the blades, but can he do more here without it? Look at the double back there for Infected. Knows there's some threat into the back line. Zera is down. Hawk has a remake opportunity. And Team Liquid might have committed. Yeah, this Kitsune rush into a lost fight. That is going to hurt, but the upside is they're doing the same out of SSG. They're just running out of time.
That's a huge kill for Sugar Free to find to open up the fight, right? Take out the tip of the spear himself. Without the Genji, you're not nearly as impactful when it comes to fighting on those rushes. Hawk also just a menace in the front line, right? His expertise, his experience on D.Va really showing through here as he battles against Infected. And with a poke advantage, Infected has to find the timing to get in and punish that backline. I don't think he's going to be able to out-trade Hawk with the Wu Yang behind.
Infected here looking for a way in again. He uses this position to try and see what the Tracer is. Is there a chance to go after the Wu Yang? Ultraviolet is pouring on this poke damage. Sugar Free now has to be careful. Can't stay in one place for too long lest he gets right-clicked by Tree, but most of Tree's attention is on everyone else. Sugar Free still went down. Tree doesn't really have anywhere to go, so that is a trade back with that self-destruct. Rare that you see that ultimate used offensively. It might slow Liquid down a little bit. Space Station have time to come back in off spawn. Hawk and Tree, rather, have both just spawned back in, and he's had to switch to the Tracer to get to the fight in time.
It's a good chance for an OT round if you can just find this connection. Zera gonna rip the blade. This is crucial.
Oh, bye, Felicia. Zera couldn't catch him. That is tough. Lethal, though, can he get into a relevant spot in the fight after evading the Genji? Yes. Escanor taken down. Zera couldn't do too much. The blade expired, and it had drawn at no blood. Nice little stick there. Sugar Bron arc for real. Space Station Gaming looked like they'd closed it up and claimed that second seed. Ultimately, a commanding win over TL.
Great Tidal Blast from Ultraviolet. I'm not sure. I think that second Dragonlight spike might have actually connected, but UV was just too quick. Put the Tidal Blast onto Lethal, and at that point, there is no dealing with the Ember Living Weapon, man. He's absolutely tearing you to pieces. So really well played. SSG, you know, sticking to their guns, and at every point, it just, clock is way too dry. Not enough time. Tree has to go to the Tracer. It just feels so desperate. Great execution there on the D.Va, and Infected, yeah, forced off the Wrecking Ball. D.Va reigns supreme here on Gibraltar.
Low-key Hawk self-destructing to get the free kill on the Emra kind of changed the game there. The fact that forced a switch, you know, over towards the Tracer, which is fine. You know, it's fine, but it's not where Tree is at his best. Great Tracer game from Sugar Free as well. 28 eliminations, 28-1. Absolutely sick stuff.
Yeah, I think Sugar Free really came alive here, and he needed to, because Zero was also giving it right back on the Genji, but ultimately just way too many of these fights get stalled out. Sugar Free, despite some unfortunate timing on those title blasts, a couple percentage points away from a pulse bomb, the offense is where I think they really shone, right? These huge pickups, this moment here, sending like both supports back into the spawn, still fighting a pulse bomb on the Emirate, coming back to duel the Tracer. He's just doing the most.
Yeah, really nice. We kind of mentioned that, you know, the Tracer play would be a bit of a difference maker here, because it can be hard against some of these comps, against these Lucio Kiriko setups. But when Wuyong's in the mix, you can make use of the title blast to go in. You have chances for these big fights. We got to see some Genji action here from Zera. Legendary pick from him, and we've seen some absolutely abominable, or rather, performances from him in terms of them being disgustingly good. Yeah, he in the last couple of years has been fantastic on that hero. We didn't get to see as much of it in this series, but I like the idea. It was, of course, a Gibraltar pick, Ash, for SSG after having lost that map 3, where TL had looked a little shaky on the past, and maybe they were ready to face down whatever Infected was going to throw at them.
Yeah, I think we got our answer for why Gibraltar was picked up there by SSG with how dominant that first round was as well. I think when we're looking back at that first half there, the fact that Sugar Free goes unchecked the entirety of the first round is insane. He didn't die a single time. But I kind of want to talk about this series as a whole here, Jake, because when we were looking at how Runasabi played out, it felt like it was a tale of these comp swaps. Who was going to get the edge up in a lot of those counter picks? But heading into Gibraltar, we saw that Infected was locked in on that Wrecking Ball for the first round. Do you feel like he overstayed his welcome on that hero? Would a tank swap have made the difference here to take this series the distance?
It's a tough place to be, you know, like so much pressure on you in that moment, like making the right choice. And I don't know that there really is one. You know, I think I agree with SSG ultimately that the D.Va is the better hero. If you can execute both at the highest level, the D.Va is going to win, you know, more times than not, especially with the roster around Hawk there. But for Infected, it's like, you're better at the Wrecking Ball, but if the D.Va a stronger hero, it's always one of those like really tough calls as a competitive player. You know, what's the best way to get the win? And I understand, I think the safe choice is to take the D.Va mirror, but ultimately it's just not enough, right? Like this is just, you're coming into SSG's comfort zone. It's why they picked the map in the first place. So I don't put that on Infected or blame him for the map loss. It's just really SSG, you know, putting the test to him.
For sure. I think also those bans coming into play, right? Trying to enable the compositions that each team wanted to play. Now, taking a look at our standings for how everything has shaped up here, for SSG, winning this matchup also meant that they were securing that second seed placement here, Mitch, and how important it is to be able to earn this placement as well, because keeping yourself out of that third and fourth, that means that Dallas Fuel don't have the opportunity to pick into you. Not that we think they would have picked SSG to face off of against anyways, but still, this is a really big matchup to show and assert that dominance heading into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's for PlayStation Gaming, winning this game is the difference between picking Team Liquid to play in playoffs or being picked by Team Liquid to play in playoffs. So there's an aura aspect to it, I suppose. But I think for us as well, we really wanted to see how these teams stacked up, because we have seen Team Liquid develop, but they're not at the heights that they were at times last year, and we're still not convinced. And this is a long-standing project now. This team built around Infected. They're trying to make work, and you know, I really think they fall short in some really critical areas up against like a titan of North America, a team who's been a mainstay fixture. So I'm glad that we have, like, you know, these top 4 teams we have advancing. I think for like someone like Lunex and TL, there's real potential there. Dallas and SSG are very well established. We're going to get rematches of our favorite NA games on the way through these playoffs, so there's nothing to complain about. I'm very happy to see where we are now.
Certainly, despite the fact that it was a very dominant showing there for Space Station Gaming, Team Liquid, we're seeing them kind of like climb back into shape, get back into form here. But we do have an interview with Sugar Free from SSG to be able to chat with you a little bit. Congratulations on your win, securing that second seed, Sugar Free. I actually wanted to ask you a little bit about how the meta is shaping out, because I feel like we've seen you on such a wide variety of heroes throughout the regular season, locking in on the Echo, the Ven, the Tracer, the Sim here and there. Have those been more so like the game plan coming out from Space Station Gaming, your read on how open the meta is here for flex DPSs, or do you feel like they're more like counter picks looking at what other teams are playing?
Nah, it's not really counter picks or anything. We're just kind of playing to our strengths. Also, I'm kind of bored of Tracer, so I wanted to play like other heroes. Chris is trying to make me play other heroes too. He keeps banning my Tracer, but that's about it. There's not any strats going into it.
How's it been picking up the Vendetta? Because Chris has obviously said that that was something that he really wanted you to pick up and try and get integrated into your comps. It seems like pretty sick. You've managed to get it under your belt pretty well. What kind of a learning curve was that for you to take it to this level of play?
Okay, so like when Vendetta first came out, I could never really play it. We played it in the first week of stage 1. Like, we played it like twice in scrims, and then Hawk started throwing and lethal because I was bad at her. But then like week 3, we started playing it way more, and I like finally learned how to play her. It was kind of like unlucky that I could never play her in ranked because she's just perma banned.
Yeah.
But took like 5 days figuring it out, and I think I got pretty good at her.
Yeah, so I mean, with this win, you guys, solidify yourselves as the 2nd seed. I'm sure that loss to Dallas yesterday is going to be, something you're going to be looking to rectify into the playoffs. I guess come playoffs, how do you think you're going to be able to match up against, especially that Dallas team that you got to be expecting a rematch against?
Honestly, I'm not too worried. I think we're still going to win it all. I don't have any problem playing Liquid or Lunex. I think just Dallas in that match, we lost more to ourselves more than actually them. I think we just fumbled in the reverse sweep and it's just mental crush, but I think we'll be good for next time.
Classic confidence coming out from you. I'm also curious to know how you feel like Space Station Gaming is also going to look to stack up internationally as we head into a lot of our LAN events.
I'd say we're good for a top 4 internationally, or we'll win it all.
All right. I mean, again, I kind of want to like dig out that a little bit because you've had to now deal with the Amalga comp that's in Europe. I think like we've seen a couple teams try and bust it out. TL are trying to play it. It definitely looked like we were trying to figure it out. We were like watching the first map and we're like, okay, is this Zarya Vendetta comp better? Because you guys are just kind of very snowbally on Lijiang Tower. How do you feel about playing into that Amalga look? He's kind of making his way back in again, and he seems really tough if you can't like just shut him down with like anti-heals. If you have to play Lucio Kiri, he seems kind of annoying. Where are you guys at with that? Do you think you'll have to adopt it yourselves, or is it counterable?
I don't know. It's hard to say because like people just started playing him recently, but I don't think he's like the strongest pick. It's kind of just like the players that aren't good at Zarya Diva are like pivoting towards Malga. And I think like once people figure out how to play versus him, I don't think he'll be as good.
Yeah, I guess just as one more question for you. I guess for you guys as SSG, with this team, you made some changes coming into this stage as far as the exact roster. Talk to me about some of the newer players coming into the squad and how they've integrated into the team and how it's been kind of like rebuilding the squad with them.
Yeah, it's been pretty good playing with the new core like GK. Yuvi's been like a really good leader overall. He's been helping us a lot with like in-game stuff, out-of-game stuff. He works really hard. And then Admiral and Lethal, of course, they've been like best friends forever. They got good synergy going on. And I feel like they've been, I mean, we all just mesh well together. It's been really nice playing with this new team.
Sounds like you guys have some really good vibes on the side of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah,
that
great
smirk
vibes.
tells me everything I need to know, bro.
Bro, why are you laughing, bro? Why are you laughing?
Yeah, great vibes. I promise you.
Okay, some sus answers now, but I really appreciate you doing this interview with us, Sugar Free. Congratulations on the dub today, and good luck into the playoffs.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Now, talking a little bit about our standings here, Mitch. This is, I think, just about how we kind of.
Why is he laughing?
Okay. Maybe we might get our insights later on socials. Maybe some later interviews. We can dig a little bit deeper into that next time. Maybe some goofy things going on in the background. But locking in on these standings here, Mitch. We're just about to close out the show. Is this how you expected NA to shape up preseason?
No, honestly, like I'm really impressed with Dallas. I think they've really locked in and sort of shot to the top very quickly, especially when like SSG have that core and they've got another very experienced core that have come together. Like I really felt like they would be rocketing straight to the top here. So it's great to see Dallas dominate. I think it's an ambitious project for them, but it's great to see Chronic like in a top team now, because he always felt like he had the ability to get in there. Same you could say of Luke. So no. But I'm happy to see it like this, and honestly, like I'm really happy with our top 4. Genuinely, we've got great depth in NA, but there's always a lingering question of how is this region going to get respect internationally, because it's been a little bit tough outside of that era of the Toronto Defiant. Like, you know, at times it's been hard for NA to get the respect I think they deserve. So want to see them have a strong playoffs and look even better at Champions Clash.
Yeah, you know, the early part of the stage, I think, was rocky, especially for some fan favorites like Team Liquid, you know, struggling to kind of get it together. But I think NA, there's a few players really having their moment right now, and it couldn't be coming at a better time. I think Chronic has been looking absolutely terrifying to play against. Like, he is doing wild stuff for Dallas Fuel, and that's somebody who I want to see play on an international level. Dallas Fuel also, this is not their peak, right? They're still having Sanjin and Kellen playing on ping. Like, they could be even better than we're giving them credit for, and that we've seen thus far, which is a pretty terrifying prospect for the rest of North America, considering the 5-0 scoreline.
It definitely is, especially with the fact that they have such a unique identity as an entire team compared to the rest that we're seeing in the region here for NA. With the fact that we've locked in now on this final day, these 4 playoff spots, that also means that unfortunately Extinction and Disguise are going to be relegated. So it's not quite the end for them. They still have that chance to try to fight back in heading into stage 2. But overall, when it comes down to how today went, Mitch, I want to get your final thoughts capping off regular season.
Okay, I mean, it's been a great regular season. I think our lower ranked teams have stepped up and have really closed the gap. That's, you know, one thing that I'm particularly excited about. But yeah, Dallas Fuel being 5-0 is a revelation. It's great to see that brand back in Overwatch, and they've put a team together with the coaching staff. They've made the right moves here. So it's awesome to see a new horse in the race. And Lunex finally, great to see them finally starting to, you know, get into these playoffs, get into the top cut. The players that have been grinding for so long, and they really deserve it. So it's a great time to be a fan of NA Overwatch, and hopefully they can deliver internationally.
Jake, thoughts?
Yeah, just you know, it's awesome to see. I think for Lunex, that's going to be the storyline that really stays with me after today. You know, for this team that's been grinding, that's been like, that core has been together for quite some time now, and for them to get this result to defeat one of the partner teams in Disguise is going to be a huge win for them. It's going to be one that they can absolutely take to the bank. It's a tough playoffs ahead, right? All 4 of the top teams look very solid, so it's not going to be an easy road to qualify to Champions Clash by any means. But just excited to see Lunex get a big win for a lot of players in their careers.
It's been a very impressive regular season, and again, how intense it was. It's so cool to see a lot of these teams just climbing, making adjustments so quickly. But that also means that we've capped things off here for OWCS in this 3rd week. A big thank you to you guys for joining me on the desk today, to the audience as well, and to production for making all of this possible. Don't forget, though, the first match of EMEA is going to be this Friday at 10 a.m. PT. You guys definitely want to make sure that you tune in for the beginning of the OWCS Stage 1 playoff season.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny.